Hey guys. This is part 11 of What If Naruto Was Trained by Kurama. And hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 24, Business or Personal? Early afternoon somewhere in the training grounds area, it was a sharp gust of air that would have warned anyone nearby that something wasn't quite as quiet as it should have been within the countless lush green trees making up the forest surrounding most of Konoha's training grounds on this sunny day. Really a moot point since no one was around to hear this. Following that gust a moment later were sounds of feet slapping across tree limbs and trunks mixed in with small grunts of exertion and swishing from mist strikes. This dragged on until everything abruptly became deathly silent one moment. This oppressive quietness was broken a few long seconds later when multiple sharp slicing sounds echoed throughout the forest, accompanied by rapid streaks of blue-tinted light cutting through one random tree. In the next instant the tree blew apart with almost no noise, its cleanly cut pieces flying everywhere. On the largest piece of trunk spinning slowly through the air, one adult male blurred into existence while squatting lazily with his arms resting loosely over his knees like he had no care in the world. He was wearing a normal Konoha jounin outfit complete with the usual green flak vest. Two things set him apart from other similarly dressed jounin: an unusually long ninjato in its pitch black sheath attached diagonally across his back, and his dark blue bandana-type hitate covering most of his dark brown shoulder-length hair with a small tuft sticking out between his sickly-looking eyes. Gecko Hate looked like he couldn't be bothered to change his expression from its usual laid-back one even as his black pupils sharpened and locked with one cerulean blue eye. Its eye-patched owner just emerged from the ruined tree's debris cloud, leaping high into the air toward the man with his arms raised overhead. In his hands was a pair of gunmetal-colored sabers with their blue-tinted edges gleaming dangerously in the sunlight. Uzumaki Naruto, dressed in his new outfit, was grinning like a maniac even as he swung the deadly weapons down in an arc, aiming for his opponent's shoulders. In response, Hate lazily leaned back out of the saber's reach as they cut through the air, causing the piece of trunk he was attached to via chakra to tilt with his body roll as well. This gave him an opening to shove off with his legs, so his temporary perch was sent flying like a projectile at his opponent. Recovering from his miss, Naruto's right eye narrowed in concentration for an instant before his body flickered and instantly switched places with the approaching wooden missile, showing that he just performed a flawless kawarimi without seals. The piece of trunk flew away safely out of sight behind him as they sailed through the air. At this point, they had to hop across a large tree limb to continue their mid-air scuffle, and Naruto shoved off with more strength in his legs, allowing him to get closer with a vicious grin as he prepared to attack again. This time, the blonde made to stab straight at his opponent's chest like a lance with his right saber while preparing to swing with the left. Multiple angles of attack that would be difficult to fend off. Hate had to allow some admiration for this new genin's already impressive skills as his right hand reached for his ninjato's hilt peeking over his right shoulder. Upon gripping it, there was a barely audible slicing sound, then a click. Even though it looked like the man never drew his blade, Naruto was abruptly blown back with a large cut across his chest and his stunned expression as proofs that the top Kenjutsu user in Konoha actually did anything. He wasn't too surprised when the blonde popped into smoke at that moment. It was a shadow clone. Yugao often told him more like complained of his opponent's fondness for using that technique. He didn't have time to ponder on the original's location when 6 Narutos instantly appeared in midair surrounding him, each one of them rearing his right hand back with a whirling blue sphere of chakra in it. Almost on instinct, Haya's blade came out once again, and there was actually a visible flash of silver in a circle around him before it was back in its sheath. He jokingly chided himself inwardly on being that slow with his drawing speed while all 6 slashed Narutos were propelled back before poofing out with their Razengans dispelling violently. This time, the original himself promptly appeared above Hate with one saber already descending. Finally, the Kenjutsu master had to draw his ninjato out for real to block the incoming blade overhead with a sharp clang. The powerful strike forced Hate down out of the air to land on the ground while Naruto used nearby trunks as springboards several times to follow him down. Another loud clash rang out through the forest when the blonde immediately launched himself from the last foothold and forced Hate back several feet with their blades between their chests, before the older man regained control easily enough with his strength. When their eyes locked even as their swords trembled in stalemate, Hate finally broke his lazy expression to allow an impressed eyebrow. Naruto shot him a feral grin in response. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office inside a crystal ball sitting on a large desk, a misty projection was showing the same two combatants who just broke apart with a screech of metal and sparks before disappearing in blurs of speed. The high-speed battle continued with sounds of clashing metals and more sparks among the tree limbs. Only 3 people were watching all this. Midarashi Enko was leaning in with her hands on the Hokage's desk, peering into the crystal ball to watch her brand-new subordinates battle with her eyebrows furrowed in slight confusion. A purple-haired ANBU who just came off duty was standing next to her cross-armed, her slatted chocolate-brown eyes firmly locked on the ball as well. While Yuzuki Yugao's face was a blank mask, her long and delicate-looking fingers were twitching against her forearms impatiently, and anyone could feel waves of annoyance coming from her. Across the desk from the 2 beautiful women, the 3rd Hokage himself was seated in his chair, channeling chakra into the crystal ball with the Tomgain, telescope, jutsu. Enko-chan, did you even administer a genin test in any way? He spoke conversationally as he continued to watch the battle. Enko's light brown eyes flickered to him for an instant before returning to the crystal ball with an impish smirk. Of course I did. And? Exactly what did you do? I had him treat me to dango for lunch before coming here. That poor Gama-chan. Yugao groaned unhappily as she shook her head, referring to the adorable toad-themed wallet Naruto carried around. Ignoring her older sister and the Hokage's deadpan stare, Enko's grin widened as she made a SOSO gesture with her left hand. It was a close thing. He almost didn't have enough money, but he managed to reach my goal in the end and passed. What goal was that? That he's to keep enough cash on him at all time whenever you extort him into feeding your addiction, Enko-chan? Yugao retorted, her irritation rising. It wasn't primarily because of Enko's silly antics, though. In other words, you've already accepted him. The 3rd cut in before the sisters could get into a bickering match. The women scoffed haughtily at the same time and leaned on their left legs with their right hands resting on their breathtakingly curvy hips in the same relaxed manner. It was almost terrifying, even to this aged leader, how easy it was to see them as real sisters even though they didn't know each other until 8 years ago and didn't share one single drop of family blood between them. Despite Enko's more mischievous and outgoing nature compared to Yugao, Hiruzen was amazed the young women themselves never seemed to realize just how similar they were in many other ways. Should I even bother with a test, even as a formality? I basically tested him already when he asked to go into the forest of death, and he's passed with flying colors. Rookie's already Chunin material in my opinion, so we might as well do a field promotion first chance. Enko answered while Yugao nodded in agreement, breaking the Hokage out of his thoughts. He took an instant to clear his mind and nodded sagely as his eyes returned to the crystal ball. Hate and Naruto were still blurs as they exchanged blows while weaving through trees like high-speed snakes. I find myself inclined to agree with your assessment, but he still lacks enough experience on the field. Plus, I'd like for him to participate in the exams here in Konoha. The women's eyes snapped to him sharply and Hiruzen had to chuckle inwardly. Even their protectiveness toward Naruto was the same level of intensity. You're planning on parading him around like a top-breed stallion for the clients. Not exactly low profile, I'd say. Yugao was the one to voice their unhappy thought, and he smirked shrewdly. A very acute observation. We'll discuss this further when our 2 wayward shinobi return from working out some unresolved business. He dismissed the topic for the moment, even though the women looked like they wanted to press this. The snake mistress then finally remembered why she was confused a moment ago. Yeah, about that. Why'd my brand spankin' new subordinate attack Hate as soon as we stepped into this room and saw him? She frowned accusingly as she waved a hand at the conveniently open window the 2 men leaped out a few minutes ago to continue their fight. Moreover, why didn't your guards step in? That means you forewarned them to not do anything since I can't imagine they would have stayed still when the blades came out in close proximity to you. It's like you knew they'd react like that, old man. Yugao went back to emitting more intense waves of annoyance as her surrogate sister brought these points up. When she came by the office to drop off a scroll from the ANBU HQ on her way home, she found Hate apparently waiting with the Hokage for someone. He paled considerably upon seeing her, which was impressive considering his somewhat sickly appearance. Before she could quiz him on his presence to sate her curiosity, a blonde blur, which she instinctively knew to be Naruto by color alone, blew by her from behind and there was a loud clash of metal. In an instant, the 2 men she was most fond of were crossing swords with gritted teeth and they disappeared outside in the next second. She glanced around the office frantically to see her amused leader calmly bringing out the crystal ball from behind the desk and her younger sister standing at the office's door, looking exactly as confused as she was feeling. That was when the clues for an unsolved mystery all clicked into place for her. You already left for a mission that morning after Naruto-kun's test, so you didn't see that Hayate-kun came back home later in the same day. He was even grumbling about some pain in his side, likely from being kicked there the night before. I should have realized the coincidence then. She growled with a scowl, now openly showing her irritation at finding out that her boyfriend attacked her best male friend and escalated the fight to such a level it changed a portion of Konoha's landscape. Even if it was a test on his superior's orders, she was going to let Hayate have it the first chance she got. Enko's lips formed a perfect O when she realized the identity of the attacker herself. She then snapped her mouth shut and glanced at the Hokage, who nodded his confirmation. She narrowed her eyes. It was necessary in order to determine his readiness for this arrangement between you and him. You know how dangerous it will be for him without teammates, and he needs to be able to both defend himself and watch your back against strong enemies on missions. The third explained calmly. Enko stared for a long moment before finally sighing. It's not like he was seriously hurt, I guess. You'd better watch out when Kana-san finds out, though. She smirked when Hiruzen gulped audibly at the mention of the Yamanaka matriarch. That woman loved Naruto like a son and would leave even the powerful village leader with only a piece of his mind after she was done for purposely setting this test on the blonde. That'd be possible thanks to her terrifying reputation of using her clan's mind jutsu to their most sadistic potential back when she was in the military. Whenever she said she'd give anyone a piece of their mind, she literally meant it. How one of Konoha's scariest chunin easily transitioned to a gentle mother and flower shop manager upon retirement was a mystery not even the entire intelligence department could crack. Oblivious to the suddenly frightened old man's thoughts, Enko continued. I can't really complain since this means I get the rookie without having to wipe two other brats' asses for them. I wonder why that'd make you happy? Yugao interjected with a teasing grin as she watched the ongoing skirmish in the crystal ball. That caught Enko off guard a little, as evidenced by a small dusting of pink on her cheeks, but she didn't back down. The ANBU felt a shiver go down her spine when her younger sister slipped in by her side and wrapped an arm around her shoulders to lean in near her ear, as if to reveal an enticing secret. I bet this is making you horny, Yugao-ne. Watching your two favorite men go at it. Maybe you're imagining that they're actually fighting over you this very moment? Enko whispered with that damned smirk. Yugao's entire body stiffened at the implications before she began to sputter indignantly with a growing blush while Enko's grin became evil as she swooped in for the kill. Hiruzen shook his head wearily at the teasing in front of him. He also couldn't help but be a little envious of the jinchuriki for being able to attract the interest of Konoha's three most powerful and beautiful active kunoichi. In addition to the two purple-haired women standing in this office, a certain ANBU commander was asking for details on Naruto more often lately. Dragon called it professional curiosity when this was pointed out, but he wasn't fooled. He knew her ever since she abandoned her old identity, and she rarely paid this much attention to any other man aside from information gathering for mission targets. The only difference was that he knew for certain Naruto wasn't going to end up dead by her hands anytime soon like those unfortunate men, however. Ah, to be young again. He mused inwardly before frenzied battle noises from the crystal ball's projection caught everyone's attention, and they all leaned in to get a better look. Back to the match. Holy shit, Yugao-chan's right. Those stabs of his are scary. That was Gecko Hayate's calm thought while seemingly having no trouble dodging each one of Naruto's rabid stabs as the two of them sailed through the air. The blonde's right arm was a blur as he tried to get a bead on any part of his opponent's body at the fastest speed possible, but the jounin was slipping by everything with little effort, much to the young man's irritation. They finally landed on the ground and, not wanting to end his ferocious assault yet, Naruto was quick to use his left saber for a powerful swing that Hayate had to block fully with both his hands bracing his ninjato. This sent him sliding back from the force for some distance and Naruto followed closely, his right arm turning into a blur again as he tried to stab mostly at his still off-balance opponent's head now. Like before, Hayate had no issue dodging, with his head smoothly giving each deadly strike a slip. He even looked a little bored, despite facing Naruto's relentless assault. He finally slid to a stop and was about to retaliate with a massive swing of his ninjato to at least push the blonde off when his opponent's tempo changed. The stab stopped instantly, and Hayate allowed himself to be a little baffled at this, at least until his sharp eyes picked up flashes of the two sabers coming at his midsection from both sides like a scissor. It took all he had to crouch all the way down to the ground just to escape the blades crossing just above his head. He'd need to check himself for an impromptu haircut later. He then heard multiple slicing sounds overhead before jumping back to put space between himself and his opponent, wondering why Naruto wasn't hounding him so closely with more of his relentless attacks this time. Instead, he was finally allowed some space for the first time in 10 minutes. The Jounin figured this change in tactics had something to do with the slicing sounds he heard earlier, and he was right. Naruto was behind a seemingly innocent pair of regular-sized trees sitting close together between him and Hate when a thin branch fell down to the ground from one of them, catching the Jounin's attention. Upon closer inspection, the trees looked intact, but they were actually cut multiple times, as evidenced by their small branches now shedding off the trunks, which were beginning to slowly tilt forward onto the ground in large pieces. Naruto's mischievous grin was enough to have anyone's mental alarms blaring, like Hyde's right now, when he quickly sheathed his sabers to free up his hands. The swordsman frowned as his opponent's hands blurred through seals just as the first of the tree's large pieces was about to hit the ground. Futon, Repusho, Gale Palm! Naruto clapped his hands together forcefully, sending out a powerful gust of wind in front of him. As a result, this technique then blew most of the still airborne pieces of wood at high speed in the direction of a slightly impressed Hate. Most of them would miss or smash into obstacles randomly along the way, but 5 of these wooden projectiles were going to hit him all over, quite possibly leaving him with broken bones afterward. The Jounin simply responded by instantly sinking into the ground as if it was water with his Dochu Igyo, underground projection fish, jutsu. This allowed the trunk pieces to fly harmlessly through where he was just an instant ago. A surprised Naruto nearly missed his opponent shooting out of the earth to his right, and brought both of his sabers out in time to block a vicious swing, and they then descended into a flurry of near misses and parries. I suppose I shouldn't bother asking why you attacked me out of the blue, unless I'm just helping you trim the tree population of this forest? Hate quipped dryly as he parried a stab before trying to slice Naruto's chest to return the favor. The blonde slipped past before attempting to do a cross slash with his sabers that Hate easily blocked at the crossing point with his blade. However, the strength of this strike forced him into sliding backward roughly across the forest's ground for several meters before stopping. At this point, Naruto stayed his ground and let up long enough to nod his head decisively with a grin. Funny man, but there's no doubt you're the one who attacked me last month, he stated firmly as he shifted his body to show only his left side profile in a loose fencing stance with his left saber held out in front and his right saber sheathed at his hip but reverse gripped tightly, ready to be used at any moment, a purely defensive and reactionary kata. The reason for this shift was due to Hate sheathing his blade and then removing the ninjato from his back to hold it in his left hand, as if preparing to draw it even faster than he did before. It felt to the young man like his opponent was preparing to bring this up another notch. I'm curious as to how you knew it was me immediately. Hate spoke casually as he twisted his upper body left and right to stretch a little, taking advantage of the lull between the two opponents. Naruto shifted a little nervously. You seem like an okay fella, but I'll have to keep that a secret until I'm sure you're trusted by Hokage Gigi. Can't risk saying anything as long there's a possibility this info could be used against me. Hate nodded slowly with half-lidded eyes. I admire your vigilance at least. That doesn't explain why you attacked me in the Hokage's office, though. He commented, and Naruto shrugged vaguely. It's any Konoha shinobi's duty to protect the Hokage, and since I'm a little suspicious of you and had to get you away from him for his safety. He trailed off before grinning foxily. Either that, or I just wanted to continue our fight from earlier and didn't want to waste time. He finished, his tone letting Hate know that he fully intended the latter. The sickly-looking swordsman allowed a small smile as he shifted into an aggressive kata with his torso leaning forward and low to the ground. His sharp eyes remained fixed on Naruto's visible one as his right hand gripped the hilt of his ninjato, which was being held parallel just off the ground by his left hand. This made Naruto even more wary as he stiffened his defense, his left saber prepared to parry any incoming strike. After a terse moment between the two sword users, Naruto was startled to see Hate disappearing from his vision. His Sharingan didn't even pick up anything. In the next instant, he instinctively glanced down to see Hate had dashed in close, his body still low to the ground and his blade already coming out in a quick draw. It took all Naruto had to move his left saber down just to deflect the powerful strike away from his torso, and he was still blown back into the air from the force. Even then, he knew he was lucky on that one as he flipped and righted his body midair. His feet finding purchase on the ground and sliding to a stop, he recovered in time to see Hate closing in again, and his blade was coming down on him from above this time. Compared to Naruto's aggressive and relentless style, His opponent's swordsmanship was precise, decisive, and incredibly strong. Reacting on instincts again, Naruto dashed closer to the Jounin's body with his right hand already drawing the other saber out of its sheath to counter. Hate, realizing his opponent was now too close for his strike to be effective, easily performed a kawarimi with a nearby dried piece of wood to get out of the way of Naruto's retaliation. Before the blonde even finished his missed strike, he was nearly blindsided when Hate appeared at his exposed right side with his ninjato already in motion. The jinchuriki did his own kawarimi with a log to escape, but he still didn't get a break when he was instantly attacked from his left the moment he reappeared. He growled in irritation as he blocked that ninjato with both sabers, resulting in a concussive wave just from the force alone. As the nearby trees shook slightly from the impact, Naruto had to go into retreat with Hate easily putting him on full defense using decisive strikes to keep him off balance. He couldn't even think of countering at all, relying fully on his instincts and the Sharingan to at least block or dodge each swipe of the ninjato by a hair's width. And he could tell Hate was still holding back to avoid accidentally injuring him fatally. This was just a spar after all. After 5 long minutes of near misses and blocking, a frustrated Naruto was finally cornered when he was forced back against a large boulder. Hate ended up standing in front of him, not even looking a little winded with his ninjato poised to strike if his opponent moved a single inch. Fuck! Naruto cursed as he glared at the bandana-wearing man, not willing to concede defeat just yet. Hate's lips twitched into a small smirk. You're rather too powerful to be a simple genin, and there's no denying that you'll likely be my superior in swordsmanship in the future. However, the position of Konoha's top swordsman will remain with me for the time being, and I have no intention of giving it up so easily. Naruto narrowed his eyes in defiance as he quickly sheathed both sabers to free up his hands. Who said this is over? Hate's dark eyes widened a fraction before snapping up to see a copy of Naruto descending upon him from above with a Rasengan whirling in its right hand. He cursed before disappearing in a blur the next instant, and an explosion rocked the forest when the clone struck the ground. Naruto didn't even register this as he was already on to the next move. Katan, Gokakyu, Great Fireball! A giant white-hot fireball was now bearing down upon Hate when he reappeared. Not even phased, he was already running through hand seals of his own. Suetun, Hahanryu, Tearing Torrent! A powerful torrent of water began spiraling in the palm of his right hand as he pushed it out toward the approaching fire jutsu. The torrent shot out with such force that it punched into the center of the fireball, dissolving the two clashing jutsu into a large cloud of steam that enveloped the two combatants. Hate backed out of the cloud right away, trying to sense Naruto within it. He was glad he moved when he did, though. Futon, Renkuden, Drilling Air Bullet! A large whirling ball of dense air drilled its way through the steam, leaving a perfect hole behind as it homed in toward Hate. In response, he was calmly going through more seals before ending in a ram hand sign. Doton, Doryuden, Earth Dragon Bullet! A huge dragon's head made of earth instantly popped out of the ground in front of him with its large maw opening to shoot out several small bullets of earth toward the air bullet. They were all plowed through by the powerful wind jutsu, but they did their job in dulling its effectiveness. The dragon's head then opened its maw even wider before chomping down on the weakened air bullet the instant they clashed, dissipating it easily. As the earth jutsu dissolved into the ground with its job done, Hate was amused to see a stunned expression on Naruto's face as he just stood there in disbelief. Holy shit, that was great! I need to learn that! He finally exclaimed, making the Jounin grin slightly, but neither of them let their guards down just yet. Damn, sometimes I wish I wasn't such a noble do-gooder with making sure to close my Sharingan whenever I'm seeing him about to use any technique. Too bad we didn't fight longer last month when I thought he was an enemy. Maybe I'll ask his permission later. Naruto thought grouchily before getting back to the fight at hand. He made a discreet gesture. 12 copies of the blonde immediately surrounded Hate at that moment, all of them rearing back to attack. The Jounin, seeing this coming, let out a brief exhale before his eyes sharpened even as the nearest clone's fist was now just inches away. Dance of the Crescent Moon! The clones directly in front of Hate were knocked back and dispelled while the remaining ones found themselves swinging at nothing but empty air. Meanwhile, 3 copies of Hate were now zipping through the air, homing in on the surprised blonde, all 3 of their blades preparing to cut into him. Naruto gritted his teeth and quickly drew his 2 swords to sweep them out in wide arcs in an attempt to fend off the incoming attack. Unfortunately for him, Hate's strength was too much when their blades clashed, and he was knocked back hard even though he managed to deflect all 3 incoming blades from slicing into him. His back crashed into a tree trunk with his head banging against the hard surface. Stars bursting in his eyes, he fell to his knees, unable to move his suddenly uncooperative limbs. While he shook his head and blinked through the blurriness in his vision, he heard light popping from his opponent disposing of the remaining clones with no trouble. A moment later, a cool piece of metal lightly touched his neck, and it took him a second to see it was the blunt edge of a ninjato. It was held in the right hand of Hate, now standing before him with a relaxed expression on his face. "I suppose it's now safe to say it's over? We do have people waiting for us back at the tower," he stated calmly as he moved his blade away. Naruto growled disgruntledly and nodded in surrender before sheathing and sealing his sabers. He then took a moment to recover from the brief skirmish. "I didn't catch your name." "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, by the way." He had a good guess, but just wanted to make sure. "Gecko Hate, and it's nice to finally meet you. You've been coming up in conversations often these days." The man introduced himself as he sheathed his blade before reattaching it to his back, a little amused that Naruto attacked him without checking who he was. The blonde laughed. "No wonder I had a feeling I was screwed when you shifted to holding your sword in your hand. While your styles are a bit different, that was also Yugao-chan's tell whenever she was taking her skills to the next level, right before she kicked my ass in earnest too." Hate smirked lazily and reached down to help the younger man to his feet. "You're apparently pretty close if she lets you use the affectionate suffix so easily. She doesn't allow just anyone that honor." Naruto started at that and showed a sheepish expression. Will that be a problem?" Hate waved it off and they began making their way back to the village. "Don't worry, she would have made it known rather violently if she disliked it. I'm just happy she has at least one more close friend instead of yet another acquaintance or sparring partner." This got Naruto to look at him quizzically, wondering why an amazing woman like Yugao would have difficulty making friends. The older man saw this expression and shrugged vaguely. "I'd say more, but I'm afraid she's already about to kick my ass as it is for attacking you that night, and then not telling her afterward. I don't need to incriminate myself further if she thinks I'm embarrassing her with giving away personal details, only she should tell you herself." Naruto put on a confused expression as they hopped through the trees. "How would she find out? It's just you and me out here. I'm sure they're viewing us at this moment." "Oh right, the pervert ball." This almost made Hate miss a tree limb as he went through a brief laughing/coughing fit. Back at the office meanwhile, an old man was blushing slightly with two purple-haired women shooting him raised eyebrows and amused grins, and it took an awkward minute until Naruto and Hate arrived at the open window. The men quickly hopped into the office to take their places next to the women, with Hate nervously putting Naruto between himself and his irritated girlfriend. The third cleared his throat. "For the record, Naruto-kun, the crystal ball," he stressed, ignoring the snickering from Naruto and Anko, "does not allow viewing inside private properties and bathhouses." The blonde cocked his head as the others chuckled. "I thought it was the first who designed this," he pointed out, obviously confused that a healthy and red-blooded male like Senju Hashirama would deliberately lock out such prime peeping. "With his wife helping out while looking over his shoulder, I'm sure," Hiruzen replied with a knowing smirk. Naruto understood and briefly bowed his head, along with the other two men, in sympathy for their long-deceased and oppressed fellow male. The Purple Sisters merely rolled their eyes at their silliness. The blonde then grinned foxily when an idea came to mind. "Anything about outdoors swimming?" Hiruzen froze at this, shocked he never thought of that. "Prime swimming holes are all over the village, and I'm sure the first and Mitoba-chan didn't account for them. It's not like they predicted women deciding to go out in public wearing skimpy swimsuits and play around, especially 100 years ago when it wasn't as common." Anko and Yugao simultaneously punched Naruto hard on the shoulders. "Oh, the hell was that for? Don't give him ideas. We do go to these swimming holes and we don't need perverts we can't sense watching from here," Anko growled. The notion that these two beautiful women went swimming immediately sent Naruto and Hate into delightful daydreams about just what kind of swimsuits Anko and Yugao would wear. This time, the irritated purple-haired women elbowed their men in their stomachs hard enough to get pained grunts upon seeing their slightly glazed-over expressions. A thud was heard and everyone snapped out of it to see their leader had thumped his forehead on the desk, mumbling something. "Over 40 years as Hokage, never once thought about swimming holes, the professor, my ass." This elicited unsympathetic snorts from the women while the younger men grinned amusedly. "Why focus on seeing naked women in baths when swimsuits are just as good? Ero Sennin would be disappointed in you, Hokage Gigi," Naruto admonished jokingly, which sent the room into chuckles and Hiruzen mock-growled. Don't put me in the same boat as that super pervert! It took a moment for the humor to settle down, and the Hokage cleared his throat. Naruto-kun, I requested for Gecko Hate to be here to meet you and safely reveal him as the attacker last month. This is to cut off any possible misunderstanding should you have randomly met him somewhere without prior knowledge. Plus, with your common interest in Kenjutsu, it's my hope that the two of you might find the time to train together and help better each other in the future. Naruto and Hate turned each other, and immediately went into an intense staring contest that seemed to stretch on for eternity, making the women fidget a little. They then nearly face-faulted when the two men suddenly clasped each other's right hand loudly in a manly handshake. Sorry for sending you packing last month. Naruto grunted with a wicked grin, not sounding apologetic at all. Hate smirked coolly. Sorry for kicking your ass today. Only because I held back my strongest jutsu out of concern for my fellow comrade and Konoha's landscape this time. That's if I actually let you get time to use them like before. As they watched the men squeeze each other's hand tightly with challenging expressions, Anko leaned toward Yugao. It's pretty rare to see Hate be a little competitive. It's kinda hot. Yugao, feeling a little warm under the collar, almost automatically nodded before what Anko said caught on. She glanced with a raised eyebrow at the other woman, who grinned. What did you expect? He's handsome and I did have a small crush on him for a short while. I'm surprised. You've never shown any sign. He's one of the few men our age who's been nothing less than a perfect gentleman to the snake whore, despite me being a complete bitch to him in the beginning when I thought he was stealing you from me. Anko whispered with a fond smile, making sure no one but her sister heard this. Yugao had to hide her wince. She definitely remembered the first couple years watching over a teenaged and hormonal Anko. There were countless times she wanted to contemplate homicide because of just how utterly bratty her surrogate sister was in monopolizing her attention, especially in interrupting many of her alone times with a certain ex-genjutsu instructor. She never understood how Hate had the patience of an enlightened monk with Anko, and loved him even more for it. So how'd you find me out? Hate's voice broke them out of their girl talk and they saw their men's pissing contest was over for now. Naruto glanced over at the Hokage to see if it was okay. He got a nod, and then thumbed at his eye patch. I have the Sharingan behind this. Did you know that? If Hate was surprised, he didn't show it. Instead, he nodded for the blonde to continue. Let's start with the simple part first. The color of your chakra, which is blue with some brown, matches that of the attackers. Aren't there others? I'm sure I'm not the only one with that color since my elements are pretty common. Hate pointed out calmly, not really trying to disprove this theory, but this was still circumstantial so far. Naruto nodded his agreement, and raised a finger to point up at the top of the taller man's head. Height, 184 centimeters. Huh? Was everyone's response while Naruto continued rattling out numbers as his finger pointed at the corresponding spots on its way down the Jounin's body. Chest, 95 centimeters. Waist, 80 centimeters. Inseam, 78 centimeters. Need I go on? Hate kept the deadpan expression on his face as he made to twist and cover his body away from an amused blonde like an embarrassed maiden. I think I feel violated, he muttered flatly, getting guffaws from Naruto and Anko. These were your measurements? I don't even know any of them other than your height. Yugao blurted out, and her boyfriend nodded. They're all correct, in case you're wondering. It helped a lot that you wore a tight stealth suit last month and that made it easy to figure out the measurements with a quick glance. Naruto explained as he thumbed at his eye patch again. This Sharingan's pretty useful for that. Most important of all, though. He pointed at the ninjato strapped to Hate's back. Your ninjato is exactly 64.5 centimeters long. That would have been a typical length if it was a curved katana, but that straight-edge ninjato, which is around 10 centimeters longer than the average length, stood out instantly to me. Using this information, the attacker and his weapon from that night matched your measurements exactly. It's like comparing someone's fingerprints from a crime scene to the ones on record. He finished with a teasing tone on the last sentence. I protest the insinuation that I'm a criminal. Hate retorted dully as he crossed his arms. This was the perfect setup for Anko as she sauntered over to her fellow Jounin and casually leaned a forearm on his shoulder with a smirk. I dunno, assaulting a minor alone in a dark forest in the middle of the night? You know I'm technically part of the police force, and maybe I should take you in for questioning just in case. This got Yugao to giggle at her boyfriend's discomfort, and the others were watching in amusement. A minor who held his own against a Jounin and used high-level jutsu like they're ear-ranked? He quizzed with a raised eyebrow, as if not believing Anko was even going down this path of conversation. Still, he was one at that time, since it's before he graduated. A criminal also usually makes excuses when caught. She shot back, her grin widening at Hyade's twitching eye. There's nothing minor about my pure awesomeness, Anko-sensei. Naruto cut in with mock indignation, getting everyone to roll their eyes at him. Say that again after if you manage to beat me in a spar even once, rookie. Anko waved him off dismissively. Before Naruto was about to retort with a sarcastic remark, a voice cut in. While I'm enjoying the banter, I'm afraid we must move on to other matters now that I've introduced our esteemed Kenjutsu master. Anko-chan and Naruto-kun, please remain here, the Hokage requested. Hayate nodded and shook hands with Naruto again, this time in a friendly manner. Like Hokage-sama hoped, I'd like to spar with you once in a while. I'll be around the village for the foreseeable future, so just talk to Yugao-chan whenever you want to look me up. Definitely looking forward to that. Naruto replied with an assured grin. With that, Yugao said her goodbye as well and the couple left. Before the door closed completely, Anko and Naruto snickered when they glimpsed Yugao turning on her sweating boyfriend with a glare that all men universally knew from birth. Explain yourself, or it's the couch. Now then, I would like to apologize for testing you rather harshly last month, Naruto-kun. I needed to make sure you were ready to support your Jounin-sensei without two other teammates, and the best way to do that is in an ambush situation when you had little information and weapons. It's not just your life I'm risking whenever I send you out on dangerous missions, but your sensei's as well. Hiruzen got to the point right away. Naruto shrugged and waved it off. I know it's not just myself I need to look after. Anko-sensei is more important than even that, and I'd be disappointed with myself if I'm not up to the task. You did what you had to do, Hokage-jiji. Anko beamed at him a little from his side and the third nodded. Let's discuss your foreseeable future now, he stated calmly and steepled his hands on the desk, looking less like a grandfatherly figure and more like the leader of a military village. You are clearly stronger and much more skilled than the average genin, and I'm sure you know that already, he stated bluntly. Naruto couldn't resist doing his sheepish pose. I kinda gathered that but didn't want to presume too much. You pick now to be a little humble? Anko snorted in amusement. Some of my top shinobi are wondering why I'm even bothering with starting you out as a genin. The third discreetly glanced over at the purple-haired jounin, who shifted a little, before returning to the young man. There were precedents in the past where exceptional people become chunin or jounin long before your current age. Uchiha Itachi was the most recent. Naruto's sweat dropped. You had to pick the one who went bats hit insane as an example? Couldn't it have been Kakashi-sensei at least? Hiruzen smiled gently, and the blonde thought he saw a small flash of grief in his eyes for an instant. He was an extraordinary shinobi who clearly loved this village, and I was all but ready to select him as my second successor when he became old enough. I dare say he would have been sitting here in this chair before you right now if not for the massacre, and I'm still regretful to this day that I didn't anticipate his fall from grace until it was too late. There's more to this than he's letting on. He's not exactly lying, but he's feeling remorse for not being able to prevent this, as opposed to having it happen out of the blue. It's like he knew beforehand. Kurama suddenly spoke up before letting out a cute yawn, having woken up from her recent nap. Oh, you're awake? I'm kind of getting that sense too, but it's not like I can just interrogate my superior about this. Some secrets might be better off staying buried until the right time, I suppose. He felt Kurama shrug in his mind, knowing she didn't care as long as it resulted in fewer Uchihas in this world. Moving along, as the Hokage, I try to connect with my shinobi on a personal level as much as I can, and I consider this entire village as my family that I must protect. However, there are times I need to look at the big picture and take actions that might be considered distasteful to a few relatives, but would benefit the family as whole. The third continued, becoming serious. Naruto remained silent, his expression not changing. Anko frowned a little, not liking where this was going for her friend, even though she understood where her superior was coming from. I consider you to be truly like my second grandson, and that is why, instead of trying to sugarcoat this with pretty words of village pride, I'm telling you up front that I'll be using you to increase this family's prosperity. Anko was almost going to retort in defense of her love superiors be damned, when Naruto stopped her by chuckling. If you were expecting me to be upset by that, Hokage-jiji, then you're going to be disappointed. There's a line between business and personal, and I've learned that quickly with the fox long before any of this. I'm proud to call Kurama my closest friend, But she always tries her best to maim and almost kill me during our training sessions because she wants me to be stronger. If I took issue with this kind of thing all the time, I'm never going to get anywhere in this world." Within the seal, Kurama had to blush prettily upon feeling his complete sincerity when he called her his closest friend, and was thankful he couldn't see her elated expression now. He wouldn't have let her live it down. Even now, as she was beginning to trust him implicitly, her host still surprised her some days. Naruto allowed a relaxed smile. "So, what are you going to have us do, Hokage-sama?" He addressed the leader formally, showing he was able to make this purely business. Hiruzen nodded with a grin, inwardly relieved the blonde was taking this well enough. Enko sighed quietly. If her secret love wasn't going to take this personally, then she wouldn't either for his sake. "If it wasn't for a certain event coming up, I would have just pushed for your promotion on the field soon enough. However, I want you in that event to attract attention from potential clients, and only you can get in as a genin. The Chunin exams. Quite insightful, Naruto-kun. I wish to remind the nations that Konohagakure still produces quality shinobi and kunoichi, and you will be headlining the most talented group of Konoha genin in many years. So it's not just me, huh? Hinata-chan, Ino-chan, and the others might be involved too." Naruto's tone was neutral, not sure what to think of this. Of course, the other genin will not participate in the exams if their sensei do not feel they're prepared, and I promise I will not be pushing them on that. However, I have a hunch that, because you helped train with most of them for years, they would likely be up to the task. The blonde had to nod with a proud smile for his friends. "So how are we gonna get into Kumo for the next exams in a few months? I'm sure our relations are still a bit strained," he quizzed, his tone showing he wasn't particularly thrilled with the idea of dealing with Kumogakure in any capacity, since their shinobi almost kidnapped his girlfriend and his cute little firecracker. Hiruzen shook his head and smirked knowingly. "I'm afraid I misspoke. The exams I am speaking of will be taking place here in Konohagakure. Even I am not ambitious enough to send a group consisting mostly of clan heirs and heiresses into hostile territory. The Hyuga clan would revolt at the mere notion of me putting Lady Hinata and Niji-san anywhere near the Land of Lightning." Naruto grinned sheepishly while Enko snickered quietly at his little gaffe. "Well, now I feel mighty stupid. Of course that shouldn't happen. So, when are the exams here if we're following the rotation among the villages?" "They will take place a little over a year from now, which is good because I will need time in getting you eligible." "It's because he's going in by himself, isn't it?" Enko interjected with a frown, not happy with that idea. The Hokage nodded his confirmation and Naruto raised a curious eyebrow. "I know teams are generally used for the exams, so I wasn't aware just anyone could enroll alone." "And you'd be right. Not just anyone could get in without two other teammates. I'm hearing a bud. Here. There's a reason why I brought up Uchiha Itachi earlier. He was the last Konoha genin to have participated in the exams by himself. So there's a different set of rules for solo examinees?" "Yes, and they're generally designed to discourage people like Itachi and you from enrolling." Naruto's easy grin stilled while his Jounin sensei muttered "oh no" with a roll of her eyes, knowing exactly what his reaction would be. "Oh really?" He rumbled dangerously as he crossed his arms with his right eye briefly flashing a crimson slit, and his grin turning fanged and feral. He was definitely ready to prove to the organizers that their silly little rules were nowhere near enough to keep him down. Enko realized that animalistic expression, combined with his new outfit, was beginning to turn her on, and she had to glance away biting her lower lip. Hiruzen chuckled and put a hand up to forestall the blonde's predictable declaration of his awesomeness. "Now I can sense you're raring to take this on. However, you'll have to be prepared to work hard for this. The rules are such that to prove your capability for taking the exams alone, you must complete a set amount of missions, while regular genin will be able to take the exams with personal nominations from their Jounin sensei after taking at least 20 D-ranks missions. You must take 3 times that amount, and also successfully complete at least 10 missions of C rank, or higher." Naruto groaned and slumped over while Enko face-bombed. "S660 D-ranks?" He mumbled lifelessly, not wanting to believe that insane number. "You're telling me I have to go along and watch over you on these missions? I thought I'm finally done with those glorified house chores for good, but this just keeps pulling me back in." Enko muttered angrily as she glared accusingly at Naruto as the one responsible for this development. Hiruzen smirked, almost enjoying his subordinate's suffering, before expelling a small sigh. He was not looking forward to the next part of this conversation. Furthermore, I will have to send letters to all nations of my intent to nominate you for solo enrollment if the International Exams Committee is to allow your entry." Naruto and Anko snapped to him with wide eyes. "What?" the Jounin cried, startling her friend a little with the outburst. "It's the only way he'll be able to get in without teammates. It sounds like those damn rules are meant to punish, not discourage them." "That's precisely the purpose. This is an important event promoting international cooperation, and this goes against the general rules. They most certainly do not like that." Nevertheless, they understood there would be unique circumstances for some examinees, so they allowed some very strict stipulations. They also knew this could be abused, and, as a result, made this extremely high risk for everyone involved by increasing awareness about these unique individuals. Whoever passes with these harsh conditions will garner great praises and draw in more clients for their village. On the other hand, if they fail, the village is seen as foolish and arrogant for even daring to go this route, and they lose a large amount of credibility. Then why don't we use this more often? If the returns are so great. Most Kages prefer to take the safe route. Even if they had genin that could take this on, they'd instead assign them teammates to go through the exams safely without drawing attention, because the risk of being an international laughingstock upon failure were too great for it to be worth it in most cases. I will not lie here. The real reason almost no one took this option is that it is dangerous for any solo examinee, since it will paint a big, bright, and fat red target on their back among their peers. Anko bristled at his frank admission. That was exactly what she didn't want to hear for her subordinate and secret love. Naruto remained silent as he listened, his expression not betraying anything yet. "The reason I even entertained that notion with Itachi was because I was so confident in his abilities. You should understand that I'm feeling precisely the same now about Naruto-kun. I honestly do not think there's a serious possibility of failure. Even then, why do we have to announce this to all of our enemies? Even our allies like Suna wouldn't let this pass just because of our friendship. That's the way it has to be, Anko-chan. I cannot make the committee change its mind." Anko growled in frustration, then paced back and forth like a caged animal a few times before glaring at her infuriatingly calm leader. "I don't like this one bit because I'm pretty sure you know that the real message from this will be listen here, you assholes. We've got a future legitimate threat to your village's security over here, and here's his name along with the exact date and place where you can try every fucking thing possible to kill him. Send your best shot if you dare. What's even worse is that we can't do shit to prevent this because it's all going to be legal, old man." She snarled with a worried Naruto putting a hand on her shoulder to try to calm her rising temper. "I believe I have already told you the reason why I'm willing to allow Naruto-kun's enrollment only moments earlier. Don't make me repeat myself." The third firmly replied in a warning tone and flared his chakra pressure a little, making his two knees stiffen slightly. Anko had to take a moment to remember she was speaking to her superior and bit back more of her objections. "Okay, fine. If you're so sure Rookie will get through this all right." She forced herself to concede, and took comfort from Naruto's hand squeezing her shoulder in reassurance. "I understand your concerns, Anko-chan, I really do, but I have been kept abreast of his training for the last 6 years. From what I've seen, the other villages will need to send exceptional genin or bijou hosts to be able to threaten him. As long as Naruto-kun remains aware of his surroundings, he should succeed with little issue, especially when I'm allowing him to use his partner's chakra anywhere with no limitations from this moment onward," the third declared firmly, and was secretly enjoying the sight of a shocked Naruto and Anko gaping at him with open mouths. Well, that'd improve the odds even more, but why now? The blonde was confused. "It was out of concern for your and this village's safety that I forbade you from using Kurama-san's chakra unless in training or emergencies. Now, you have proven your ability to maintain control countless times, and it makes no sense to needlessly limit any of my shinobi's full potential. However, I ask that you refrain from using that power so casually, and pick your moments carefully from now on. If it's not necessary, then there's no need to announce to your potential enemies that you're one of the bijou's hosts." He paused for his nin to absorb all this before continuing. "The rules I mentioned earlier are just the first part, Naruto-kun. You will encounter the rest when the exams begin. You will be given altered, and more difficult, conditions for passing every stage compared to your peers. I'm afraid none of us will be able to give you advance warning until just when each stage is administered, so you'll be on your own to deal with the exams however you can." Naruto's expression remained neutral as he stared at his surrogate grandfather silently for a long moment. His lips then cracked into a confident grin. "Good, since this'll be too easy otherwise. I'll definitely take this on, and I know I won't disappoint you and Anko-sensei. The third nodded sagely, glad this conversation was going as expected. Anko smiled sadly, knowing a small part of her would always be worried for him nonstop when the exams arrived. Until the exams, in the meantime, you will be given missions to meet that quota for enrollment. Mixed in with these normal missions will be some specialized ones that I believe only the two of you can do. Plus, I will have you join one or more of the other genin teams on their own missions to back them up once in a while, and these will count towards your quota as well. Last but not least, I'll be encouraging the other Jounin sensei to invite you to train with their genin sometimes. This will be a busy year. Wouldn't have it any other way, old man. I'll also be keeping him on his toes all the time with my special brand of training. I'll make sure he won't waste a year. Anko replied for the two of them with a cocky grin. Special brand, my ass? It's just a free ticket to beat me up all the time like usual. Naruto muttered lowly. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't quiet enough. What was that, subordinate? The Jounin's closed-eyed smile was sweet, but her tone was anything but. I'm just awed at what a great trailblazer of a leader you are, Anko-sensei. The subordinate lied with a straight face. Right. Hiruzen smirked at this banter before clearing his throat to get their attention. If you don't have any more question about this, then I wish to offer my congratulations on this unique team assignment, and I honestly believe the two of you are going to go far together. I expect great things from this and good luck. The two Nin straightened and pumped their right fists high in the air. We'll kick ass, they declared loudly at the same time, and then grinned at each other as they turned to exit the office, leaving behind a chuckling Hokage. We start tomorrow at OL number 42, 7 a.m. sharp. Until then, what are your plans, rookie? Anko quizzed a few minutes later as the duo made their way out of the tower. Not much. Gonna get in a couple hours of exercise, then see the gang later to find out how their day went. Naruto replied with a shrug. He really didn't have much planned today. Then can I drop by later tonight? I found one of these new videocassette machines recently on a raid, and old Scarhead let me have it. I want to hook it up to your TV since it's bigger than ours. We'll need a tape for the machine if we're gonna watch anything. I also happened to find a copy of your favorite actress's latest adventure inside it. That's just very convenient if you asked me. Plus, I thought Yuki-chan's your favorite too. Anko gave an airy wave with a smirk. It's so I can blame you if the story's crappy. I can just say I got this for you out of my incredible kindness, and that it's not my fault you have no taste in those motion pictures. Your honesty is much appreciated, Anko-sensei. Naruto retorted dryly. By the way, Kurama calls them movies, short for moving picture, apparently. She rubbed her chin and thought for a moment. Movies, rolls right off the tongue, I like it. We'll have to do our best to spread that term around. The little Spitfire's knowledge is so useful. I'll show you little, you damn snake. You'd better not come in here anytime soon or I'll go Samuel L. Jackson on your motherfucking ass. Please don't rile her up so much. I'm the one who's gonna pay for this when she's training me. Naruto groaned softly while tuning out Kurama's nonsensical rant in his head. Anko grinned impishly as she split off down a different street, waving a hand over her shoulder. Got some business in TNI. See you later, rookie. The blonde let out a weary sigh and frowned. What the hell is this Samuel L. Jackson, anyway? It's Samuel L. Jackson, and you'd better get it right next time, fool. He's only just one of the biggest badass motherfuckers in the history of humanity. Oh, how I wish everybody around here spoke English so I'd have reasons to use his greatest line ever. Too bad the language is dead now. Naruto shook his head, suddenly exhausted for some reason. How is all that nonsense going to tell me exactly who he was? He grunted out loud as he walked off to find a place to exercise. Meanwhile, in a dessert shop, Gecko Hate liked to think of himself as a resourceful man. In order to be that way, he had to be observant for anything he could make use of. Like finding out a certain woman's greatest guilty pleasure. At this moment, he was now making use of this rather valuable resource against his lovely girlfriend to get out of some trouble. And it was working well, or so he hoped. It wouldn't have mattered because this was one of his favorite things to do with her no matter what. How else would he be able to see the usually composed and mature Yuzuki Yugao become so unguarded and cute in public? I remember that I'm still annoyed with you, so don't think this changes anything. The aforementioned woman muttered lowly just before she slowly chomped down on a spoonful of her delicious dessert to savor the flavor with a blissful moan and a happy blush. The two of them were sitting in a booth at a popular dessert shop in the Central District, On the table in front of Yugao was a medium-sized bowl of her favorite treat in the world, Rocky Road ice cream. Haight was cradling a mug of coffee in his hands, clearly not a fan of sweets like other typical men. "How would you like seconds?" he asked graciously with a grin as he made to wave down a server. His girlfriend just stared at him in deadpan. "Just piling on more isn't going to help you here. Are you quite sure about that?" She was silent for a long moment before taking another slow spoonful followed by a cute moan. "Fine. But only one more scoop," she muttered with averted eyes, a small pout, and pink cheeks as she shyly raised one little index finger. This was definitely one of the most adorable thing ever, and Haight was quite ecstatic on the inside to have seen this. When he got their server's attention, while Yugao was distracted by her ice cream's wonderful flavor, he quickly signaled with 2 gestures, a 2, then a 1. The experienced server, having spent years attending to the women and their men visiting this place, understood immediately. 2 scoops packed together into a larger one. "Sorry I'm being difficult." Yugao's whisper brought his attention back to her. "Why? I did attack Naruto-san, even if it was a test on Hokage-sama's orders. Despite my best efforts to bribe you otherwise, you do have a right to be annoyed with me since he's a friend of yours." "I know, but the fact is that I didn't even really care about that incident when Naruto-kun came out of it almost unscratched afterward anyway. So it's not what happened, but who?" She nodded shyly as she took in another spoonful, while Haight awed and understanding. "Didn't like that our first ever meeting was in the middle of a dark forest?" She glared at him frostily. "That sounds so bad. Blame Enko-chan for getting that joke into my head earlier," he retorted in deadpan, and she rolled her eyes. They then settled into a comfortable silence for a moment, while Yugao resumed eating. "It was optional," Haight finally admitted with a sigh, making his girlfriend's spoon stop halfway to her partially open mouth. Her chocolate brown eyes snapped to him sharply. "Then why? You could have hurt each other badly. I wouldn't have wanted that. I wanted you two to meet like normal and like each other because you're both important to me." She had to stop her voice from rising in the dessert shop, then took a slow breath. She glanced down at her bowl sadly. "What if the two of you ended up hating each other because of that choice?" she mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper. Haight reached his right hand out to gently grip her left hand resting on the table. She squeezed back. "It didn't happen and we're already past that. No use thinking about what could have been. To be honest, it likely still wouldn't have happened even after so many different scenarios. After our little spar today, you'd have to realize that it takes something truly nasty for us to even be annoyed at each other." Yugao had to smile and concede that point. She then wondered just what kind of impossible things would get those two men to hate each other. Instead, they were already on their way to being friends after only 30 minutes. Damn them and their easygoing natures. Haight allowed a few coughs to clear his throat. "I'm sorry I upset you about this. I know how important it is for you to have at least one more close friend." Yugao nodded slowly with a sad smile as she prodded at her ice cream with her spoon. "Naruto-kun is only the 3rd person since my childhood that I let get this close. I trust him just as much as you and Enko-chan, and it's really important to me that you two get along. You have no idea how relieved I am it all worked out." She scoffed self-deprecatingly. "Even though I'm trying hard, I'm still having so much trouble allowing myself to trust more people, and I just kept almost all of them at arm's length no matter what. Some days I still wonder if the reason I took Enko-chan in mostly on a whim was just because I didn't have anyone else other than you at that time, and she'd have to be stuck being my sister and get close that way. Plus, I actually tried to disembowel Naruto-kun the very first time we met outside of my duties. I still don't know how we ended up getting along after that." Haight grinned. "You helped Enko-chan because you're always kind and she needed you. No need to overthink this beyond that simple reason. As for Naruto-san, I'm sure he deserved that somehow. He certainly has the role of a troublemaker down pat." The woman laughed sweetly as he continued. "You've come a long way since a kind yet awkward woman first showed up for my lessons. Whatever happened to her?" Yugao smiled fondly. "She met a weird man with a stupid sense of humor." "Sounds about right. I'm sure he's a lucky bastard now." She shrugged playfully. "He might be." At this point, the server stopped by the table with another bowl of Rocky Road for the purple-haired ANBU, who squealed slightly with a clap of her hands as it was set down in front of her. She didn't even bother noticing that the single scoop was a bit larger than normal as she quickly dug in. Haight was watching all of this with a mischievous grin hidden behind hands steepled on the table. The job would have gone on to someone else anyway if I passed it up. I also wanted to see what he's like after all the things you've said about him. He finally spoke after a long moment of watching. Yugao raised an eyebrow. By fighting each other? I remember telling you this when I was your sensei. Good swordsmen could easily learn a lot about each other just from crossing blades. I suppose I'm not really feeling much of that whenever I fought, at least other than to predict their actions from their mannerisms and then devise tactics. Is there actually more to this? Hate shrugged vaguely. It's kind of a guy thing. Yugao had to scoff at that and shake her head with a grin. She paused to happily take another spoonful. So what did you learn just from crossing blades? She then asked with a teasing tone. Hate paused for a long moment, and she leaned in a little despite her disbelief about this guy thing. He's an okay guy. He finally said dully with a lazy shrug. Yugao's expression abruptly turned deadpan with a tick mark forming on her forehead. She actually wanted to dump the bowl of ice cream on his head right there. Only the fact it was her delicious rocky road saved him from such action. Instead, she settled for kicking one of his shins under the table, making him wince. That was such a crappy thing to do. I didn't say you'd get life details. I just can tell he's a good and honorable man, and I can trust him, especially with your life. If the two of you ever end up in danger together somewhere down the road, I just know he'll do what it takes to keep you unhurt. She quirked an eyebrow. That doesn't sound like traits an okay guy would have. She pointed out, sounding a little insulted that her best male friend didn't get a better compliment from her boyfriend. Hate leaned back into his seat with a grin. It's just that I think I should be the only great guy around. This earned him some exaggerated eye rolls followed by a beautiful and saucy smile as she nibbled on her spoon playfully. Kami, he truly loved taking his girlfriend here. Later, with Naruto, a panting and shirtless blonde slowly crawled onto the ground over the edge of the deep ravine he was climbing up and down repeatedly for the past hour. He then rolled onto his back with a groan before forcing himself to slowly stand on his feet. 3. He whispered as he brought his hands together in a hand seal. 4 thick lines became visible along with a pentagon-shaped seal array on his back where they originated. 2 of those lines weaved their way all over his bare arms and the other 2 disappeared out of view down into his pants, presumably to weave around his legs as well. With a quick molding of chakra, the thick line on his right arm began to fade out, leaving it all bare, denoting that his resistance seal was now shifting down from level 4 to 3. The intricate inkwork then faded away, leaving his torso mostly unblemished. Not too bad. Won't be long before I get to use level 4 every day, he thought as he easily flexed his arms now that they weren't feeling so weighted down. He then began stretching to cool down. Not a bad first day. Seems like I missed the excitement early this afternoon though. Kurama piped up. Sorry, but I know how much you don't like your naps interrupted if it's not an emergency. There's always my memory you can look through anyway. I suppose so. I might have smacked you one if I had to wake up to watch the container of the strongest bijou in existence lose rather easily. Naruto grinned amusedly. Maybe I should have gone full power on him. For that, I'd definitely knock you around like a pinball. That's like an adult lion going after a baby bunny, and this is reserved for emergencies and super high-class enemies. Oh well, I'm sure you'll eventually get around to beating that half-dead guy. That's quite a vote of confidence coming from you. Oh, shut up. Naruto. A voice called out from behind. He turned around to see his friends walking onto the training ground. Shikamaru was leading the pack, waving lazily. How'd it go for all of you? Naruto called back with a wave as he strode over to a nearby log where the clothes for his currently bare torso were laid out. He was amused to note Hinata and Ino checking him out appreciatively as the group moved closer. We've all passed, so it's troublesome for me, Shikamaru muttered lazily, while Ino sighed and gave him a half-hearted swat for that. Naruto let out a guffaw. Well, so have I. Looks like we're all in, he replied as he gave a brief side hug and a peck on the cheek each to Hinata and Ino when they moved to his sides. Asuma-sensei seems like a pretty cool guy, if not for the fact he's like a walking smokestack, the blonde mindwalker quipped. He treated us to lunch at the barbecue place, though. He's definitely a good guy in my book. Choji spoke up excitedly in between mouthfuls from his bag of chips. Shikamaru sighed wearily. Troublesome, you'd think the Yellow Flash is a good guy only if he buys you food. All of his other deeds wouldn't have mattered to you, he teased with a grin. Choji just shrugged nonchalantly, not even defending himself. Naruto turned to teammate just as he finished putting on his top, almost laughing at the small coos of disappointment from his girlfriends. How's your new sensei? Kurenai-sensei's a total babe, Kiba exclaimed excitedly, getting weary headshakes from Hinata and Shino. Something tells me you'll end up annoying her into using a nasty genjutsu on you before long. If she gets angry and ever mutters anything that sounds like guy, run like hell, okay? Naruto warned with a grin, making Kiba chuckle sheepishly. Indeed, Kiba-san. You should focus on her attributes that truly matter, like her high intelligence, agreeable communication skills, high tolerance for those different from her. Shino trailed off here when he noticed Kiba and Naruto were grinning knowingly at him. Looks like you're not alone in your crush. The blonde nudged his dog-using friend. Akamaru yipped in agreement from his perch atop his human's head. Yeah, Kiba exclaimed with a growing blush when he finally caught on to what Naruto was implying. It took Shino a moment to get what they're getting at, and a very faint pink was now coloring his cheeks. Grinning, Naruto turned to Hinata, who was giggling along with Ino at the banter. How's she to you? She would be an excellent sensei, and we'll learn a great deal from her. But I just hope she's not going to be too coddling as she seemed to let on today. Naruto nodded, already knowing that part of Kurenai's personality from Anko. She was actually a very motherly person despite her public image as a strongly independent woman. He had a feeling she'd retire from the military permanently as soon as if she got pregnant, and become a full-time housewife without looking back. If it gets to be a problem, just have a talk and I'm sure it'll work itself out, he assured as he pecked on her forehead, making her smile happily. How'd it go with you and Anko-chan? Ino quizzed, curious about how they were handling having to put some of their deeper feelings on hold. Naruto put on a fond smile as he remembered the day. Pretty crazy. I expected nothing less from being around her, of course. How about I tell you over dinner? He suggested, and everyone quickly agreed. They then began making their way into Konoha. On the way, Ino realized something. Oh! I wonder if Sakura-chan passed with her team? Naruto had to burst out laughing hard, much to everyone's confusion. It took him a long minute to finally get his laughter down to chortles. Knowing Kakashi-sensei, her test still hasn't happened and probably won't until next morning at least. By this time tomorrow, his team seriously is going to hate him. Hee hee hee. Late that night at Naruto's apartment, it was a low mechanical whirring sound that woke him up. Whoopa? Naruto grunted quietly as he blinked heavy sleep out of his eyes. Quickly glancing around the living room for the source of that odd noise, he found it to be coming from a small black box on top of his somewhat large TV set. The now silent screen was showing white noise. Oh, we were watching a movie, he muttered quietly, deducing he had fallen asleep in the middle of the story and let the tape run out. The machine then apparently began rewinding it automatically, making the whirring noise he was hearing. The videocassette machine, or VCR as termed by Kurama, just clicked to a full stop, indicating the tape was now fully rewinded. Naruto sighed and shook his head upon trying to remember any part of the movie. He still liked the main actress, but the story and writing were definitely mediocre at best. Smacking his dry lips, he wondered where Anko went since he remembered her sitting next to him when he fell asleep. He got his answer as soon he noticed a weight resting against his side. And it just shifted. He almost exclaimed in shock when a feminine arm suddenly wrapped around his chest and a sinfully soft female body pulled itself firmly against his right side with a somewhat erotic moan of contentment. If that wasn't enough to get him excited almost instantly, a pair of soft lips and a nose nuzzling deeply into his neck with warm breaths blowing all over it almost sent him over just from the sensations alone. Oh Kami, please don't let this get embarrassing. Unfortunately, no one seemed to answer his prayer as this woman continued to snuggle even closer, nuzzled even deeper, and made more innocent moans that still ended up sounding deeply erotic. It was mainly luck that Naruto managed to gently wriggle away from her face and get enough breathing room to finally reduce the chance of losing it. He had a good guess on her identity, if the flashes of purple, and a familiar scent of dango and snakes on her were any indication. Getting a good look, the mystery woman snuggling into his right side obviously turned out to be Anko dressed in a simple tight t-shirt and flannel pants. She also had her hair down, which he absolutely cherished. Taking a closer look, his heart almost melted at just how utterly content her expression seemed as she slept soundly next to him, somewhat trying to find more of him to cuddle up to. With all of Yugao's talk about her past dealings with the curse mark, he wondered if she was actually getting enough restful sleep now even years later after its removal. Did he at least help with her sleep this night? He liked to think so. Almost automatically, Naruto's left hand slowly moved up to lightly touch her right cheek before he even realized it. She let out a pleased mewl as she nuzzled into his touch, still asleep. He knew he should be stopping this, but he couldn't help but get drawn in, wanting to see and hear more of this beautiful woman's reactions to his ministrations. It was only when he noticed himself hovering just a few centimeters from Anko's soft and partially open lips that he almost jerked back in shock. Fortunately, he kept enough presence of mind to instead draw back slowly so as not to risk jolting her. Shaking his head violently, Naruto didn't want to believe he almost did that. He knew if it was going to happen, he wanted his first kiss with Anko to be when she was awake and coherent. He was fairly sure she wanted the same thing, so he shouldn't be doing this now. Why did she have to look so enticing? Letting out a tired sigh, the blonde knew this was going to be torture for as long as they tried to keep this platonic, if this was already pushing his resolve to its limit on the very first night of their team assignment together. After a few minutes, he finally managed to break free completely from Anko's grip to stand up. Deciding he would give her his bedroom for the night, he sent a clone ahead to prepare the bed and bent down to pick her up into a bridal carry. Almost instinctively, she curled up tighter and shifted so she could slide her arms up around his neck and nuzzle her face against it once again. Naruto allowed a quiet but tortured groan as his knees nearly buckled under the strong sensations that came roaring back. Growling quietly, he gritted his teeth and persevered as he slowly made his way out of the living room into his bedroom. Finding the bed already prepared, he then slid Anko in, struggled gently with her rather strong grip around his neck, and finally got free to tuck her in. He gave her cute sleeping face a long look before finally allowing himself just one thing when he bent down to give this beautiful woman's forehead a very light peck. "You're driving me crazy, and I'm definitely falling for you, Anko-chan," he whispered upon drawing back. He wondered if he saw her cheeks flash pink for an instant just now. Putting that out of his mind, he then promptly left the room, afraid he would have done more if he stayed any longer. As soon as the door closed, Anko's light brown eyes popped wide open instantly with her cheeks now flaming red. After a long moment to catch her hitching breath for hearing such a statement from Naruto, she lifted her head to glare at the door in frustration that her love didn't do more to her. Letting out an unfulfilled sigh, Anko quietly turned over to bury her face into the bed, wondering if she should have just given herself into the impulse to grab his face and kiss him silly when she sensed him inching in toward her lips. She could almost read his mind at that time and knew that he was thinking it wasn't appropriate with her asleep. Why did he have to be so damn noble? And why didn't she jump him anyway? She then allowed herself to blush even more as she repeated Naruto's last words over and over in her mind. Absent-mindedly rubbing her fingertips against the still tingling spot on her forehead where his lips brushed against it, she smiled softly. Just how was he able to make her feel this way so easily? She wanted to know. Needed more that it felt like her entire body was aching just from the sheer desire. How the hell am I going to keep this up? Will we even make it 1 month? She thought to herself in frustration. However, it didn't take long before Naruto's calming scent from the sheets easily lulled her into a deep sleep within minutes, leaving tonight's topics for another time. Soon in the mindscape an annoyed, backed up, and grumbling Naruto appeared in the middle of a beach bordering an enormous sea. That was enough to get a confused frown out of him. From what he knew, Kurama never mentioned doing any training around water bodies this day. "There's been a change," a female voice purred behind him, who shrugged and turned around. "So what are we?" The next word caught in his throat with his eyes taking in one of the most beautiful sights in recent memory. Standing before him in a relaxed feet-wide stance with her left hand resting comfortably on her hip was the gorgeous and petite Kurama looking different than usual. The sea breeze was blowing her beautiful mid-back length black hair around gently, and she was wearing a skimpy set of glittering golden yellow string bikinis that provided a wonderful contrast to her dark skin, yet matched her golden eyes. The bikinis covered up everything just the right amount to be tasteful yet very enticing, and the rest of her beautiful body was all on display for her container to take in to his heart's content. Her milk chocolate skin looked smooth and delectable enough to suck on just about anywhere. Her legs were just the right length and perfectly toned, almost demanding to be kissed all over and worshipped. Her slightly curvy hips fit her athletic 5 feet 0 inches frame flawlessly, and Naruto knew the popular hourglass figure wouldn't have looked right on this beautiful vixen. Her flat and toned stomach was a delightful treat to stare at from any angle. Her impeccably proportioned B-cup breasts were slightly pushed up to show an amazing view of the valley between two curvy mounds. Her collarbones and long neck seemed to be asking for lots of nibbling. A cute little upper fang poking out of her soft and smirking lips screamed playfulness. Her mischievous slatted eyes, with their brilliant gem-like gold irises, easily drew anyone in if they stared long enough. Her luscious curly black hair running down her smooth back in waves was begging to have fingers raking through it. After an eternity of staring, a very flattered-looking Kurama finally spoke, her voice sounding like a melody. "I noticed your little naughty thoughts about those two women in bikinis earlier and I'm in a good mood. I decided to give this a try and you're the first to see me like this. Do you like it?" she finished with a sweet smile, knowing the answer already. "Dee definitely, but I am the first?" he stammered, and couldn't help the enormous swell of male pride at that admission as his bulging eyes continued to burn her perfect form into memory. "I don't remember ever revealing this much skin for any other human, so I guess congratulations are in order," she replied casually. Inwardly, she was enjoying sensing that he found her so desirable, and feeling like the luckiest bastard for all time just for being the first one to see this much of her. She knew he thought she was beautiful all the time, but there was a difference between appreciating beauty and being attracted to it. She couldn't believe that she, Kurama the great Kyubi no Yuko, was actually nervous about him seeing her like this when she first thought of this. However, she also told herself that she honestly couldn't think of someone better than Uzumaki Naruto in her entire lifetime to show off so much for, and she now understood why human women enjoyed this. Naruto was staring at her unblinkingly as if she was his one and only goddess in the world. Relishing this feeling immensely, she licked her lips slightly and smirked deviously. "Oh, there's still one more thing you haven't seen yet." Before he could even ready himself, Naruto was treated to the spectacular sight of Kurama playfully twirling 180-degree on one foot with her hair whipping around so she could show her perfectly formed ass to her container. The skimpy bikini bottom could barely cover it all in the back, allowing a very tantalizing peek at the top few centimeters of these pert and smooth cheeks. They even jiggled just the right amount with her movements too. He easily imagined just how wonderful it would feel to fondle them softly and listen to her moans of contentment. It was definitely her sexiest feature by far. "How do you like this view?" Kurama purred in a silky smooth tone just as she gazed over her shoulder at him with a smoldering pair of half-lidded eyes and a sexy fanged smirk. That expression needed to be illegal just for the happy heart attacks it would easily cause. "Or is this better?" She then delivered her most powerful strike yet when she slowly turned back to him and struck a slightly sensual pose. Her front leg was slightly bent forward at the knee and her chest stuck out a little, empathizing it quite well and also improving her athletic curves overall. Far from done, she then began trailing her fingertips erotically from her collarbones downward into the valley of her breasts, brushing against the soft curves on the way through. These dainty little fingers continued onto her flat stomach, lightly tracing along its soft lines around her navel down to her bikini bottom. Her fingertips just barely touched the waistline before they changed courses and followed it outward to her hips in order to tantalizingly tug at the side strings a little, careful not to loosen the knots too much just yet. All the while she was doing this, she kept that sexy expression on her face, daring her stunned container to keep watching. She slowly bit her bottom lip seductively with an audible purr. This was the moment one overwhelmed Uzumaki Naruto finally hit his limit. A massive nosebleed rocketed him high into the air until his unconscious form finally crashed limply into the beach's soft sand some distance away. Kurama spent a few seconds blinking at this reaction, before a wide and victorious grin split her face and she burst into melodious laughter. She was so pleased to have gotten that reaction, plus her prank went off perfectly. She knew her container was so tightly wound up from that bit with Anko that any more provocation would have sent him off the deep end. She got the funny reaction she wanted, and she was surprised at just how good it made her feel for Naruto to see her in that way. She would have to ponder over that unusual, but rather addictive, emotion for a while. Putting that aside, she cutely skipped over to the unconscious form of her container and gripped him by one of his ankles. She then began effortlessly and carelessly dragging the larger and heavier deadweight across the beach into the horizon, while humming with a huge grin stuck on her face. The sea breeze was feeling great as it gently blew her curly hair around. "I'll let you sleep this off a bit, at least before I throw you into the sea off that cliff over there," she chirped happily. There was training to get to after all. Naruto's groaning and limp form was leaving behind a trench in the sand in their wake. "Oh make boot! Do you speak it?" Long ago in Kanehigakure era, a beautiful violet-eyed woman blinked as she found herself standing in an empty Hokage's office. She was dressed in an elegant kimono, and her most distinctive feature was her beautiful scarlet hair tied up in twin buns with a sealing paper hanging from each of them. "Wherever did my husband go to, I wonder?" Uzumaki Mito remarked with an index finger on her chin. Several kilometers outside Kanehigakure, two men were zipping through a large plain at an incredible speed. "Get back here, you asshole!" The white-haired man in blue samurai-style armor roared. He was waving a lightning-charged sword around like a madman while he was gaining slowly on the other man, who was wearing red armor and had long black hair. "I'm so sorry! Please forgive me! How the hell was I supposed to know that Rinko lady was some crazy secret femdom?" He yelled frantically back over his shoulder just as he dodged a lightning bolt, screaming like a little girl while putting everything into his legs to run faster. "When I get my hands on you, my dear brother, I'd like for you to help me with testing a Horatian marker I accidentally dropped into an active volcano the other day." The first man growled insanely as he prepared to shoot out a quick succession of lightning bolts from his sword right at his older brother's ass. "Somebody save me!" Back at the office, Mito suddenly smiled beatifically after being deep in thought for a moment. "I do not sense him being impure with anyone who's not me, so he must be perfectly fine," she chirped cheerfully as she made her way over to the desk, which had a crystal ball sitting on it. "Era, he's left this out here? That could have been dangerous in the wrong hands if someone unsavory had found this," she remarked as she sat in the chair and began to fiddle with the ball. She was planning on modifying it eventually, so this worked out for her. Such scandalous things the young women were doing, wearing little more than bandage wrappings to these pawns. It's a good thing I came across one of them recently, and I'm now able to spare them such embarrassment if this silly fad keeps up. It would not do for any righteous and upstanding Hokage to be tempted by such a provocative activity, she mumbled to herself as she began to fiddle with some seals on the crystal ball's main array. After a moment, she paused in her work. What if this fad did die out? What if someone truly needed to check these pawns for legitimate reasons? I should put in a passphrase then. What should I use? I'd better put in a hint just in case I forget. That phrase my cute tenant was ranting about all the time would be perfect. She continued to mumble as she went back to working on the crystal ball, never realizing that her manly husband, who definitely did not scream like a little girl, wasn't coming back for days. Present day in Hokage's office. "Alright, let's see what we have here." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, commented as he brought the crystal ball out. "Still can't believe I didn't think of swimming holes," he muttered lowly as he began his chakra flow into the ball. Its misty insides began to swirl around, until a loud and obnoxious boop sound nearly gave the old man a heart attack. "What?" Hiruzen mumbled with wide eyes as he gathered his wits, and noted some text floating inside the projection. "Please input passphrase." What the hell? Another obnoxious boop startled him once again, and the words inside the ball shifted to flash a different set of text. Incorrect passphrase. And it changed back to the original text a few seconds later. This has to be Lady Mito's handiwork. Hiruzen grumbled, knowing he wasn't going to get any peeping done anytime soon. Boop! Another near heart attack. Arg! Stop that! Boop! Damn it! Take a hint and shut up. This time, the incorrect message shifted to a new one. Hint for passphrase. Greatest line uttered by the biggest badass motherfucker in history, Samuel L. Jackson. Utterly bewildered, the third had only one response. What the hell is a Samuel Jackisoni? Boop! Chapter 25, Intermission, Dragon Gaiden. Back to the evening of Uzumaki Naruto's infamous prank day, the ANBU HQ Dragon let out a weary sigh as she stepped into her office. It had been a long day, especially with her subordinates spending all morning and some afternoon frantically chasing a blonde menace around. That was finally over when Uzumaki Naruto discreetly washed down the defaced Hokage monument, and headed on home to catch some winks without ever being caught all day. Except for a pink-haired Yamanaka who possibly nabbed him in a park, according to the rumors. Despite the fact the ANBU set up a final ambush right outside his apartment building just to spite him, they still couldn't touch him. By the time the dust settled and they realized he was nowhere to be found, he was already home and in bed sleeping like the dead. The commander chuckled softly at the memory of the absolutely disgruntled reactions from her subordinates. With his incredible evasion and hiding skills, Naruto was going to be an absolute terror if he ever joined the ANBU. She'd have to speak with the Hokage about taking him on as a temporary member, at least for some missions she could see him completing with ease. That was still far off in the future though, and she needed to give him some time to gain experience out on the field beforehand. After making sure to lock the office's door, Dragon shrugged off her white cloak that denoted her as one of the few people to answer to in the ANBU, and hung it up. For the moment, she looked like she had a lean male physique, but that only lasted until she put up a half-ram's seal and pulsed her chakra. The genjutsu faded away, revealing a clearly female body underneath all the usual ANBU armoring. Stifling a yawn behind her mask, she slowly removed her gray vambraces and armored vest, fully revealing her torso covered in a tight sleeveless black spandex turtleneck top. It was obvious the armor hid a lot, since it revealed that she trained extensively every day, as evidenced by her incredibly toned and defined muscles. Yet those muscles did not detract from her very attractive curves, like her perky teardrop-shaped B-cup breasts, her slender waist that flowed into gently curving hips, and her perfectly round and firm-looking rear end. Her skin was pale with a creamy tone, and absolutely no blemish anywhere. After removing the black arm sleeves, fully exposing her toned arms, Dragon moved around the desk to drop herself into her chair somewhat tiredly. Glancing down on top of the desk to see if there was any paperwork she had to do, she began speaking casually. "So, you got me where you wanted me. What are you going to do, Uzumaki-san?" She heard a jaw snapping shut loudly from above. She smirked in amusement behind her mask, pleased that her little strip show seemed to have dazzled a certain blonde enough to leave him agati. She then leaned back in her chair and gazed up at the ceiling, making sure to stick her lovely chest out slightly to empathize it. She found one Uzumaki Naruto sticking to the ceiling upside down with chakra in his feet, exactly as he did some time ago when he tried to prank her with marshmallows on her dragon mask's horns. She was even more pleased, and flattered, when she noted him struggling to keep his gaze where it was appropriate, and trying to hide a small blush that seemed to refuse to go away. It was rare that she got to use her feminine wiles, and this was fun. "TT, this isn't exactly how I thought this would go," he grumbled, still fighting down the blush. Cammy, Dragon was even more attractive than he imagined, and he still hadn't even seen her under the mask yet. Those tight spandex tops certainly didn't seem to hide anything. "Not every plan survives first contact with the enemy. I had a good hunch you weren't done trying to get me just yet," Dragon retorted, her mask-distorted voice laced with obvious amusement. "How long did you know I've been hiding here? I'm guessing you taking your armor off was on purpose. After your first visit here, I had someone set up a seal array that warns me every time a chakra signature entered this room uninvited, so I knew you've been in here since this morning. By the way, I know you're a clone as well. How are you so sure of that? Maybe you're just bullshitting me on claiming to know which one of us is real." Just then, a wail of pure anguish and despair barely reached their ears. Help! There was silence in the office as the clone blinked at the sound of its creator's cry for help, then shrugged. "Yeah, I got nothing to counter that," it muttered before deadpanning. "Aren't you gonna at least check on boss? It sounds like he's in some serious shit." Dragon grinned amusedly behind her mask. "I'd say it sounds more like he's getting his just desserts." The clone let out an indifferent hum, before smirking as he dropped from the ceiling to flip over and land softly on the floor in front of the desk. "Damn, that was a long wait, and I'm almost at the end of my lifespan. Luckily, you got here just in time." "In time for what?" "Like I've said, you got me where you wanted me," Dragon stated mockingly, obviously alert in order to foil his last shot at finally pranking her. She was so sure of her ability to evade or counter all the traps that the clone must have set up all over her office, that it left her speechless when the blonde just shook its head and replied with a victorious smirk. "I'm not here to try anything. I'm just gonna watch you model a very special outfit boss prepared for you, dispel, and let my memories get back to him." Dragon sat still in her chair, feeling a shiver go down her spine. Her mind rapidly ran through countless scenarios, and she was coming up blank. "You're bluffing," she replied in monotone. Meanwhile, she was panicking on the inside. Not now. Not when she had been so close to getting through this blonde's academy years, being the only ANBU he hadn't managed to prank. That was a great point of pride for her. The clone grinned like he knew she was just putting up a front. "Oh? Care to prove me otherwise? Uzumaki-san hasn't managed to touch me today, and I know for a fact I don't have a seal anywhere on my outfit or body up until last night. He said it so himself, that the seal needs to be applied physically. There are two key points in that statement you just made that prove otherwise. Elaborate." She almost hissed as she gripped the edge of her desk with both hands, as if bracing herself. Being the vigilant ANBU commander we all know and love, you just admitted you checked yourself for hidden seals last night, just like every day before then, I'm sure. However, you haven't mentioned you checked so far today. In fact, I'd wager you weren't going to until just now when you're finishing up business for the night. You would have found something slightly interesting this time. Dragon managed to keep her groan in. What's the other point? Boss did manage to touch you. As a result of those 2 points, you do have the seal on you. Her breath hitched slightly. If that was the case, then she'd been caught already. Sighing in resignation, she decided to at least find out the rest of the story before going to the gallows, so to speak. The only time we were in close physical contact today was when I was examining his Sharingan, and I know for sure he didn't do anything out of ordinary. In fact, it was almost as if he was doing everything possible to show he had no ulterior motive. The clone blushed and glanced away. That's because he had none. He didn't want to try anything at that particular time. He was surprised and happy you shared some of your past with him, and it was a nice chat between you two. He didn't want to ruin that memory by taking advantage. Surprising warmth filled Dragon's body at the clone's admittance. She had to admit it was very sweet of Naruto. A good shinobi must always take advantage. She replied, her tone clearly implying she was appreciative of the gesture anyway. The clone responded by smirking cockily. A good shinobi also knows when to wait for a better chance. And when was this? Since my examination, Uzumaki-san hadn't gotten within a meter of me until my men ran him off. He never did. Didn't you say he managed to touch me? Was this a bluff after all? I guess I should have said that he himself never actually did it. However, it's possible for one of my less handsome brethrens. It all clicked for Dragon. That smartass clone I punched. Bingo. In that instant. She mumbled in shock. Yep. It managed to slip the seal on you just before you popped it. It's on your right bicep, just below the tattoo. Enko-chan always did tell Boss that if the shinobi thing didn't work out, he could be a world-class thief instead with his magic hands. Although she knew it was invisible to the naked eye, Dragon glanced down at the indicated spot on her arm. For some reason, she could now actually feel his mark on her at this very moment, even though it was nearly undetectable. So, it goaded me on purpose. It was a very slight possibility that you'd hit it, but Boss was counting on that. The very risky, but rewarding, plans usually take some luck to execute, after all. You make it sound like it'd be a great joy for Uzumaki-san to see a memory of me in a joke outfit of a hairy bodybuilder. The ANBU grumbled with a shake of her head. As much she preferred being viewed as a man by those that weren't privy to the secret, it irritated her that Naruto, who clearly knew she was a woman, was going to poke fun by actually making her look like a stupid-looking, goofy, and unattractive musclehead. Hell, she'd rather have preferred a catsuit like what some of her female subordinates wore earlier today. The clone laughed. So that's what my uglier copy told you. That made Dragon freeze. It's different. For finally getting one over you, Boss is not gonna do something as cheap as that. He had something special in mind for you. It better not be something perverted. She narrowed her eyes, but the blonde shook his head. Nothing like that. Just think back to what you two talked about after he accidentally found you out. Despite her usual aloofness, Dragon couldn't help but blush deeply behind her mask at exactly how she had been found out by the blonde. That definitely wasn't the way she would have wanted her true gender to be discovered. Then it clicked in her mind what conversation the clone was referring to. She immediately stood up out of her seat, with her blush intensifying so much that it felt like her face was steaming hot underneath her mask. No. Like you have a choice here. The clone's smirk was infuriating. Hell fucking no. I will hunt him down and string him up by his balls if you trigger the seal and take the memory back to him. You make it sound like I actually care if Boss is gonna get it or not. It's not like I'll be around to suffer through whatever you got in mind for him. In fact, I can guarantee he'll think the memory will be worth anything you throw at him. Damn the shadow clones, and their independent and slightly fatalistic thinking. Damn it, I'm not going to let him see this. I'll just dispel you now. The ANBU growled as she made to hop over the desk, cursing the fact she left her throwing weapons sealed in the armor vest. She was immediately stopped in her motion by the clone quickly raising his hand up in a half-rammed seal as if it was a detonator for a bomb. One more inch and... poof, even if you dispel me right after, a half-second is all I need to take back to him and it'll be burned into his mind forever, along with the fact that he finally got one over you. When I find him, I'll destroy him. Yada yada yada? Let's get this started. I'm almost out of chakra. Dragon's shoulders slumped in obvious defeat. Fine. Go ahead. The clone blinked in surprise just as it was about to trigger the seal. That's it. It's not like you to give up so easily. I know you. You'd have tried to dispel me as quickly as possible by now anyway. Dragon sighed dejectedly, before slowly raising her head with confidence that wasn't there an instant ago. Go on. What? Do it. You got me in your trap. Go ahead and trigger the seal, and I'll give you a few seconds to look before I dispel you rather violently. The clone faltered, and swallowed audibly. Don't tell me you're taking pity on me at this very moment. She spoke calmly as she slowly stepped around the desk, forcing the clone to shuffle back. Its hand was still up in that half-rammed seal, but it was now sweating slightly. Or, is it that you can't? You've had plenty of time to trigger the trap. The real you wouldn't have wasted all that time carrying on a conversation with me. The clone was about to retort hotly in defense, but felt its back bump up against something surprisingly soft. For a brief moment, it furrowed its brow in confusion, before the blue iris in its visible eye shrank in shock upon feeling an imposing presence behind with a cold piece of metal touching against its neck. It was a kunai. How? A solid copy of Dragon standing behind the blonde clone chuckled lowly, before answering. Mistress did say that she knew you've been in here since this morning. Did you think she would willingly walk into a possible ambush without at least one backup plan beforehand? The blonde clone scowled even as it stood frozen. Figures you know Kagebushin. Boss is gonna start feeling like it isn't his exclusive technique anymore if this keeps up. Ignoring the quip, the real dragon slowly stepped up to the two clones. I know I created you with the cloak and armor still on, so why are they missing now? She deadpanned to her own clone. The blonde clone stammered in surprise, now realizing its back had briefly brushed up against Dragon's, or at least her copy's, soft mounds. It knew its creator would never admit it, but that particular memory and sensation would be more special in some ways than the actual one he was trying to get. The masked clone laughed easily before cocking its head. You were having so much fun stripping for this cute blonde that I just had to follow suit. It spoke almost seductively into the blonde clone's ear. If a clone could pop from blushing so deeply, Naruto's copy would have done so already. I see you have the same problem with shadow clones that boss deals with too. It muttered with the blush still on its cheeks. Dragon shook her head and sighed, glad her mask was hiding her embarrassment at her clone's rather strange personality quirk. She then cleared her throat. A good shinobi would have executed his plan at first chance. You shouldn't have gloated. Her voice had an odd mixture of disappointment and smugness. The blonde shrugged with a half-grin. You were right. I couldn't. At Dragon's tilting of her head, it continued. Would you have tried to dispel me if I just let you have a clear shot at me, or if I was aggressively goading you into doing it? No, I'd have been suspicious and stayed back. Just so you know, when you dispel me, the lingering chakra from the destruction will trigger the transformation. Boss figured you'd be too fast for me to follow your movement, so he specifically modified your seal to be sensitive to any chakra usage in close vicinity, including even chakra-reinforced movements. If you had tried to attack using chakra in any way possible before now, it would have triggered early. It sighed with a lazy grin before gazing at Dragon with respect. It's my luck you were very calm in your responses to my gloating, and that you already created your clone well before I primed the seal when you took your genjutsu off. I'm running on fumes and I haven't actually had enough chakra to even activate the transformation without dispelling at the same time for the last half hour. My original order had been to trigger the seal as soon as you dropped your genjutsu, get a few seconds of memory, then dispel before an extremely angry kunoichi gets her hands on me. On the other hand, we wouldn't have had a fun banter like just now, so I guess there's a silver lining. The ANBU commander smirked slightly, pleased that a mere clone of Uzumaki Naruto was able to think up new strategies to try to achieve the desired results, instead of just dispelling when it realized it didn't have enough chakra to complete its original order. She really needed to meet with the Hokage about this blonde's contribution to her force in the future. That's the thing about executing a plan that depends on luck. It can go back the enemy's way at any time. At least you'll know you managed to prank me, but I'm not going to allow your creator to see the results. We're sore losers, huh? Dragon grinned behind her mask before leaning forward to be almost nose-to-nose with the clone, making it blush at the closeness. It swore it saw her eyes shining with mirth through their holes in the mask, but couldn't make out their color. It, however, smelled a faint hint of strawberries off her. It thought this somehow suited the mysterious ANBU based on what Naruto knew about her, though it wasn't going to tell her that. It smirked inwardly, glad it got a couple valuable pieces of information out of this failure. Naruto would consider these a good trade-off on missing the chance to see her in that. Here's something about the great shinobis throughout the history. Most of them were sore losers at one point in their lives, too. Dragon spoke softly, before nodding at her copy. It chopped a hand against the blonde's neck, immediately dispelling it. Just as promised, its destruction triggered the seal when smoke instantly enveloped Dragon. Flashback to about a year ago after the revelation in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting behind his desk smiling amusedly at the two people standing in front of him. Dragon, in her real form, was standing cross-armed, pointedly glaring away from the other person. Hiruzen could almost swear she was pouting under the mask. Uzumaki Naruto was also pointedly glaring away from Dragon in the opposite direction, and he was definitely pouting with crossed arms. The third had to chuckle in amusement after spending a long moment thinking over the story they just told him. This got the other two to snap their eyes to him. Well, I always did tell you that Naruto-kun would be the first person to find you out someday, Dragon-san. He began neutrally. Dragon uncrossed her arms quickly and seemed to glare at him from behind her mask. You weren't thinking this early, and certainly not this way, she said hotly. Hiruzen noted it was the most emotional she had been in a long time, likely because she was still embarrassed about this incident. Certainly no woman disguised as a man would want to be found out by having her period sniffed out. What about me? It's embarrassing for me to know right away which of the women I come across are having their visitors or not at any time of any day. I had to work a long time to ignore those scents on instinct, especially after I got that talk from Kakashi-sensei. Naruto retorted. Then why couldn't you have ignored mine? Dragon growled as she snapped her attention to the blonde, about to get in his face. How the hell was I supposed to be calm when the person I thought to be a man all my life actually turned out to be a woman? Especially when you've been trying to kill me for a few minutes up till that point. He shot back as he almost touched foreheads with Dragon's. Now, this is an honest accident, and you both know that. Hiruzen piped in, still not hiding his amused smirk. This accident is because he broke into the HQ. Again. Dragon turned back to the Hokage while pointing at Naruto, who grimaced. And we do know the usual punishment for every time you're caught breaking into the secretive and off-limits ANBU headquarters, don't we? The old man spoke with a pleasant grin at the sweating blonde. All 1 week of cleaning duty, he mumbled. In the civilian school's restrooms. Naruto spat that out as if eating a lemon. Being children, most of the younger students had horrible bathroom habits. This was doubly worse for him with his sensitive nose. Just as long as you understand that. The third finished with that damned smile still in place. What about him finding out my secret? Dragon quizzed. Hiruzen glanced at her for a moment, before sighing. I don't see any issue with that because it's Naruto-kun, and I trust him to keep this quiet. However, it's your secret and this is up to you. Do you wish to issue additional punishments? There was a long moment of silence as Dragon seemed to contemplate that, before she shook her head. No, it's fine. I'm not worried about him spreading that around. From what I've observed over the years, I trust him at least that much as well. That surprised Naruto into staring at her, while she gazed away in obvious discomfort from such attention. Thanks. I promise I won't tell anyone, the blonde stated quietly with a warm smile. The third clapped his hands jovially. Now that everything's resolved, I won't keep you both. Have a pleasant day! Outside the office, Naruto and Dragon, back in her male disguise, were standing next to each other in silence, and they were striking thoughtful poses. Wasn't Hokage Gigi a little too happy today? The blonde quizzed. I was thinking the same thing. I think he's been hitting the special tobacco too much lately. Ha! I was thinking that too. Dragon couldn't help but chuckle amusedly. She then felt eyes on him, and turned to find Naruto staring up at her with an inquisitive expression. Yes? Why aren't you more like this? Like what? The real you. You have emotions, you laugh, and can actually joke around. Well, except when you tried to kill me, I'd prefer to think of that as trying to stab you. Fine. But that's what I meant. You interjected with a joke just a second ago. Who said that was a joke? Dragon deadpanned. Naruto put both hands up in a placating gesture. I can tell you're still a little testy, he teased lightly. Do you really want to go there? You're so much better like this. I think it's because you've been pretending to be a guy for so long that you've also suppressed your real self along the way. That's why I'm going to prank you so hard someday that you'll have no choice but to laugh and smile every time I remind you of that moment." At this declaration, Dragon snorted derisively, but had to grin a little behind her mask. "Oh? You're welcome to try. You will not succeed though, that I promise." Naruto cupped his chin and thought for a moment with a fox-like expression that Dragon had to admit was cute on him. Then he grinned wide. "I'm pretty sure I'm going to get you in the end. In fact, I'm even going to tell you right now what's gonna happen to you at that time when I do." Present as the smoke continued to surround Dragon, her clone chuckled. "So is it what we thought? No. It is worse than that. I wouldn't be able to live this down if Uzumaki actually had seen this." Dragon retorted grumpily just as the smoke cleared. The clone stared for a long moment, before laughing so hard it almost fell to the floor. This continued on until it was dispelled by its irritated creator. Dragon's eyebrow was twitching violently behind her mask at her clone's impudence as she processed a rather detailed memory of her entire body clothed in the new outfit from all angles. The only things that remained from before were her mask and balaclava. The gall of that man! He actually followed through with his declaration. She was now wearing an adult-sized, animal-themed onesie. It was one of those loose and floppy ones that covered a person from top to feet, with a large hood that had the animal's face and ears. She'd seen them on some people in large sleepover parties she randomly spied on, and actually thought they were cute at those times. However, there was no way in hell that she, the ANBU commander, would be caught dead in one. Until now. To make this worse, this onesie's theme was of a dragon, and not even a respectable-looking one. It was bright neon pink with bright green spots all over, and it had a stubby dragon's tail sticking out from the rear. Topping off the theme was the cartoonish-looking face serving as her hood that covered almost her entire head, even with her horned dragon mask still on underneath. It had stubby horns, stupid-looking eyes, and an unnaturally sugary grin that made her shudder. She stood there in dead silence for a long moment as she fully processed what her clone had seen. She then silently glanced down at her hands, which were shaped like mittens now. They were shaking. With the tension filling the air, it seemed like she was going to explode in rage and find the one responsible for this. Heh. And just like that, the tension disappeared instantly. It turned out she wasn't shaking from rage, but from trying to keep in the laughter that fought to escape. And she was failing. Hee 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 ha 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 ha. She clutched at her stomach with her mittened hands as she doubled over to let out what sounded like soul-cleansing laughter. This went on for a long minute before she managed to calm down. Hee. That felt good. She muttered with what would have been a dazzling smile had anyone been able to see behind her mask. In fact, if anyone else had been in the office now, they would have gotten a good look when she pushed back the hood and slowly removed both her mask and balaclava. Shaking out her hair to remove its flatness from being covered by the balaclava for so long, she smiled again as she glanced at a small mirror that she kept on the desk. I hadn't realized it felt this good to just smile like that, she admitted softly to herself as she stared at her reflection with that smile still in place. It was almost like she didn't recognize herself. In fact, this brought back fond memories of her old life before she joined the ANBU. Thank you, Naruto. I think I needed that once in a while, she said gently, then her grin turned mischievous as she thought up plans of revenge. If Naruto wanted her to show a little of her real self, then he was going to have to deal with her playful side. Though, don't think I'm going to let this go, you blonde bastard, she muttered with a devilish grin that would have made the Shinigami itself flee in terror. Late night at Naruto's apartment, Naruto's grumpy expression in the mirror would have looked out of place on his face if it wasn't so comical looking. He was standing in the bathroom frowning at his reflection. Right now, his usual spiky blonde hair had been changed into long, straight, and luscious strands that flowed smoothly like a waterfall down his back. On the front, a Heim-style cut and long bangs framed his face. It looked so wrong on him because of his masculine features, his grumpy frown, and the eye patch. So wrong that it was so funny. Hinata, Hanabi, and Anko, the ones responsible for his current predicament, couldn't stop their laughing the whole time right up until they left a little while ago. Kurama was still laughing so much in his mind with no sign of stopping anytime soon that he just cut the mental link in irritation. Naruto grunted in annoyance as he pulled at the extensions to try to rip them off, but, just as Hinata said, they were of great quality and would tear his natural hair out too if he pulled too hard. He'd have to get supplies tomorrow to safely remove them later. It wasn't that he was that angry at the women for doing this to him. In fact, he actually admired them. Not many were willing or able to strike back at him after pranking them, so he was happy to take the occasional retaliation once in a while as long as he thought it was funny. Heh! He scoffed with a grin as he took in the luscious locks around his face once again. Hinata-chan can be creative in pranks when she wants to be, he muttered to himself. She had picked out this style, after all. No, what he was mostly upset with was something else. The particular clone he sent out to hide in a certain ANBU's office had dispelled while he was getting his just desserts, just as Dragon said. He had scowled so much at the mischance to see the usually aloof and stoic ANBU in that outfit that it made Hinata and Hanabi nervous. He had to assure them that it wasn't them he was annoyed with, even as they were doing his hair at that moment. Sighing at the missed image even as he knew he finally got his old nemesis, he turned the bathroom's light off and stepped into the bedroom. Taking his shirt and eye patch off, he then slipped under the cover grumbling about girly hair and mischances. A few minutes later, just as he was about to doze off, he heard an amused snort. "Nice hair, Uzumaki-san." He immediately recognized the distorted voice even as he shot out of the bed to stand ready in his boxers and his long hair flipping around briefly from the action. "Dragon? So you're going to try and get back at me for tonight, huh?" He retorted challengingly with his glowing ice blue Sharingan darting around in the darkness for any possible attack. The bedroom was dark and there were plenty of shadows the woman could be hiding in. It was no surprise the top ANBU in Konoha could sneak into his apartment with ease. "Why would I do that? I just want to play with you," the disembodied voice replied playfully. Naruto gulped loudly with sweat going down his face. That wasn't her usual aloof and deadpan tone, and she sounded so much more terrifying like this for some reason. Just then, a flash of something caught his eyes, and he focused his gaze to a shadowy corner of the room that he knew to be usually empty except for a few discarded pieces of clothing, a perfect spot for someone to hide. Just as he was about to slip a hand next to the nightstand for a hidden pair of shuriken, he stilled as he noted a floating pair of glowing red eyes appear in the dark corner. He swallowed down his nervousness. "Come on out! I know you're there!" he called out with confidence he did not have. Dragon was one of the true unknowns that never showed the true extent of her abilities around him, so he had no idea what she could do to him. "You've caught me!" Dragon's voice sang in that scary tone, and the two red eyes seemed to glow in mirth. She then stepped out of the shadow into the dim light that shone into the bedroom from the window behind Naruto. His eyes bulged out when he realized she was in that same dragon-themed onesie he managed to slap on her, but missed seeing earlier tonight. His jaw dropped open slowly in utter disbelief as he couldn't imagine why Dragon would willingly show herself before him in that embarrassing outfit. Wait a minute. Wasn't the onesie bright pink and green when he made it? This one was dark blood red with black spots. As his eyes took in more details, he was surprised, and terrified, to find that the mittened hands and footies have been changed into extremely dangerous-looking clawed gauntlets and talons respectively, and they looked like they could rip him apart in seconds. In addition, the stupid-looking hood had been replaced by a large nightmarish-looking skeletal dragon's head with empty but glowing red eye sockets. Oh, and it also could open its large jagged-toothed maw. In fact, it was opening up now to show what looked like the threatening glow of fire forming in its throat. "Shit!" Naruto cursed as he hopped up to the ceiling just as a small fireball splashed onto the floor where he just stood a moment ago. Aside from the small explosion, it was relatively harmless as it didn't burn anything and only left behind a small scorch mark. Just as he latched onto the ceiling like a spider with chakra in all four limbs, he couldn't resist a terrified shiver as he listened to Dragon giggling at his reaction. "Oh, this is really fun. I need to do this more often," she exclaimed happily. "This isn't what I was thinking when I got to see you in that outfit. What are you doing?" Naruto shouted down from the ceiling, his long hair hanging down like a shiny and lovely drape. "Didn't you say this'll make me smile and laugh whenever I remember? Personally, I think I'd be even more happier when I also remember your terrified face. Especially when you're just in those boxers. A nice bit of eye candy to go along with this, wouldn't you say?" she replied, still in that terrifyingly playful voice. Blushing, Naruto couldn't resist instinctively covering himself up with his arms, forgetting he was battling gravity, and gravity won when he dropped to the floor with a girlish yelp of surprise. Landing on his feet in a crouch, he then immediately dived out the open window to avoid another small fireball that shot from the skeletal dragon head's laughing maw. He shivered in the slightly chilly night air, but could feel Dragon practically breathing down his neck from behind. He had to twist his body in midair to avoid a few swipes at him from one of her dangerous-looking clawed limbs. They then became blurs streaking across the many rooftops of the village as they clashed and evaded each other's attacks and counters with the occasional fireball. Despite the situation, Naruto couldn't help but smile inwardly as he felt he was truly seeing the real dragon up close. It was too bad the mask had to be in the way, since he was sure she was smiling brilliantly behind it. As they continued across the rooftops at high speed, they blew by two standing ANBU patrols, who stared after them in confusion. "Oh, Sparrow, wasn't that Uzumaki? I guess the one chasing after him in that onesie was one of his victims trying to get revenge," Lizard deduced, and didn't get any response for a moment. He glanced over at his partner, who seemed to be still staring after the two disappearing blurs. "Sparrow? Uzumaki, in boxers, delicious," his female partner mumbled in a daze. Lizard shook his head with a sigh, before trying to break her out of her fantasy with snapping fingers. He gave this up as a lost cause, and left to go report this strange sighting. At this point, the playing duo passed near the Sarutobi family house, and a third happened to be glancing out an open window at this time, confused about the chakra spikes he felt out there. He scoffed amusedly as he recognized the long-haired blonde and even dragon in that ridiculous outfit. "It's good to see you having fun once in a while, young lady," he muttered quietly as he watched the two disappear in the distance. Just then, Lizard appeared out of a blur on the roof next to the window. He had been assigned to report anything directly to the Hokage this night. "Hokage-sama, I just saw Uzumaki-san in boxers with a princess-style hairstyle, and he is being chased all over the village by a strange unknown female. I believe I just saw them pass by a moment ago, Lizard-san. Should we apprehend the unknown person?" Hiruzen let out an amused chuckle. "I doubt that would be a very good thing for any of you if you actually attempted it," he muttered. Feeling Lizard's obvious confusion, he waved it off. "Just have someone follow behind them, very far behind them, and write down any property damage they do, then put it on my desk in the morning. I'll bill them later." Gaiden Omake, it still ain't over. Naruto, still just in his boxers, sighed tiredly as he leaned back on his arms. He was sitting on the edge of the giant perimeter wall enclosing Konoha as he looked out over the village under the starry night sky. He finally managed to evade Dragon long enough for her to break off for the night. He knew he wouldn't have been able to get away if she had been serious. She just let him go after she had enough fun. He had to smirk as he did manage to see her in a onesie, even though it wasn't what he designed. Despite the terrifying modifications, she had been rather cute, especially when she was being playful and giggling. He thought today was going to be a good memory, even as he flipped his long girly hair over his shoulder. "Naruto." His name being called in a dead monotone sent chills down his spine as he straightened up. He robotically swiveled his head around slowly to find a terrifying sight. An exhausted-looking Hatake Kakashi was standing before him with a dead look in his eye. Adding more to this terrifying image was his right hand hanging at his side that randomly spasmed into three different shapes: a paper, rock, or a scissor. They stared at each other for the longest minute, Naruto sweating buckets, and Kakashi still staring down at him with that dead eye and his right hand still spasming like crazy. Suddenly, Naruto's expression switched to a bright and friendly one. "So, did you win?" Kakashi's face instantly morphed to his friendly eye smile. "After 4,232 matches today, I came away with 2,117 victories to 2,115 losses." Naruto nodded, still with that bright expression. "Congratulations." Kakashi inclined his head slightly. "Thank you." After a tense moment of silence between them with their friendly expressions still frozen on their faces, Naruto instantly dashed off straight down the wall to try to disappear into the village. Kakashi was already blurring through hand seals. Even with his right hand still spasming, he was able to complete his technique. Kuchios no Jutsu. A moment later, back at the Sarutobi family house, a snoring Hiruzen was jolted out of his sleep when his bedroom rattled a bit as a loud and deep rumble of spinning wheels, accompanied by ferocious barking and a young man's screams, passed by rather close. He groaned in irritation as he rubbed his eyelids. He felt someone appear at the open window. "Hokage-sama, Kakashi-senpai is now chasing after Uzumaki-san in a chariot pulled by his summoned dogs. He looks to be extremely angry and seems rather hell-bent on ending Uzumaki-san's life tonight," Lizard reported nervously. "And what do you think any of you can do to stop him when he's like this?" the third retorted irritably as he rolled over in his bed away from the window. Another one of Naruto's screams echoed into the room at this moment. Lizard shifted uncomfortably. I think we were hoping you'd stop him? The old man snorted and waved off the ANBU over his shoulder as he burrowed deeper into his cover. I'm too tired for this shit. I'm going back to sleep, and close the damn window. Chapter 26: Advancement and Blockage. Sometime later at the training grounds. So, Hatake Kakashi drawled out slowly as his lazy eye took in the scene before him. To his right, a purple-faced Haruno Sakura was lying spread-eagled and face up on the ground. She was taking in massive gulps of air, as if desperately trying to suck in all the oxygen from the atmosphere. To his left, a green Shimura Sai was on all fours, having just finished vomiting his last meal, his entire body racking with violent coughs. In between, Uchiha Sasuke was sitting cross-legged and slumped over. He was panting and sweating profusely, looking like any more exertion would send him into blissful unconsciousness. Exactly what did you guys do before I arrived? The silver-haired elite jounin quizzed with a sweat drop. A scoff from his side drew his attention to a mirthful Mitarashi Anko standing cross-armed with a rather smug smirk, at least in his opinion. You took way too long getting here. Considering it's our first sparring session, Rookie decided to spend the time waiting on you psyching himself up with some routine exercises. She chuckled as she looked over the exhausted genin. Kakashi was clearly waiting for more details from his fellow jounin, but when she didn't continue, he narrowed his lone eye. And? Anko cocked her head in mock confusion and shrugged. The clear merriment in her light brown eyes was rather irritating, though. And that's it. Your brats decided to follow his lead step for step. Another large sweat drop made its way down Kakashi's temple as his eye displayed clear disbelief. You mean to tell me you let them try to match Naruto's exercise regime, which would easily fill Guy with pride, without warning them? Anko lazily waved the slight accusation off. Not my responsibility, and they should have known better. He sighed tiredly, obviously conceding that point. So where's Naruto anyway? Still doing his routine. He should be finishing up in 20. Sakura instantly shot up into a sitting position with wide terror-filled eyes. Sasuke gritted his teeth, wondering how someone else could manage to train so much harder than he ever did. Sai let out a groan as if he was about to vomit again any second. Not even his regime en route was this hellish, and this was just a glimpse. What? We were already about to drop dead after only 30 minutes. I've never seen anyone do so many dashes, reps, and all those other things in such a short amount of time. And oh Kami the Ravine! How is it possible for Naruto-san to keep this up for an hour? The pink-haired genin cried with her pleading emerald eyes searching a pair of light brown eyes for any mercy. Instead, Anko's sadistic smirk filled her with absolute despair. This is just a quick one to get some blood pumping, Pinky. He'd need at least 3 hours worth every other day to even keep his body conditioned. The usual workout for a jounin is even harsher. Sakura looked like she was about to faint. Sasuke's teeth grinding became audible. Sai did retch, though nothing came out this time. Now, please don't break my cute little genin's spirits so soon into their careers. Kakashi admonished in a dull tone, though his actions didn't match his concern at all as he took his smut book out to begin reading with an uncaring expression. Anko pouted at him. But that's the fun part, and I don't get that with Rookie. Even when I beat him to within an inch of his life, cut him up, poisoned him, and all these other horrible things, he just won't break. She whined theatrically. The three exhausted genin and their sensei sweat dropped at once, feeling some pity for the blonde now. I'm pretty sure a jounin sensei shouldn't do most of these things to their new genin, Anko-san. Kakashi retorted as he stopped reading to pin her with a deadpan stare. No wonder genin are way too soft these days. His fellow jounin grumbled haughtily as she crossed her arms. A short while later, a blonde blur shot out of the trees surrounding the clearing. It landed on one knee in front of the group, revealing Naruto in his dark blue and crimson outfit. He straightened up, only looking slightly short of breath, and displayed an easy grin. You're finally here, Kakashi-sensei. Can we get started now? He greeted cheerily as he rotated his left arm to loosen it. Sakura and Sasuke gulped at the prospect of sparring with the stamina monster when they were still so tired. Sai remained somewhat stone-faced, but several beads of sweat were seen going down one of his cheeks. Good to see you too, Naruto. I see you're making a good impression on my genin already. Kakashi drawled, earning incredulous snorts from his team. He then regarded them for a moment, while rubbing his masked chin in thought. Though, it looks like they're too exhausted to be able to spar with you effectively for now. His statement elicited feeble protests that they were ready for anything, even though they didn't sound convincing at all. Anko snorted derisively. You shouldn't have pushed yourself so hard then, brats. Rookie's stamina and endurance are way beyond most of you genin at this time, and you're all fooling yourselves if you think you're going to match up to him in those attributes anytime soon. Keep your own limitations in mind, and don't waste our valuable time next time. Her harsh words served to chastise the genin, even the ever-prideful Uchiha. They knew they got in too deep, and this would serve to remind them to take everything in moderation from now on. They also resolved to improve their stamina however they could. Naruto rubbed a hand behind his neck, trying not to let the awkward moment get to him. Still, we came here for a reason, right? Maybe we should exercise some more together. His suggestion instantly filled Team 7 with absolute terror. They still didn't want to go back through that hell so soon yet, much to their poorly hidden relief. Kakashi waved that suggestion off and snapped his book closed to tuck it away in his waist pouch. This unusual action was enough to draw everyone's attention to him, as he locked his suddenly narrowed eye with the blonde's curious one. Ma, you came here expecting a challenge, so I'll just give you one in their stead this day. It's been a while since I've had an opponent that could at least keep me on my toes longer than a few seconds, to be honest. This got Naruto to grin viciously in response as he shifted into an aggressive stance, and his fingernails sharpened slightly. The other genin's eyes widened in surprise at seeing a rare serious glare in their sensei's visible eye as he shifted into readiness, as well with both of his hands slowly reaching behind into his rear pouch. Anko sighed, knowing it was pointless to deter these two men. She also had to struggle to force down an excited full-body shiver over Naruto's slightly animalistic mannerism as she observed his feral and fanged grin. Damn it, she thought she had been able to control her little fetish lately. Fine, you boys be good. Just don't kill each other. She waved them off like an exasperated mother. In the next second, a pair of instantly unsealed sabers were loudly clashing against a pair of kunai in a flurry of lethal strikes and sparks too fast for the stunned Team 7 to make out. That ended with two blurs, one silver and the other blonde, hopping and clanging all over the clearing for a few seconds before disappearing into the surrounding forest. Faint battle sounds in the trees around them were the only indication they were still sparring, before an incredibly loud explosion shook the area with a large fireball billowing into the sky above the treetops. The three genin just stared at all this in stunned disbelief. They knew their sensei was extraordinarily strong and took it easy on them in their genin test, and for Naruto to get him even slightly serious at this point was amazing. It was at that moment Uchiha Sasuke had to allow a long repressed thought into his head. He still had a long way to go. He knew he hadn't been the top shinobi of his generation for a long time since Naruto thoroughly crushed him in that ill-fated spar. That was mostly why he allowed his animosity with the blonde to die down to a point where he only threw out the occasional insult by the time they graduated. Of course, he was angry about what was done to him on that damned prank day, and even more so when it was announced that Naruto was selected for that special two-man squad. That didn't last long when thoughts of demanding his own Jounin sensei were quickly dispelled by Kakashi's rather humiliating annihilation of his entire team the next day in that Bell Test survival session. Even someone with as much pride as he carried had to admit that there was no point to believing in one's superiority if it wasn't true for the time being. Even then, it still took Sai's insistence on giving some of the lunch to a tied-up Sakura for him to do the same before Kakashi barely passed them for their accidental teamwork. Since that day, he resolved to train at his own pace just like Naruto apparently did, knowing he'd eventually reach a level where he could go out to find and kill that man. It was pointless for him to allow his inferiority complex to snatch his attention from that important goal any longer. Yet, despite his grudging acceptance of Naruto's superior skills, it was rather galling to see someone else's age outclass him by a large margin still. Next time we have a sparring session, we need to be ready and work together. We can't let him stay ahead of us for long, he muttered, his voice so soft it almost didn't reach his teammates' ears. Sakura and Sai stared at him in surprise, as if they couldn't believe what was coming out of his mouth. He frowned. What? Are you sure you're getting enough oxygen to your brain, Sasuke? I mean, those exercises were pretty rough. Sakura inquired in concern. His frown grew deeper. What she meant is that we aren't sure if you've just voluntarily uttered a statement so unlike you, Emo King. Sai kindly translated for Sakura, who blushed. That was her exact thought. Sasuke grunted in annoyance, and glanced away with a small dusting on his cheeks. His teammates exchanged brief glances before the pink-haired teen smiled. Of course, we'll make sure he'll never think to take it easy on us. The raven-haired teen's lips barely twitched into the closest thing to a grin he was going to give this day. The team's brief moment of camaraderie was broken when Anko stretched her arms overhead with an unladylike yawn even as more vicious battle noises continued in the forest after the explosion. Damn, seeing them go at it like that is getting me rarin' for some action too, she muttered out loud before swiveling her head to glance at the suddenly wary Team 7. She then deliberately shifted her lips into a predatory smirk, making them tremble violently. This woman was so much scarier than their sensei. You brats will do for now since that lazy ass didn't say anything about touching his cute little genin. You have a 15-second head start, she announced ominously as she removed her hands from her trench coat's pockets with 3 kunai in her right and samban in her left. Wait, Anko-sensei. Didn't he say we're too exhausted for sparring? Sakura tried to plead even as she, Sasuke, and Sai immediately rose to their feet and began backing away in large strides. Impossibly, Anko's sinister smirk became even wider as she brandished her weapons threateningly. This isn't a spar, Pinky. This is evasion training, and it's been 10 seconds, she barked sharply. The 3 young teens immediately scrambled for their lives. It was amazing how one so exhausted could somehow find more energy when facing certain death. Another day sometime later with Team 8. So, any reason why Kakashi-san was giving you the stink eye when we passed his team at the tower this morning, Anko-chan? His genin seemed a little jumpy around you as well, Yuhi Kurinai commented conversationally as she crouched on a high limb in a large tree overlooking a training field. Anko was seated on another branch just above the beautiful raven-haired genjutsu mistress, leaning back lazily against the trunk with her arms behind her head and a half-eaten dango stick dangling from her smirking lips. I wouldn't know, Nai-chan. I only played with his brats a bit for some fun the other day. Kurinai sighed tiredly, now understanding exactly what happened. Remind me to never leave you alone with my students. Snorting in amusement, the other jounin glanced down at the training ground below them, which was filling up with frenzied battle noises, as she tore off a dango ball and chewed noisily for a moment. Speaking of them, they're holding up pretty well against mine. Indeed, Naruto was looking more than a little concerned, since he was somewhat unable to break through Team 8's coordinated assault. In fact, he was on full defense. The ever-beautiful and graceful Hyuga Hinata was relentlessly dogging him with her quick and fluid strikes. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru took potshots with weapons and poking attacks from mid-range, allowing their teammate her space. Abirame Shino was covering his teammates with long-range attacks using his bugs. It was a strategy the team felt worked the best after countless hours of sparring against the blonde powerhouse in the past. They knew if they ever gave him enough room, he'd pick them off one by one easily enough. Not bad. You guys are always getting better every time we spar, Naruto remarked, his proud smile on display even as he had to dodge a burst of Juken strikes from his girlfriend. In a rare display of frustration, the Hyuga heiress scowled when the blonde briefly danced out of her reach once again. Thank you, Naruto-kun. If only you would allow the gap between us to at least shrink, though, she retorted shortly as she closed in and gracefully slipped through a flurry of powerful strikes that would have knocked her out of the fight if any connected. She was twirling and moving like water flowing around objects in a stream, a clear sign that her modified Juken was different from the Hyuga clan's more rigid main style. Her strikes, while somewhat less powerful individually compared to the traditional kata, were much more numerous and came from unpredictable angles. Naruto thought it was one of the most beautiful fighting styles he ever saw. He was likely a bit biased in that opinion, since his lovely girlfriend was the one using it. Why should I? You're faster and more agile than me, Hinata-chan. Use these attributes more, the blonde challenged as he hopped back and ducked under a clawed swipe from Kiba, before rolling to the side to dodge another blitz from Shino's swarm of bugs. He then made a show of tossing a few shuriken at the 2 males and dogged to force them to dodge and break off their constant assault for the moment. He shivered a little when Hinata narrowed her pale eyes in annoyance and shifted into a dangerous-looking kata. Perhaps I will. The next thing he knew, she was already in his personal space with her hands poised in their 2-fingered forms, ready to disable his entire right side in an instant. It was only thanks to a hidden and alert clone using Kawarimi to switch itself with him to take the attack that he got away scot-free. Upon seeing the replacement dispel, Hinata growled and immediately used her Byakugan to search for her elusive boyfriend. Shit, we lost him, and our noses can't make out where he is yet. He's gonna have time to make plans. Kiba muttered lowly as he and Akamaru moved closer to their female teammate to cover her back. Indeed. He has already displaced all 3 female bugs I planted on him. They're now on some of his clones moving in random directions, and my hive is quite perplexed on which way to go. Shino supplied as the bugs in his body began to buzz in preparation to counter any possible attack. Hinata's pale eyes widened before she turned sharply to her bug-using teammate. He's underground. Her warning was too late when a pair of hands shot out of the ground underneath a surprised Shino to grab onto his ankles firmly. He then sank instantly into the ground with an unusually girlish yelp, thereby trapping him and the bug hive within his body for the moment. In the next second, a dirt-covered Naruto burst out of the ground next to the immobile bug user with a victorious smirk. Hinata didn't waste any time lamenting her teammate's plight and was already upon him with her hands jabbing out to attack. Kiba and Akamaru were right behind her with claws out and teeth bared respectively. Naruto deftly twisted his body through Hinata's initial strikes before leaping overhead above the reaches of a lunging Kiba's sharp claws and Akamaru's snapping jaw. Twisting around, his hand shot out to grab both the collar of the dog user's gray overcoat and the white puppy's scruff. Immediately upon landing, he yanked hard to fling the surprised Inuzuka duo far away into the trees surrounding the clearing, leaving him alone with Hinata. They heard a distant crash a moment later. Even though she was faster than Naruto, the Hyuga heiress couldn't help the bundle of nerves quivering deep within her abdomen upon facing her boyfriend's rather imposing presence alone. Just because she had a slight speed advantage didn't mean he was unable to counter it. It's alright, Hinata-chan. There's never a guaranteed victory for any of your opponent as long you give your best. Naruto's whisper that only she heard helped her relax even as the blonde shifted into an attacking stance. She fought down a brilliant smile as she quickly responded with a steady one. He was going to get a lot of kisses for that encouragement later. For now, she wanted to try to win. Naruto lunged forward and threw a few strikes that forced her to get defensive, before lashing out with a hand outstretched to grab her forearm for a submission hold. Of course, he wasn't going to physically strike his own girlfriend if he could help it, even if this was a spar. He was confused when the brunette seemingly went into a trance with her usually expressive pale eyes staring straight ahead and dulling somewhat. Even more puzzling, her open hands were quickly pulling back to her sides even as he was getting closer, leaving her completely open. Shugohack Rokujian Sho, protection of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. It was like hitting a solid wall for the powerful jinchuriki. First, his outstretched hand was slapped away like it was nothing. Then his momentum carried him right into Hinata's technique. With a bright flash of sky blue chakra, he was bounced back harshly onto his ass. Ouch! He groaned while rubbing his bruising cheek, before glancing up at his serene-looking girlfriend standing still with her hands still poised at her sides. Her Byakugan were now active and she looked like she was still in that trance. Naruto grinned excitedly as he shot up and began bouncing rhythmically on the balls of his feet, as if he was doing some loose boxing. So, you're using that original technique you've been working on. Let's see how long your absolute defense lasts this time. He disappeared in a blur to appear at Hinata's left with a quick sweeping kick that was easily repelled by a flash of chakra projected by her defensive sphere. Not deterred, he instantly moved to her rear to try a haymaker that was once again repelled. His attacks continued into a seemingly endless barrage of powerful physical strikes being deflected from all directions, and the beautiful heiress had to actively keep up her defense with her arms blurring constantly around her still form. From an outside perspective, it looked like she was a calm center within a violent and blurry storm of punches and kicks. After what seemed like eternity for both, it was apparent Naruto was going to outlast Hinata since she was now panting heavily, yet he was still going strong. He just simply had so much more energy than she did. Soon enough, the moment came when a dropping axe kick finally broke through. She immediately abandoned her stance and jumped back to dodge the attack, but stumbled upon landing and bent over panting, her chakra reserves now mostly empty. Not done yet, Naruto dashed in for one more attempt at ending this spar. That changed when he scowled and snapped his gaze skyward before he even got halfway to her. A huge and dense swarm of Kikaichi bugs slammed down on him like a falling boulder. A short distance away, a freed Aburame Shino frowned upon missing his target, and his sunglasses glinted as he shifted his gaze up. The target himself had leapt high into the air to get some distance from this ambush. Unfortunately for him, another surprise awaited him up there. Getsuga, Fong passing Fong! Kiba and Akamaru, temporarily transformed into a copy of his partner, were ready for the blonde when they spun into a pair of powerful rotating drill attacks homing in on him from the forest where they were thrown into. Naruto was only surprised for a brief second before forming his familiar cross-shaped hand seal. A single clone poofed into existence next to him, and grabbed his arm to spin him around once before launching him like a missile through the air to the other side of the clearing from Team 8. The clone then took the powerful attack head-on and dispelled. Afterward, the Inuzuka duo landed with a shared growl of frustration. A still panting Hinata and Shino stepped up next to them for all four to stare down their opponent, who just landed and skidded to a stop from his improvised flight. Naruto laughed heartily as he straightened up and reached a hand behind his neck. "You're all pretty good. You're covering each other's ass like pros," he remarked happily. The team exchanged looks of gratitude with each other before grinning at him. "Kurenai-sensei taught us well. We'll be catching up to you soon enough," Kiba declared with a raised fist. Akamaru, now back in his original form, barked assertively next to his human. "You will have to be more cautious around me. I have been raising my hive to be able to burrow through soil faster with each new generation. Before long, that Doton jutsu you used will be completely ineffective," Shino commented in monotone as his sunglasses glinted. "I believe I'll win, as long as it's with my teammates, Naruto-kun," Hinata added between pants. Kiba glanced over to see her nearly depleted condition, and frowned. "You stay back and get some rest for a minute. We'll keep him busy in the meantime." She was about to protest when her other teammate cut in. "Kiba-san is correct, Hinata-san. It is imperative that you recover as soon as possible in order for us to subdue Naruto-san together in the end. It's fine. We're made of tougher stuff and can take anything that blonde asshole dash. I can hear you. Dishes out for a good while," Kiba assured before smirking at an annoyed Naruto. Hinata could only respond with a grateful nod as she watched her male teammates and a dog dash in to take on her boyfriend together. After a minute of watching the battle, which remained even for the most part, she heard two pairs of feet land softly on the ground behind her. "You have excellent teammates. I'm glad to be in charge of you three." Kurenai spoke with clear pride as she laid a hand on her student's shoulder. Hinata nodded with a happy grin at the praise. "Seeing some nice teamwork like that makes me wish my own genin experience was a bit better," Enko muttered in a somewhat sour tone from her other side. With her former genin teammates and sensei colluding against her out of blind hatred, it felt like she was working alone all that time. "I suppose that's another reason why you might be good for the role of supervising Naruto-san. While the circumstances are different between you two, the fact is that he's without teammates too," Kurenai replied softly, understanding exactly what her best friend was feeling. The purple-haired jounin nodded with a rare soft smile for her subordinate, who was holding off Kiba and Shino well enough. Then it became wicked. Here," she whispered while slipping two small dull red pills to Hinata, who stared at them quizzically on her palm for a moment. "Soldier pills?" Kurenai inquired with a disapproving expression. Soldier pills generally weren't used in spars, since they carried nasty drawbacks and weren't recommended unless only in emergencies. Enko shrugged dismissively before turning back to Hinata. "Not necessarily. These are my own blend, a diluted version if you will. Not as effective, but the drawbacks are definitely much less harsh. You can take up to 2 in a 12-hour period, and it'll still restore a sizable chunk of your energy and chakra reserves. Better than being able to use only one full-strength pill every 48 hours in my opinion. Now go kick Rookie's ass." At that explanation, Hinata immediately gulped down the pills and felt how her entire body was recharging its energy faster now. It wasn't as filling and instantaneous as a regular soldier pill, but it was enough for her to get back into the fray now. "Thank you, Enko-sensei," she called out as she sprinted in to join her teammates against the surprised Naruto, who obviously wasn't expecting her back for a while longer. The way she announced her re-entry with a hail of barely dodged shuriken likely didn't help his confusion too. Kurenai had to smirk as she watched a flustered blonde defend himself against her genin team's revitalized assault. "Chemistry was always one of your strong traits, and it's great to see you making your own brand of drugs and poisons more often compared to before. Your expertise will be a big help, Enko-chan," she remarked quietly, knowing her friend generally refused to have anything to do with that particular talent unless ordered to, since it reminded her of how her ex-sensei taught her closely in that branch of science. The purple-haired woman allowed a slight grimace. "I'm still getting used to it, but I've realized lately that it's silly to limit myself based on a years-old grudge. He's made his choice, and I need to go my own way without letting bad memories get in the way if I'm going to keep improving myself. Watching Rookie deal with his own stigma, and actually using it to strengthen himself even more, helped me out as well. Kurenai nodded, before showing a concerned expression. The genin were too into their spar to even hear their discussion right now. It's not going to change the fact you're going to do everything possible to kill him if you two ever meet again, is it? To her surprise, Anko shook her head. Oh, I'd throw anything I can at him, except for one thing. She glanced down at her right hand and flexed it loosely. I asked the snakes, at least those who want that bastard and Manda dead, to teach me something that'd kill him instantly. They actually did have a jutsu for that purpose. All it'd require is my life in exchange. I put all I had into learning it, and spent months planning out 1,000 different ways I could trick him into falling for my trap. The fact I'd die with him meant nothing to me. Anko-chan. That was years ago, though. Things have changed, and I can honestly say I'm not going to throw my life away over some stupid revenge against Orochimaru now. I've found a good thing that I want to live for, Nai-chan. She declared with her hand clenching into a tight fist, her eyes completely focused on Naruto as he was fending off a frenzied assault from 3 genin. Kurenai definitely understood the significance of this gesture. I suppose I'll have to thank Naruto-sen for your improved outlook on life whenever you two eventually get over your stupid hang-up about keeping this sensei-student relationship platonic. Some days, it's like I can cut the sexual tension in the air with a knife. Anko smirked over at her friend, who grimaced as if she had to swallow some figurative bitter pills. Era, I never thought I'd hear these words come out of your pretty mouth. You even used to be pretty forceful about this too. She teased lightly, before frowning challengingly. Surely you're not expecting Hinata-chan and Ino-chan to ever break up with Rookie, somehow leaving him alone with me in the end. I'd never wish that on them. I still don't care for polygamy, but it's clear that the two of you are made for each other. Kurenai had to concede while Anko grinned happily at her friend's admission. It was always nice hearing from anyone else that her dream man was indeed good for her. It further solidified her belief that she was making the right choice. The fact this opinion was expressed by her straight-laced and traditional friend made this even more satisfying. I'll admit Naruto-san is certainly far from the norm when it comes to men in general, and the fact he actively cultivates his relationships and treats each of his girlfriends like an individual, instead of just taking them for granted, is a plus in my book. Besides, having Hinata-chan angry at me once is more than enough. The beautiful raven-haired woman muttered the last sentence with a pout that would have made one Sarutobi Asuma faint from the cuteness overload if he had been around. Anko had to fight down a laugh, lest she risked attracting the battling genin's attention. I knew you were gonna try to lecture her on the virtues of being a respectable woman by now. She snorted amusedly. Kurenai gave a visible shiver as she remembered when a glaring blue-annette, after enduring her 30-minute lecture in absolute silence, politely replied in a frosty tone that the powerful Hyuga and Yamanaka clan heads fully approved of the polygamous relationship. After the Jounin recovered from being stunned by that revelation, it was then clearly stated that she had no say in this since it had nothing to do with being a kunoichi, and that the clan heads would get involved if she continued to press the issue. That reaction certainly divested her of any lingering thought on the young woman being too kind and gentle for the kunoichi profession. That was a rather impressive display of how ruthless her student could get. It didn't take the genjutsu mistress long to apologize for her meddling, and she learned a valuable lesson that day. Any mention of this relationship with Naruto and Ino being abnormal was a surefire way to piss off one Hyuga Hinata. So, why haven't you two done anything yet? You've been working together for months now, and I think that's enough time to figure things out. She quizzed, shaking off her thoughts about her female genin for the moment. Anko frowned slightly. I dunno. It was tough the first few weeks, but missions and TNI kept me busy and distracted. We settled into a comfortable zone soon enough, and I guess I just don't feel inclined to change that now. It's kinda turned into a game to see which of us breaks first. She remarked with a smirk. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. And what if one of you decides this is a perfectly fine arrangement, and isn't willing to change anything between you two for as long as it takes? Anko snapped to her with a sharp look. That won't happen. We're just taking our time. Will Naruto-san's answer be the same if I ask him this question? The purple-haired Jounin opened her mouth to deny, only for nothing to come out. After working her jaw for a moment, she snapped it shut and turned her head to glance at her secret love while biting her bottom lip in slight worry. Kurenai quickly put a hand on her friend's shoulder for reassurance. I'm sorry, I'm sure something positive will happen soon. I just didn't want to see my friend hurt, and I'm just speaking my mind, that's all, she said softly. It's just that I think I'm sorta waiting for us to be able to work together when our missions get more dangerous before I decide we've been cautious enough. We've been doing nothing but house chores all those months, you know. Enko grumbled, clearly disliking the idea of D-ranked missions. Kurenai smirked. From what I've heard, you two haven't been able to take more than 3 D ranks per week for some reason. Why is that? Enko glanced away with a childish pout. That's the old man's punishment. For what? Was the incredulous response. We tried to sneak in multiple teams of shadow clones so we take as many D ranks as possible to get them out of the way in just a couple weeks. And you didn't think about how that'd affect the other shinobi who needed those quick missions for their own finances? Kurenai muttered in deadpan. The old man actually lectured us for trying to destabilize the village's economy. Something about how important the shinobi are to the businesses here and that halting the trickle-up effect for even a few weeks would have far-reaching consequences. Who knew we only get a limited number of D ranks each week? Obviously not you and Naruto-san. Enko sighed despondently. At least he made sure to give us anything carrying the highest paid tier for that rank, and we're more than halfway through the quota now. It's time to get started on taking C ranks and above soon. We've done more than enough training, that's for sure. Thwack. The women's attention shifted to the spar to see a body tumbling like a ragdoll on the ground toward them. It slid to a stop just a meter before them, and Kurenai was dismayed to note it was a dazed Inuzuka Kiba as he unsteadily rose into a sitting position. Someone get the description of the bijou that hit me, he mumbled as he tried to stop the spinning vision in his unfocused eyes. Enko took a wide stance and made an exaggerated motion of leaning forward at her hips and peering into the distance at the still ongoing spar by daintily hovering a hand horizontally above her eyes. It was clear the momentum once again shifted in Naruto's favor, as he was beginning to overwhelm Hinata and Shino now. This might be just a bit too obvious, but would this bijou happen to be the one you called a blonde asshole a few minutes ago? She offered innocently while Kurenai rolled her eyes at this antic. The still-dazed dog user could only grin sheepishly while Akamaru yipped worriedly as he ran up to his human and tugged on a sleeve. Kiba squinted down at his partner. Why are there, 1, 2, 3, 4 of you? Akamaru tilted his head with a questioning whine and a sweat drop. Enough training, indeed. Kurenai muttered with a light glare at her infuriatingly smug-looking friend as she moved to check over her possibly concussed student. Sometime later, with Team 10 in the Land of Fire's countryside, a large caravan was rumbling down a picturesque trail weaving its way among rolling hills, golden fields of barley, and clear blue lakes. Dozens of civilians, horses, livestock animals, and large wagons full of harvested crops and merchandise were all part of this group. Some were walking among the slow-moving caravan, while others were sitting on the wagons in control of the horses and oxen pulling them. Flanking all this were 6 more people, but dressed differently from the caravan people. In fact, they wore the shinobi outfits of Konohagakure. So tell me again why this is a C-rank mission. Naruto grumbled with a twitching eyebrow as he nonchalantly walked on the left side of the slow-moving caravan with crossed arms. Next to him was a brightly smiling Yamanaka Ino, as she waved sweetly at a pair of children riding on top of a wagon next to them. They blushed and waved back shyly. Shikamaru was walking up ahead near the front, looking bored out of his mind as he stared up at the clouds in the sky while somehow sidestepping small obstacles in his path without looking. Enko and Asuma were walking on the opposite side of the caravan from the blonde pair, conversing about jounin things with some teasing thrown in from the purple-haired woman if her occasional laughters were anything to go by. Choji was bringing up the rear, sitting on top of the caravan's last wagon while enjoying a bag of chips as he kept an eye out for anyone coming up from behind. What did you say, Naruto-kun? The platinum blonde muttered absent-mindedly. You heard me, Ino-chan. You pick up the latest gossip easily from 100 meters away, so don't tell me you didn't hear me just now. Naruto retorted, getting a hard smack on his stomach for his cheek. It didn't faze him. That's because I find it easy to tune out whiny bitching. Ino shot back as she did her best to hide that the slap to those amazingly rock-hard abs actually stung her hand. Her boyfriend slumped his shoulders. Yeah, sorry. I'm just sulking. Even though this is finally our first C-rank mission, I can't help but be disappointed with the absolute lack of shinobi things we're supposed to be doing. Isn't bodyguarding part of shinobi duties? That's what we're doing for this caravan. Look at the innocent faces we've been entrusted to guard with our lives. Ino spoke as she swept her arm at the caravan they were guarding, More specifically, the two children riding on the wagon next to them. Naruto glanced up to note one of them had a dumb expression with a long and disgusting snot hanging out of his nose, while the other were making rude faces and gestures at him. His eyebrow twitched. Ino picked that moment to glance up at the children and sent them a sweet smile. The two brats instantly switched expressions to ones of absolute angelic innocence when they realized the pretty One-chan next to the eye-patched idiot was looking at them again. Naruto's eyebrow twitched even more violently, before he let out a sigh. Innocent. Right. He muttered in deadpan. Guarding a caravan along a route that only has a 5% chance of an attack. Sounds exciting. Ino groaned and rolled her eyes. Fine, I admit this is a bit boring, but at least we're finally out of our village. This is my first time going out beyond those outskirt towns near Konoha. Plus, this is a nice way to spend our time together, isn't it? She replied with a dazzling smile that warmed Naruto's insides. He nodded with a smile of his own, and they ended up staring lovingly at each other for a long moment. Unfortunately, it had to be interrupted. Ino-san, may I ask you more questions about plants? A handsome young man called out from his seat on a large merchandise wagon just ahead of the one the duo were flanking. Kaganezawa Horiuchi was a handsome brown-haired male dressed in a nice civilian outfit that seemed to be about their age. He was training under the experienced merchant sitting next to him. His status as a merchant apprentice foretold that he would be a very well-off man in the near future, if he wasn't already, since senior merchants usually trained people from rich and well-connected families in return for deals. This, along with his looks and a lean physique, made him a very attractive choice for many young women in high society circles. It was obvious to the duo that he was enamored with the beautiful Yamanaka, and he was blatantly using questions about flowers to try to woo her. Naruto's eyebrow twitched violently once more, and Ino caught that. Oh please! You absolutely have nothing to worry about from him, or any other guy, she exclaimed with some exasperation. She knew Naruto wasn't actually jealous, but was instead annoyed at having their time together interrupted again. This was the fourth time she had been dragged into a conversation with the irritating teens so far on this trip, but she still had to put up a polite front for the clients as long as they didn't do anything to deserve otherwise. It was just a harmless attempt to try to impress her, and Horiuchi was actually asking legitimate questions among a smattering of unsolicited compliments toward her. She was going to have to put up with this for now. Naruto cupped his chin with his usual fox-like expression. I dunno. I think he has better-looking ears than mine. I'm kinda concerned about that. This got a lovely laugh out of Ino, and a playful sweat on his arm. Well, better ears or not, he has no chance on the rest of you, Naruto-kun. I'll be back here soon, she whispered lovingly as she rose up on her tiptoes and left a long peck on his cheek, before walking a bit faster up to the next wagon. Blushing slightly at this public display of affection, Naruto had to fight down a smug smirk as he noted the merchant apprentice glaring at him for getting the kiss. Deciding to ignore more of Horiuchi's useless attempts at wooing his girlfriend, he glanced off to the side to scan the beautiful countryside for anything interesting for a few minutes. This also had the unintended effect of further infuriating the apprentice, since he correctly deduced that the barbaric eye-patch man thought he wasn't a threat at all. Why was a beautiful and delicate flower like Ino ignoring a civilized, handsome, and wealthy young man like him for that uncouth filth? That was a question Horiuchi couldn't fathom, and the lovely blonde's completely uninterested expression as she walked up wasn't helping his mood at all. Oh, lonely out here? A teasing female voice spoke up behind Naruto. He smirked and shrugged. Not anymore thanks to you, Anko-sensei. Anko stepped up next to him with her usual grin as she glanced toward where the desperate merchant apprentice was trying to keep the attention of an uninterested blonde kunoichi. That annoying little shit trying to get in between you and Ino-chan again? She observed, a small spark of violence brewing in her eyes. She hated people trying to hurt Naruto, either directly or indirectly, and someone trying to steal one of his girlfriends away definitely fell under that category, even if it was proving woefully unsuccessful so far. No worries. It's only a few hours till we finish this route. She shrugged, putting this topic aside for now. So how do you like our first C rank? She asked slyly, before laughing at the deadpan expression she got in response. She patted his shoulder. Not all C ranks are like this. Just our luck we got a boring one this time. Ino let out a sigh as she pulled up with Horiuchi. She smiled slightly at the senior merchant, who gave an apologetic grimace from behind Horiuchi for his apprentice's unnecessary infatuation, before dropping her smile as she shifted her gaze to the teen. What are those questions you came up with this time? she said politely, her tone even. She almost gagged when Haruchi shot her a suave grin. For starters, perhaps you could take a seat next to me? All this walking must be making you tired. It would also make it comfortable for us to chat longer and more in depth. I'm sure your commander would not mind you being over here. No thank you, Kaganezawa-san. I wouldn't be much of a kunoichi if I can't handle this little bit of exercise. Plus, I'm enjoying spending time with Naruto-kun, she replied bluntly, making Horiuchi grit his teeth at the mention of that man. Is that all? I need to get back to my position if you do not have any actual question to ask me this time. Well, about botany, sir. Horiuchi couldn't come up with any more question from his admittedly limited knowledge of plants, so Ino gave a polite incline of her head to both him and his master and was about to turn to walk back to Naruto and the newly arrived purple-haired woman. Wait. Why would you want to go back to him? He's clearly enjoying being in a different woman's company now. We should leave them alone and get to know each other more. The apprentice tried to say smoothly with a knowing smirk. Ino frowned, knowing just what this person was implying. It wasn't that she would discourage anything that might lead to her boyfriend and her favorite kunoichi finally hooking up sooner rather than later. While she was enjoying only having Hinata to share Naruto with, she was also getting frustrated with the lack of progress for both the blonde jinchuriki and the snake mistress over the last half year, even though she could tell just how much they liked each other. What pissed her off was that this annoying fucktwad actually dared to imply that Naruto would deliberately hurt her. In addition to them knowing each other for years, she's also one of my trusted friends. They definitely won't mind my company. Plus, I'm not going to restrict my boyfriend's dash. She stressed the word to drive the point home, and from the ugly expression on Horiuchi's face, it did the job. Contact with other women, because I'm not that shallow and insecure. He also knows I'd kick his ass if I ever find out he was hiding anything from me. Now dash. Currently making small talk, Naruto and Anko frowned when they heard Ino's slightly raised voice, which was cold and even. I don't appreciate your insinuation about one of my comrades. I think you've disrupted us enough with your questions, so please leave us to our duties for the rest of this mission. They watched Ino shooting an increasingly angry Horiuchi a frosty glare before she turned to walk back toward them. Wait. I'm not done talking to you, the apprentice shouted after her. Ino rolled her eyes and turned back to him with an annoyed glare. Horiuchi's master was face-palming and growling lowly at his apprentice to quiet down to avoid further embarrassment. The teen ignored this and continued to make demands for Ino to remain by his side. Anko groaned quietly. I'm gonna have to do something about this. Ino-chan's presence here is causing a disruption and distracting her from her duty, so I'm gonna move her up front. Naruto, while a little disappointed, wasn't going to argue his superior's rational decision. I can handle this flank just fine. I'm literally a walking army, after all. Anko nodded with a grin, glad Naruto was still willing to follow her orders on missions despite his slight displeasure with some of them. It felt to her that he was willing to trust her to do what was best for any situation. She also knew he would offer opinions from time to time if he felt it was necessary, and she gladly welcomed that. She didn't want a yes man after all. Ino-chan, get up front and keep an eye on the lazy ass. He looks like he's sleepwalking at this point, she called out. Ino turned away from the arguing apprentice, looking rather relieved at the interruption, and nodded her acknowledgement to the jounin. She then glanced apologetically at Naruto, who nodded reassuringly. She smiled and moved up front, completely ignoring Horiuchi's shouts for her to come back. After she was out of earshot, the brown-haired teen turned his head to glare balefully at the pair who dared to get in between him and his lovely vision of blonde beauty, and nearly shat his pants as a result. The purple-haired woman's bloodthirsty smirk, as she lazily twirled a kunai by its ring on her index finger, and the eye-patched man's hard glare were directed right back at him. He had to meekly turn away, only to find himself staring into the twitching face of his extremely angry and embarrassed master. He knew this wasn't going to be a fun trip the rest of the way. The duo grinned as they watched the senior merchant tear into his apprentice for the disgraceful behavior. From what they made of the angry shouting, the young teen was going to be doing nothing but stock inventory for the next 3 months. Oh ho? Did I miss something? A man's deep voice rumbled behind them. They glanced behind to confirm it was Sarutobi Asuma walking a meter behind in a relaxed manner with a cigarette in his mouth. Not much, just a stupid hormonal teenage male making poor decisions, Anko replied with a dismissive wave. Asuma grinned and put on a slightly faraway expression. I was like that once. I still wonder some days if I actually got out of that phase, though. I seriously doubt any man will be completely free of stupidity for the rest of their lives. Anko jibbed with a grin. So have I made any poor decisions so far, since I'm a stupid hormonal teenage male too? Naruto piped in with a smirk. The woman shot him a quirked eyebrow. Insisting on going into the mountains of iron all alone without enough preparation would be a good example. That made him grimace, then put up a sheepish expression. I've heard about that one. That was a big doozy right there. Asuma added with a lazy chuckle. Naruto grumbled and glared at him over his shoulder. Aren't you supposed to be guarding the other side, Asuma-sensei? What about you, Anko-sensei? No real need for the moment. Take a look over there. Asuma thumbed to the opposite side. Naruto took the advice and glanced between the wagons to note a huge lake dominating the scenery with its long and sandy shoreline only 20 meters from the trail. Little chance of a surprise attack from that side, huh? He deduced, finally realizing why his nose had been picking up some strong scents of fish and waterlogged plants for some time. Yep. I'm only here for a bit, though. Gotta make the rounds with everyone on our team. I just want to hang out here and dazzle you with my sexiness. Anko piped in jokingly as she sensually strutted along for a few meters with her large chest pushed out. This had the effect of opening her trench coat up wide enough for a perfect view of her perky D-cup breasts, with her tight flesh-colored shirt stretching across them to allow every curve to show, even with her usual mesh shirt covering her entire torso. This easily drew the eyes of every man within 20 meters to her, including Naruto, Asuma, and both the senior merchant and apprentice. Kure-chan cannot know of this, Asuma whispered to himself after he snapped out of his brief daze and rubbed his eyelids. Naruto's jaw snapped shut audibly as he pointedly glanced out at the scenery to hide his blush. The two merchants and others looked like they were struck dumb by a giant club. Anko laughed merrily upon observing all the reactions as she put her trench coat back the way it was. Only Naruto had the right to see more of that, and hopefully beyond someday. It's so hard being hooked, she sing-sang as she practically skipped alongside Naruto and linked arms with his right. He had to chuckle at this woman being so. Anko. He couldn't help but smile genuinely at her, who saw this. As a result, she had to turn her face away in order to hide her blush and a happy grin of her own. Asuma caught that, and had to smirk amusedly as he took one final drag from his cigarette and flicked it aside lazily. I'm checking on the two up front. Try not to misbehave in the meantime, he announced before disappearing into thin air. A glance ahead to the front of the caravan found him reappearing behind Shikamaru and Ino, startling them. While Naruto was chuckling at this along with Anko, he heard a loud yawn in his mind. Bah, you're still stuck on this boring trip? Kurama grumbled as she rubbed sleep out of her eyes and took a look through her container's eyes. She smirked when she caught sight of an embarrassed apprentice merchant occasionally glaring back at her container with impotent anger whenever his master wasn't looking. Looks like that little worm got what he deserved. He's been directing negative emotions at you the whole trip, desperately wishing for you to die so he could get his hands on Flower Girl. Oh gee, my feelings are gonna be hurt. Whatever will I do? Naruto retorted in perfect monotone, getting a chuckle out of his tenant. Anyway, just thought you'd like to know there's a group of humans some distance up ahead on the left. She stated this as if she was talking about the weather. Naruto glanced far up ahead to make out a large group of rock outcroppings to the left of the trail. Perfect place to hide behind for a blindside ambush. He would have likely noticed them himself if he had been a kilometer closer or so, but he was still thankful for his tenant's help anyway. And I suppose they're not going to jump out and yell surprise, with a cake? Considering the negative emotions I'm sensing, it's safe to say surprise is what they're trying to achieve, but I'm pretty sure the cake will be a lie. Kurama chucked as if she was amused by a memory from long ago. Naruto raised an eyebrow, wondering if his tenant was once again making an obscure reference that he had no hope of ever understanding. Figures and ambushes happening today on a route that supposedly had a 5% chance of it. You're complaining? I dare you to say that you haven't been itching for some action, Naruto. The blonde shrugged. Didn't say I wasn't. Thanks for the head up, Kurama. He whispered to Anko, who shook her head slightly. We've already noticed, rookie. Let's wait and see if the other genin will pick them out in time. They need to get some experience without our helping hands every now and then. As if on cue, Naruto heard a bird cry 3 times, but this one had a slightly unnatural pattern. He glanced up to find some seagulls flying overhead this close to the large lake. This odd cry wasn't suspicious to any normal civilian, but trained shinobi would pick it up instantly. He glanced behind to see Choji had stopped eating and put his chips away while nonchalantly glancing back to the front of the caravan for further news. Smirking, Naruto shifted his gaze ahead to see that Ino was acting like she was leaning on Shikamaru's shoulder to adjust her sandals, but he knew she was now using her Shintenshin, mind-body switch, jutsu. She must have sensed the ambushers up ahead, and used an excuse to stay immobile for a moment, as she possessed a nearby seagull to make that specific cry as a signal, and also fly ahead to confirm what she sensed. As Ino's body sprang back to life upon having her consciousness return from the seagull, she thanked Shikamaru and began walking like normal again with hands clasped behind her back now. That way, she was able to signal 5 with one hand while layering the other hand, tightly closed in a fist, over it, indicating that there were at least 50 possible ambushers. Shikamaru then raised his left arm to scratch behind his neck, signaling which side of the trail with his bent elbow pointing there. He also discreetly pointed a thumb ahead and flashed a 5 with his other hand hanging down at his side, signaling the distance. Unless they're fidgeting, I'm guessing they're saying there are around 50 possible ambushers about 5 kilometers up ahead on the left. Enko whispered with an impressed grin. I'd say you're right. Kurama just said the same thing. Naruto whispered back as he glanced back at Choji to make sure he understood. The plump teen nodded slightly before staring back out to the rear with a hand resting close to his pouch. Well, I'm back, Asuma said nonchalantly as he appeared behind the duo, and was now preparing another cigarette. Enko smirked back at him over her shoulder. You've got a decent team. He grinned lazily. Coming from you, that's high praise, I suppose. So we're concentrating the most firepower on this side? Naruto muttered, indicating himself a literal walking army dash, and 2 powerful jounin. Yeah, bandits typically like to attack the sides in order to try to spread the defenders out along the length, so we'll be repelling them here. Asuma replied as he casually glanced out at the landscape to memorize the layout. It was nothing but 200 meters of flat land between the trail and the rock outcroppings. Don't think there's anyone strong among them. Ino-chan would have warned us about anyone with high chakra reserves, Naruto observed as he kept his eyes on Ino and Shikamaru for any more news. Nothing to worry about then. I bet just you 4 can handle them, Enko replied in a bored tone. Asuma frowned. There might be a problem with that. I'm hoping to avoid blooding my students on their very first mission out of the village, so I already made providing assistance to the clients their top priority if anything happens. He muttered quietly, referring to possible first kills for the inexperienced genin. Alright, if that's what you want, that means we 3 are gonna have to get our hands dirty. His fellow jounin replied with a shrug as she glanced over at Naruto, who nodded his readiness. 2 jounin and a jinchuriki against only 50+ bandits. It was going to be over for the scums before they knew it. What's the mission parameters? He asked for confirmation, a little concerned about his friend's mental preparedness too. He still remembered his first up-close kills back in Iron, and they were never going to be pleasant memories. In fact, he noted Ino glancing around and fidgeting nervously, obviously agitated at possibly being pulled into a combat situation so soon. He would have sent a clone up ahead if Shikamaru hadn't just put a comforting hand on her shoulder to calm her down. Naruto smiled a silent thanks to his best friend, who caught that and nodded back before he began muttering a pep talk to Ino. Her slightly nervous steps then slowly changed to a determined gait. Nevertheless, Naruto discreetly popped open his right leg holster for easier access to his throwing weapons. Guard all the clients, and do not get more than 100 meters from the caravan at all time. Unfortunately, no search and destroy. Enko listed this escort mission's exact objectives as she kept a critical eye on the outcroppings. She could easily make out humanoid shapes concealing themselves very poorly among the rocks. If they attack, send a few clones to cover your teammates' backs, and make 4 for each wagon to guard them as well. No need to take chances on letting any of them slip past us. Then, we'll go wild on the dumbass, she added as an order to her subordinate. Gotcha. So we're not gonna provoke them into attacking us, or act first to eliminate them. Nope, and that's why we're not warning our clients yet. No need to incite panic within the caravan and make for a more inviting target, so we'll try to quietly pass by instead. Of course we'll defend ourselves if they attack, but we'll be ready for them at least. It'd save us a lot of hassle if there's someone smart among them who'd notice our presence and warn them to stay back, though. Asuma answered as he quietly snapped open his leg holster containing his main weapons, a pair of trench knives made out of chakra metal. Enko scoffed after cooing quietly at a small snake that slithered out from under her trench coat's collar, indicating her readiness to use her deadly snake techniques. Smart bandits. I doubt it. In the rock outcroppings. There it is. I knew my intel's good. Bandit number 1 exclaimed quietly to his comrade as the caravan finally came into clear view. This time. I still haven't forgiven you for getting all of us to wait for a week in the middle of nowhere a couple months ago, only to find out our target already passed by the day before we arrived. Bandit number 2 muttered grouchily, and there were grumbling from the other bandits surrounding the two at that reminder. My informant had a terrible lisp, so it isn't my fault I got the date and time wrong. This time I triple-checked the info, all for the sake of you guys. You'd better be happy with that. Bandit number 1 retorted with a scowl. Yeah, shut up, dumbass. The large and gruff bandit leader growled from behind the two bickering men. They're getting closer, so be goddamn quiet. After a few agonizing minutes of waiting for the slow-moving caravan to get close enough, all the bandits were finally able to make out the details. Ooh, those animals look delicious, and the crops I see in some of the wagons should be enough to keep our bellies full for months. Bandit number 2 whispered, his eyes sparkling as if he found a hidden treasure. One of the other bandits groaned. Bah, nearly not enough bitches to play with. At least the ones I'm seeing are pretty enough. We can sell those kids for labor too. Wait, who are those? Bandit number 2 muttered with a furrowed brow, pointing at the 6 people obviously flanking the caravan. The leader snorted. They must have hired guards. No big deal. We have numbers on our side. Oh shit! They're wearing Hittite from Kanahagakur. Bandit number 1 whispered harshly as he picked out that detail, getting many of his comrades around him to mutter nervously about their chances. However, the leader waved his hand dismissively. Those 2 in the front and the one at the back look like green little rookies probably on their first mission. The 3 on the side are what'll need our attention. Our best fighters, and I can keep them distracted while the rest of you sack the caravan. In fact, if you can, nab that little blonde bitch. She looks like she'd make a good slut even as young as she looks. He whispered his assurances to his men with an arrogant smile, confident in their ability to overwhelm the guards. What about that purple-haired one? She's so beautiful, too. Bandit number 2 quizzed, a little dazzled at the woman's beauty, especially in that skimpy outfit. Ha! That bitch looks like a feisty one, likely to bite your dick off then give in. Any of you can take your chance with her if you want, the leader replied with a snort. Meanwhile, as the men whispered excitedly about which woman to take, one man leaned forward over the rock he was hiding behind with squinted eyes. Did he say purple hair? Bandit number 1 mumbled, before his eyes bulged out a moment later. He then crawled quickly among the rocks over to the leader with a desperate expression. Boss, call this off. Please! This got everyone's attention, and all eyes snapped to the bandit daring to countermand their leader. Normally, the large and burly man would have just sunk a knife into this spineless coward's skull without a thought as an example. However, something in these panicked eyes compelled him to at least ask first. And why the fuck should I? We're almost out of supplies, and you're the one who clued us in on this caravan. You'd better have a reason for turning into a pussy all of a sudden, he growled menacingly. THTH, that purple-haired woman is Mitarashi Enko. Bandit number 1 whispered frantically. A wave of shock spread through the bandits. Clearly some of them recognized that name. The large man scowled. I think I've heard that name. You obviously know more, so tell us quickly before we attack or not. I got a recent bingo book through the black market. Her moniker is the Snake Mistress, and the book says she's incredibly strong in close combat barehanded and weapons against large groups, is capable of many amazing techniques, can summon snakes as big and as long as that caravan out there, and she has no mercy for anyone she faces. And may Kami have mercy on our souls if she ever captures us alive. Why? The leader mumbled, with sweat going down his forehead. She has a terrifying reputation in torture and interrogation. They say she's easily next in line to replace Marino Ibiki, a successful interrogator known as the Man of Truth, in the future. I absolutely fucking guarantee you that not attacking is the best decision we'll ever make in our entire lives right now. Bandit number 1 finished frantically, obviously having lost all motivation for attacking the approaching caravan. What about the other 2? One other bandit quizzed, obviously nervous about the prospect of facing someone as scary as that woman. Just what company was she keeping? The one with the eye patch looks young, but he's giving off a dangerous vibe. That big bearded guy looks familiar, though. Bandit number 2 mumbled with a hand on his chin for a moment, before snapping his fingers. I know, I've seen him guarding the daimyo once during a parade in the capital some time ago. The leader snapped his gaze to the other bandit. You're sure it's him? He got a nod. Shit. Fuck. Son of a bitch. Goddamn our luck, he cursed almost too loudly, getting his men to shift nervously in their hiding places. He then let out a resigned sigh. Just let them pass, stay the fuck hidden, and be fucking quiet. After they're out of sight, we're hauling ass back to camp. You know that guy, boss? No fucking clue, but he's a nin who guarded the daimyo, and only a member of the 12 shinobi guardians is allowed that duty. Everyone in the group swallowed hard. They all knew not to fuck with that group. The last large bandit group that attempted to attack the daimyo's royal caravan, which had several guardians escorting it, some years ago were completely wiped out down to the last man. Many different variations of that massacre were usually passed between bandits like campfire horror stories. As a result of the leader's smart decision, all the men watched the caravan pass by without any incident, thanking Kami for the timely information. Back with the caravan 30 minutes came and went with absolutely nothing happening, and the group already passed the hidden group of bandits long ago. Asuma chuckled as he lazily walked with hands in his pockets next to a silent Naruto and Anko. I guess there's actually someone smart among them. He grinned wider as he observed the absolutely disgruntled expressions on their faces. They were so ready for any action that they couldn't help but be disappointed at the lack of it, even if it was the best possible outcome this day. From what I heard from Pops, he's already sent a team out to take care of a bandit group making trouble in this province. I bet that was them back there, so we'll just have to leave them to someone else, he added, getting them to snap their gazes to him. So, someone else is stealing our prey, Anko muttered with narrowed eyes and a petulant pout. Naruto nodded in agreement with the same expression. Oh, come off it. You'll get your shot at some action soon enough, Asuma retorted with rolling eyes just as Ino ran up to them with a frown. Horiuchi would have called for her attention as she passed by, but he was rather intimidated by his master's gimlet eye and the addition of the tall and scary-looking bearded man walking behind Anko and Naruto. Oh, we're not going to do anything about the people I sensed back there, Ino whispered when she got close enough. Nah. They didn't bother us, so they're not our problem. Instead, we'll just report their number and general location when we get back, and they'll be someone else's job most likely. Her sensei replied nonchalantly. She scowled as she fell into step next to Naruto. Shika said the same thing. So we're gonna leave them to possibly attack someone else? She muttered, clearly having an issue with this considering the bandits would likely capture women and children for human trafficking, her biggest peeve with this world. Asuma smiled sadly as he took a drag from his cigarette. If they had attacked first, then it'd be a different story now. Unfortunately, we are paid mercenaries. That means we follow our clients' agreed-upon objectives to a reasonable degree. Since they did not agree to us searching and destroying any stray criminal we find along this route, we're not going to do that. Ino scowled and glared down at the ground, feeling helpless despite the fact she wasn't sure she'd have been ready to fight, let alone kill, any bandit this day. She just didn't want them to move on and hurt others who might be less prepared to face them. It's alright. I know it's not much consolation, but I don't agree with this either. It actually took Enko-sensei, Kurama, and Ero-sen bashing the part about being mercenaries into my head for months before I had to accept that I can't be an outright hero all the time if I follow this path, Naruto said softly as he put a hand on and squeezed her shoulder for reassurance. Enko's sweat dropped next to him as she remembered his incredible stubbornness on that particular subject when they trained together during that summer. I was always told that I'd have conflicts like this, but it never hit me like this until now, Ino mumbled quietly. Instead, the uptick in Naruto's voice caused her to glance up at him. He had on a mischievous grin. I decided that whenever I can, I'd cheat like the shinobi I've been trained to be and find workarounds. Then use them to try to do what I can to help others without outright defying orders. He stage whispered loud enough for both Jounin to hear, and they sweat dropped. Ino had to giggle. We heard that, you know. Asuma drawled in a deadpan tone. Enko slapped the blonde upside his head. Don't just blurt something like that out loud. We could have reported you for insubordination, smartass, she muttered, but the Jounin couldn't hide their amused smirks. Ino grinned mischievously at her boyfriend. So, in a hypothetical situation like just now, what would you have done about the bandits? Naruto cupped his chin in thought. I'd sneak away enough clones to ambush them when we're far enough, and then have them dispose of any evidence leading to me. What the clients doesn't know won't hurt them. Well, too bad you didn't then. I haven't sensed any of your chakra being used for the last few hours. Ino replied with slight disappointment. Upon that statement, Enko and Asuma were a little surprised that he didn't do anything. Bandits and slavers were becoming a major issue across the entire continent in this unusually long period of fragile peace since the last Great War, and they would have happily looked the other way if the blonde tried something. I might have done something if it wasn't for the fact Kurama's been ranting at me the last 10 minutes that there are 4 humans, 2 of them with an oddly youthful feeling to them, making a beeline for the bandits. Naruto replied in clear dread, knowing exactly who his tenant meant. Oh Kami, he somehow multiplied. Why can't I shut that disgusting emotion out? This doesn't make any fucking sense. Get me far away from those 2 freaks before I get infected. The beautiful vixen ranted in his mind at this moment. Upon hearing Naruto's statement, Anko and Asuma paled considerably. Ino was now confused with the cute tilt of her head as she tried to decipher the trio's nervous expressions. Her eyes then widened when she registered 4 new signatures at the edge of her sensing range. Now that he brought it up, I'm sensing 4 new humans too. I can tell one of them's unbelievably powerful, another signature belongs to Tenten-san, and the last 2 are close to your level, Naruto-kun. She whispered the last part, finding it hard to believe that there were others their age about as strong as her boyfriend, or at least his natural state without Kurama's chakra boosting him. If it wasn't for the current situation, the blonde Uzumaki would have grinned excitedly at the possibility of rivals his age. Nevertheless, he'd be looking forward to meeting them someday soon, especially since he knew one of them to be Hyuga Niji and they still had a score to settle. Anko turned to Asuma with a nervous expression. Why, you don't suppose it's him? Pops did mention sending a team after the bandits in this area. The bigger question is, why on Kami's green earth is there another one like him? Naruto finished with a shudder. Just what is going on? Ino demanded, obviously feeling left out of the loop since she never met this him. Naruto snapped to her with a deadly serious face, surprising her. Ino-chan, you're lucky that you do not know the horror that is him yet. Pray that he won't find us this day. I think I'm going to tell the clients to pick up the pace. Asuma muttered nervously as he put out his half-used cigarette. Ino let out an incredulous scoff. We're already 10 kilometers from the bandits and that team, Asuma-sensei. Exactly. We're still too close. Enko exclaimed with her fellow jounin nodding frantically. Maybe we'll be lucky he won't notice we're here, Naruto said quietly as he glanced back in the direction of the poor bandits about to face a horror unlike anything they've ever encountered before now. The bandits. That was too fucking close for comfort, the bandit leader mumbled as he wiped sweat off his forehead. He and his men were slowly and quietly making their way back to camp. Even though the shinobi were all kilometers away now, they couldn't help but be extremely quiet and careful, lest they risked having them turn around and mow them all down. It was like they had superpowers. You're telling me? If I ever hear about another caravan, just don't listen to me. Bandit number 1 grumbled, wondering if he was actually bad luck to those around him. Better yet, I'll just chop your head off if you ever say a word. So do me a favor and keep damn quiet next time, the leader growled. No argument from me, boss. All right, men. We're heading back. We'll just have to find something else to hit soon, the leader called out to his bandits, though he was a little confused when he noted most of them were staring dumbly in a certain direction over his shoulder. With furrowed brows, he slowly turned his head to glimpse an enormous trail of dust being kicked up across the landscape in the distance, and it was approaching his group rapidly. Is there any mention of another caravan around here? He muttered out the corner of his mouth to bandit number 1, who was also staring at the approaching cloud with growing dread. No. And this one's way too fast. No way a caravan can kick up that much dust, boss. A shout boomed throughout the area that shook the bandits to their very cores. YOSH! I have found the unyouthful criminals first, a young teenage male's voice yelled out as the dust cloud continued to approach the terrified bandits. Excellent job, my student! As promised, I shall do 50 laps around Konoha on my hands for not being the one to find them first. Now let us show them how our flames of youth will always win over their unyouthful activities. An older man's voice boomed in response. At this moment, the bandits could now make out 2 shadowy silhouettes at the head of the dust trail homing in toward them at an insane speed. One was obviously the size of a large adult male, while the other was one of a young teenage male. We're fucked, the leader whispered in despair. The last coherent things they saw, just as their entire world became chaotic with flying human bodies and dirt for a few long and painful minutes before merciful darkness took them permanently, were flashes of bright green, horrifyingly large black caterpillars sitting above creepy round eyes, and incredibly white teeth glinting brightly with ding sounds. 2 hours later at the destination, the last leg of the escort mission ended an hour earlier than the Konohagakure shinobi expected. That was mostly because their clients got nervous about disturbing noises coming up from behind, despite Asuma's and Anko's unconvincing assurances that they were fine. Instead, they hustled as quickly as they could. Even when they managed to escape the echoing shouts of youth, the caravan still kept up their increased speed all the way to their destination. Now, the shinobi were waiting next to the caravan as the city guards carefully inspected their clients' identifications and the wagons sitting outside a large town's entrance gate. They could have already left and be on their way back to Konohagakure by now, but since the clients promised them they weren't helping transport anything illegal, they charged extra for that dash. They had to wait on the city guard's report to ensure they weren't cheated out of extra mission pay. That was too close for comfort. Naruto let out a relieved sigh as he leaned next to Ino against a decorative brick wall lining the main path into the town. Shikamaru and Choji were resting in the shade of a nearby tree, one cloud watching and the other eating leisurely out of his bag of chips. Anko and Asuma were by the gate speaking quietly to the city guard's shift captain in order to gather any news and intelligence about the goings-on in the area for possible future missions. Ino smirked amusedly as she tilted her head cutely at her fellow blonde. "Is this Mato guy really that bad?" she quizzed, having gotten the details on Team Guy over the last couple hours. Naruto grimaced and made a wishy-washy gesture with his left hand. "He's a nice guy, just a bit too intense. Anyone who's met him generally tried to keep their interactions to a minimum to avoid being brainwashed." "Brainwashed? Really? Not that he was doing it on purpose, though. It's just the way he is. I spent 3 months with him a few years ago, and I still catch myself almost spouting youthful things even now." Ino giggled. "You have to admit that's a funny thought. You won't find it so funny if I decide to sport a bowl-cut haircut, grow my eyebrows as large as caterpillars, and wear a bright green full-body spandex jumpsuit with orange leg warmers one day." Ino's mind grinded to a halt at the thought of her boyfriend with these horrid fashion faux pas. The image she conjured up in her mind was even worse than his old orange outfit. "And oh!" she suddenly shrieked out loud, making everyone around them jump a little. As she blushed under annoyed glares from the other squad members and the city guards, Naruto was laughing quietly, making her huff at him in irritation. "No worries about that. If I ever give in to the brainwashing, Kurama promised she'd do the world a favor and erase my existence," he said jokingly. Ino's sweat dropped, then formed a saucy smirk. "Please don't let her do that. Whether if it's green spandex, your old orange outfit, or this." She purred the last word almost seductively as she moved close to him and brought her hands up to gently rub her fingers over Naruto's impressive abs through the fabric of his skin-tight dark blue and crimson jacket, making him blush. Her eyes turning half-lidded at what she was feeling under her fingers with a growing blush standing out starkly on her pale skin, she then slowly moved up to rub his pecs then his collarbones, making him stammer at the unbridled delight in her beautiful blue eyes. "What's hidden underneath is what matters," she finished with a slow and sensual lick of her slightly plump lips, wetting them and making them glisten in the sunlight. That was one of the hottest things he'd seen her do in recent memory. Why you mean MIP personality? Alright?" he tried to say calmly, only to fail miserably as he slowly pressed his back up against the wall with his girlfriend still closing the distance between them. Despite him having dated Hinata and Ino for many months, they hadn't moved past kissing, some light groping, and harmless flirting, so this was still a relatively new thing for him to deal with, and Ino was rarely this direct in public. The beautiful blonde grinned wider, as if she was seeing a prey she was about to eat. "Yeah, that," she breathed out sexily, her smirk and half-lidded eyes showing she was clearly not thinking of his wonderful personality this time as her gaze raked over his sculpted muscles showing through the tight jacket. That wasn't very convincing, Ino-chan." Naruto shot back weakly as she inched closer to him, her intention clear. "Do you really care, Naruto-kun?" "Not this time, I suppose." He finally caught up with the situation and smirked as he reached his right hand around onto the small of her back to guide her in, making her shiver in excitement. She slid her hands that were still on his collarbones up under his white fur collar to clasp together behind his neck, and rose on tiptoes to slowly close the rest of the way to his waiting lips. "Ino-san!" A very unwelcome voice interrupted this lovely moment. Naruto swore he heard a distinct snap when Ino flinched at Horiuchi's voice as the annoying apprentice merchant stepped up behind her. She then became still and expressionless with some shadow over her eyes as she limply leaned her forehead against Naruto's chest. The other blonde was quite concerned about her reaction and paid Horiuchi no mind at all, even though he ruined the moment between the couple again. I forgot to mention this on the trip here, but I think you'd be interested to know that I live in this town. How about I give you a tour while your team's waiting, Ino-san? I'll even show you where I live. Horiuchi continued as he apparently hadn't noticed Ino's sudden silence, though he was irritated at how close she still was to that uncouth barbarian. I'm almost embarrassed to say that it's a mansion, but that's what it is. It's such a lovely-looking place, too, he added almost smugly, thinking casual mentions of his family's riches would get Ino interested finally. Encountering no resistance from either blondes, he continued in a suave voice. In addition, I'd be happy to show you my bedroom dash. At this point, one Yamanaka Ino had enough of his annoying attempts at wooing her. His blatant proposition was the last straw. Smash! She made her anger very obvious when she removed her right hand from Naruto's neck and plowed a fist into the 2-meter-tall solid brick wall next to him, blasting a decent-sized hole straight through. Meanwhile, her expression was stony and her eyes were still hidden by shadows. The young jinchuriki would never admit this for as long as he lived, but this terrified him something fierce despite his calm expression as he watched this happen. He just hoped she wasn't going to turn her anger on him after she was done with that idiot. Her reaction finally seemed to have gotten through to the young apprentice, as he squeaked loudly in fright and fell on his butt. He began to whimper and looked like he was about to piss his pants as he stared at the hole in the brick wall and his lovely vision of Beauty's trembling fist near it, not believing what he was seeing. What are you? He stuttered, his vision of a delicate and demure lady shattering before his very eyes. I am a proud kunoichi of Konohagakure. Ino finally growled fiercely, before she turned her head over her shoulder toward the whimpering man on the ground, finally showing her eyes blazing with anger. That means I didn't train myself into the ground every day just so I'd be a notch in the bedpost for a weak and pathetic man like you, let alone even consider that disgusting notion due to the fact that I'm already deeply in love with the most wonderful man in the world. Now that the mission's over and I don't have to play nice anymore, leave me the fuck alone and go look somewhere else for a stupid bimbo to wag your tiny dick at. She hissed with enough venom in her tone to make Naruto wince behind her. He almost felt sorry for Horiuchi. Almost. TT, that's not natural. What did I ever see in you? You're a freak! Horiuchi shouted as he scrambled to his feet and ran away into the town, with some suspicious drops of liquid trailing behind him on the ground. Naruto narrowed his eye at the hurtful statement that made his girlfriend flinch slightly in his embrace. Nope, definitely not feeling sorry for that asshole anymore. Ino let out a loud exhale as she expelled all the annoyance and anger she held in against Horiuchi for the entire trip to this town. She then turned her head back to Naruto, still silent as she leaned her forehead against his chest again to hide her face from his concerned gaze. They were still like this for a long moment before Naruto finally broke the silence. Your hand hurt a bit? He asked with a slightly teasing tone. An adorable whimper answered him as she nodded weakly against his chest. He chuckled lowly as he gently grasped her right hand and lifted it to his face. Her knuckles were a bit red and throbbing slightly, but that won't be a concern after a few minutes. He lightly brushed his lips against them, and smirked inwardly as he felt her shiver pleasantly in his embrace. He then gently guided her hand to his neck to allow it to wrap around and rejoin her left hand behind it. Don't listen to that asshole, he suddenly said, making her flinch. She lifted her head to stare into his warm eye with a surprised expression. It didn't bother me. I'll have to call bullshit on that. She sighed. Okay, it did. Honestly, what's wrong with being able to perform the things that we shinobi and kunoichi do? You'd think most of these civilians have never heard of us, considering any of them could have had a chance to train and learn techniques that we use every day if they made the effort. Instead, they're surprised and freaked out when we do anything out of the ordinary. They just live a very different way of life from us. Let me ask you this. Hinata-chan's as strong and as capable as you are, so does that mean she's a freak as well? Ino's expression told Naruto that she couldn't believe he had the audacity to even utter that question. What about Anko-sensei? She's the strongest woman in Konoha aside from the Sanin Tsunade right now and can do even more impressive stuff. Hell no! I would never think that way of them. So does it matter if a guy who've never lived in a hidden village all his life insults you for what you've worked hard to achieve? That which you should be damn proud of? No. It doesn't. Thanks, Ino muttered before letting a beautiful smile grow on her face in appreciation for her boyfriend's comforting words. She then leaned up to finally do what she had been planning to do a few minutes ago, and Naruto leaned down as well to meet her halfway. This kiss was shorter and more chaste than originally intended before the interruption, but they easily felt the warmth and love from it. You know, Naruto-kun, we do care about what a certain handsome and whiskered blonde man thinks of us, though, she said sweetly after they released each other's lips. Naruto grinned in that foxy way she loved so much. He'd always think they're beautiful, smart, strong, graceful, and that he's a very lucky man to have earned their attention. Ino blushed prettily and smiled shyly as she trailed a finger up and down one of his pecs, but any further conversation was stopped. Someone say my name a minute ago? A female voice called out behind them. They turned to find Anko smirking as she walked up to them. They glanced behind her to find Asuma acting like he was apologizing to a pair of irritated guards with a sheepish expression and a hand behind his neck. Did something happen? Asuma-sensei looks like he's in trouble, Ino asked innocently with a tilt of her head. Anko stopped and stared at her in deadpan. He's apologizing on your behalf. Her voice was equally monotone as well. What? What did I do? Seriously? Did you forget you just punched a hole in that brick wall in front of these guards? A brick wall that's also this town's public property. Anko retorted incredulously as she pointed at Ino's handiwork. This got the blonde to blush in embarrassment. Though she wondered why the purple-haired woman's cheeks flushed a stark red too for a few brief seconds when Naruto coughed in a strange way just now. She could have sworn she heard him mutter lamppost in between coughs. After briefly shooting her smirking student her deadliest glare, Anko cleared her throat. You're lucky I saw that little shit harassing you beforehand. Otherwise, I wouldn't have offered to do the repair and they'd be billing you right now. Just don't let your temper take over next time, she said in a stern voice. Ino ducked her head, chastised, before she straightened up with a determined expression. Anko-sensei, I should be doing the repair. It's my fault after all. Anko waved off Ino's offer. Don't worry, at least this time. This'll be fixed up in a minute if we do it my way. Rookie, get the pieces together. Naruto nodded and hopped over to the other side of the wall to gather the several pieces of bricks off the ground. Meanwhile, Ino stepped up next to Asuma to apologize to the guards herself. Once the pieces were gathered and somewhat inserted back into the wall with visible cracks and some missing small pieces, Anko smirked and made a show of pushing her trench coat's sleeves up her arms like a magician with the two genin watching on behind her. This is a nice little trick for those with strong earth affinity. Watch. She clasped her hands together into a snake seal to mold her chakra, and then pressed her right hand against the wall without announcing any technique, showing this was purely earth chakra manipulation. A second went by before Naruto and Ino saw how the cracks were disappearing and the missing pieces seemed to be filling in quickly. It was only 10 seconds later that the brick wall looked good as new with no sign of any previous damage. That's incredible, Anko-sensei! Thank you! Ino exclaimed. Anko blushed slightly and rubbed a finger under her nose with a wide smile. It is but a common task for the amazing Mitarashi Anko, she declared in an overtly haughty tone, before a tall man's hand ruffled her hair from behind, annoying her greatly. Enough showing off, Miss Amazing. We should get going before the guards get any more annoyed with us, Asuma drawled with a chuckle as he removed his hand quickly before Anko could slap it off. Or lob it off if a kunai held ready in one of her hands was any indication. No touching my hair. That's only for you Gaone and Na Dash. She growled before clamping up in surprise as she took figurative glances at Naruto, who had an eyebrow raised. She stammered with red cheeks for a few seconds before quickly running off after a quietly laughing Asuma to continue threatening him. Wow, if that wasn't such an obvious sign she has some serious hots for you, I don't know what else that was. Ino spoke up in deadpan next to Naruto, who grinned. Could mean anything. Seriously? You're going to ignore that adorable reaction that all but declared that you're one of the 2 people on this planet allowed to touch her hair like that? You're right, that was pretty cute. Naruto muttered with slightly red cheeks. But I'm still not going to do anything. She has to be the one to bring up the subject. That's only fair, considering I'm already involved with you and Hinata-chan. What right do I have to tell any other woman to happily accept this situation since that's the only way I'd be able to freely love her back? Naruto-kun, We can't help who we fall in love with, and the longer this goes on, the less inclined either of you are going to change the status quo between you two because it's comfortable where you two are right now. We've all known you care a lot for her for a long time, so it wouldn't hurt you to give her a small push at least. I guess you have a point, but I still don't think we've reached the point where I'd have to take this into my own hands. Ino let out a frustrated groan as she watched Shikamaru, Choji, and the two sensei getting everything squared away for departure back to Kanahagakure soon. Well, I tried at least. Now, I have one more question before we begin getting ready ourselves, she declared as she fixed Naruto with a piercing glare, making him swallow nervously. I felt a spike of your chakra while you were behind that wall gathering up the pieces, so don't even bother denying this. What is your clone going to do? You know my answer. Naruto-kun. Just because that prick was an annoying asshole, it doesn't mean you get to retaliate anytime against anyone who rubs you the wrong way. Naruto grunted, obviously going to be stubborn about this. He's going to learn that no one hurts my Ino-chan's feelings and gets off easy. She almost wanted to melt at his possessive my Ino-chan, but managed to retain her stern expression. That doesn't mean you get to hurt him. Naruto's evil grin growing wide across his face made Ino feel a strange mixture of fear and arousal, and she began to feel a small amount of pity for Horiuchi's well-being. Who said anything about hurting him? I only have a few pranks in mind. Scratch that. She now felt 100% sorry for that hapless apprentice merchant's mental health. And why was her boyfriend's evil pranking expression so damn sexy to her? Back in Kanahagakure some time later, training ground 7, Uzumaki Naruto could be a downright bastard when he wanted to. That was the conclusion the three young genin of Team 7 came to after they spent the last hour trying their damnedest to land a meaningful hit on him. Every time they came close, he usually slipped out of their grasp and retaliated harshly enough to make them regret their mistakes. At this moment, their blonde opponent was alone with Sai as he sliced through several of the pale-skinned man's tiger-like ink summons easily with a saber in his right hand. Sasuke and Sakura were nowhere to be seen, obviously hiding and waiting for an opening to attack. After eliminating the last of the summons, Naruto ignored a flight of hastily summoned ink birds and pushed through to Sai. Upon getting close enough, he reached out and grabbed the surprised ink user's face with his left hand and prepared to smash him into the ground, only to find out it was a decoy when Sai burst into black ink in his grip. The ink then convulsed and quickly reformed into several large snakes that managed to wrap around and bind a surprised Naruto. Just then, hails of shuriken and kunai burst out of the trees surrounding him, and many of them did manage to hit him. A brief feeling of victory for three certain genin was shattered when the Naruto they thought they caught in the trap burst into smoke, leaving the ink snakes to fall to the ground and splash into a harmless black puddle. Some loud curses followed afterward. The real Sai, hiding in a bush near where he thought he caught Naruto, shivered when he felt the hair on the back of his neck standing up. He reacted too late when a sandaled foot burst out of some leaves to his left to connect solidly with the side of his face. He was knocked out of the bush and into the open, now in a daze. A grinning Naruto followed a second later to stand over him. Thanks for finally springing the trap. I know where the other two are now, he said with a victorious smirk. A few seconds later, Sasuke and Sakura burst out of two different parts of the forest surrounding the clearing they were in. The raven-haired Uchiha was going on full attack against a copy of Naruto, while the cute Pinkette was careful to defend herself against yet another copy with a pair of kunai in her hands. Frustrated that his team had been easily flushed out of hiding, Sasuke growled and made room in order to blur through hand seals. The copy he was battling against matched his actions quickly. Katan, Gokakyu, great fireball! After the dual shouts, both combatants breathed out a large fireball each that smashed into each other, and created a large explosion followed by a dense dust cloud between the two combatants. Panting lightly, Sasuke peered into the cloud for any sign of his opponent. He was too focused on the one in front of him, when he should have been more aware of his surroundings. Don't focus on only one person when fighting multiple opponents. Naruto's voice muttered behind him, making him twirl around instinctively, only to meet with a fist buried deep into his stomach. Choking on spit, he realized he had been unprepared for the original Naruto, who tied up Sai a moment ago, to join in against him. He staggered back from the original, only for the clone he turned his back on to appear out of the dust cloud behind him with a grin. It then swept his legs out from under him, and kicked him up a few meters into the air before dispelling. While Sasuke was still spinning in the air, he noticed some ninja wire wrapping around his body loosely, about to tighten. He was going to be tied up if he didn't do something. He tried to quickly perform kawarimi to escape, but the original Naruto, apparently predicting he was going to do that, was already up in the air above him with his arms up for a double-fisted hammer strike to his back. The next thing he knew, pain filled his body as he was mercilessly smashed to the ground with the wire already tight around him, effectively taking him out of the sparring match along with Sai. The only one left to stand alone against Naruto, and one of his clones, was Haruno Sakura. Poof. Make that just me now, Naruto thought, impressed, as he glanced over to find a panting Pinkette standing before a dissipating cloud of smoke. She looked like she had been through the ringer with several bruises and scratches all over her body, and her outfit was disarrayed and dirty. Damn it! Figures I'd be having trouble against a mere clone, she muttered tiredly as she glanced over at her tied-up comrades. She had to admit facing off alone against the original Naruto himself terrified her more than anything else right now, but she had to keep going, if to at least free her teammates. Those two clones were overpowered, just so you know. You're doing great, Naruto praised with an impressed smile as he moved to stand between Sakura and her teammates, and prepared an attacking stance. The Pinkette shivered a little nervously before taking two kunai out of her pouch to hold them in reverse grip. She then took a wide stance and crossed her arms over her chest, a fully defensive response. They stood in silence for a long moment, before Naruto began things off with a quick front kick that, while jarring to her, Sakura blocked against easily thanks to her defense. He then followed up with several alternating punches that she managed to absorb and roll with, before finishing with a surprise kick at her midsection to try breaking her guard. Yet, he was the one who was surprised when the pink-haired girl suddenly broke her stance and slipped past him to make a full-speed dash for her tied-up teammates, one of her kunai prepared to cut the ninja wire binding them. Unfortunately for her, Naruto was too quick when he caught up easily and knocked her aside with a strong backhand to her side, sending her tumbling across the ground like a ragdoll for a few meters. This let him easily slip back in between her and her two captured teammates, now more prepared for her trickery. She still refused to give up as she nimbly sprang out of the tumble onto her feet and rushed forward again, this time to go on a full attack against Naruto, as she made many furious slashes with her two kunai that he easily dodged out of the way. She cursed inwardly when she overextended on one of her strikes, and paid for it with pain when Naruto easily struck her wrist to make her lose the kunai. Now left with only the kunai in her right hand, she ignored the throbbing numbness in her left as she pressed forward, only for Naruto to stop her blade with his own kunai, and held it there between their faces. Sakura grunted in exertion as she tried futilely to overpower Naruto while he pushed back against her kunai, though she hadn't noticed he had to exert a surprising amount of effort against such a slender teenage girl. After a few long seconds of struggling, she had enough thought to shift their locked kunai off to the side and suddenly drop the blade while he was still pushing against her. It was a gutsy move to just throw away a weapon like that in such close quarters, but the wide-eyed expression on Naruto's face was worth it in her opinion as he stumbled a little off balance toward her. That was what she was hoping for as she reared her suddenly free hand back for the strongest punch she could muster against his chest. If she succeeded, she'd use his momentary daze to quickly free her teammates, and then make things difficult for him again. As she unleashed her strike, thoughts of finally landing a solid hit on him were shattered when Naruto recovered just in time and quickly slapped her approaching fist off course. Instead of the fist burying into his sternum for a hopefully destabilizing blow, she only managed a graze against his left shoulder. He made use of this by letting the strike spin him, and he came back around with a mule kick straight into her completely undefended side. That was enough to take her out of the spar as she landed on the ground a few meters away groaning in pain while favoring her ribcage. "That's enough!" a female voice barked out as Anko and Kakashi appeared out of blurs between Naruto and Team 7. "You did well, my cute students. You managed to last 10 minutes longer against him than last time," Kakashi said lazily as he cut the wire binding both Sasuke and Sai while they grumbled about losing, even though they were improving in large strides. Sakura grunted in pain as she was helped to her feet by Naruto, still favoring her side. "Sorry for being so tough on you guys, but you did great," he said with an apologetic shrug. Sasuke grunted in annoyance, clearly not wanting to dwell on his latest loss to Naruto, despite the fact he and the others were managing to improve by large strides between every sparring session. Sai inclined his head, accepting the praise for what it was. Sakura groaned again before displaying a somewhat bitter smile. "I still have a long way to go, though. You'll get there. You all are already better than the average genin now." Sakura's smile became more warm and genuine at his assurances, before she sighed in relief as one of her hands began to glow light green as it made passes over her ribs. The problem is we're comparing ourselves to that one genin who's sitting on the extreme end of the spectrum, not an average one. She quipped, and Naruto snorted. Says the one who's using a Chunin-level medical jutsu like it's nothing right in front of me. I can't do that at all, he retorted in deadpan, and she ducked her head with an embarrassed blush over that praise. It's not every day you see a genin pick up a new medical jutsu almost every time she shows up for her part-time training at the hospital. Enko added with a smirk, clearly trying to make Sakura's blush glow even brighter for her own entertainment. Now, no need to make her head pop from too much blood. Kakashi drawled, a little protective of his genin against Enko's antics since that time he made the horrible mistake of leaving them alone with her. Never again. After a quick briefing session in which they all discussed what the genin did wrong in the spar and what to improve, it was decided that they were done for the day. Take care, everyone, and Ino-chan said she wants to see you tonight if possible, Sakura-chan. Naruto called out as he waved with his right arm. Sasuke grunted in return as he was already making his way home, not wishing to be here any longer than necessary. There was more training to get to. Sai just waved back robotically with an awkward but genuine smile before heading off in a different direction. Sakura smiled brightly and thanked the blonde as she jogged off to home and get cleaned up so she could hang out with her friend this evening. Thanks for coming by as usual. Be sure to take good care of him, Anko-san. Kakashi whispered the last part to his fellow jounin slyly. Before the snake mistress could growl back at him in irritation, he had already disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto was confused at this odd exchange, but forgot about it when the remaining duo began making their way back into the village under the darkening evening sky. They walked in silence for a long minute, before her right hand suddenly shot out to grab Naruto's upper left arm in a vice-like grip before he could react, and gave it a hard jerk upward with a loud sickening pop. The jinchuriki's shrill shriek of agony echoed throughout the entire training grounds area. A moment later, Enko was standing with an unimpressed expression over Naruto's crouched and whimpering form as he cradled his left arm lovingly against his chest, fighting back a tear in his visible eye. That's what you get for avoiding telling anyone you had a dislocated shoulder. Why did you think I stopped the spar? It certainly wasn't for the brats' sakes, and the only reason I didn't call you out in front of them is because we don't need them to get big heads so soon yet for finally injuring the great Uzumaki Naruto. God damn it, Enko-sensei. That fucking hurts. I was going to pop it back in at home. It's better to do it when you're relaxed and not ready for it. Being aware and tense for the pain might have caused more problems in the long run. You know that. Kurama would have made sure my body's still in good working order anyway. It doesn't mean you can just take that for granted. If you can help it in the first place, then don't make her do extra work. Naruto felt some guilt at that statement. He promised to not let himself think of Kurama as a crutch, and yet he found himself almost slipping into that mindset in some cases. This is a very minor thing. It barely takes more than a conscious thought to fix something like that, so no need to feel bad. I admit I'm taking this for granted too, but the little snake is right that you shouldn't let your body stay damaged longer than necessary anyway. Thanks, Kurama. Still, just knock my ass around if you feel like I'm taking advantage of you, okay? Trust me. I will gladly do that if it ever comes to that. Kurama retorted with a smirk. Still, I'm amazed Pinky managed to dislocate your shoulder with that glancing blow. I think you would have been laid out flat on your back staring up at the sky with the little Spitfire frantically working to heal your shattered ribcage and ruptured organs, if she had connected with your sternum instead. Naruto gave a shiver at that. That would have been a painful experience for him, and it was doubtful that Sakura would have recovered fully from nearly accidentally killing a comrade. She was still working to build up confidence in herself as a kunoichi, even after coming a long way since she began her career. I don't think she's aware she was augmenting some of her strikes with small bursts of chakra lately. My Sharingan's picking up on these occurrences and they seem to be random, though they occur more whenever she was pushing herself. To think she's actually in the beginning stage of developing the technique that made Tsunade-sama famous, though it's by accident, and it still needs tons of refinement. I'll have a chat with Kakashi to make sure he knows not to let Pinky accidentally hurt her teammates in spars. Naruto nodded at that as he carefully rotated his left arm around to make sure he got full mobility back. We certainly have come a long way since we started this team assignment. He said out of the blues as they resumed walking back to the village. Enko shrugged lazily. We got stronger. The others got stronger as well. That's common sense when we've been training all this time, but I'm almost disappointed there's been no real surprise for any of us so far. Though, I guess that'll change soon since we're all finally taking more missions out of the village now. You make it sound like something horrible's gonna happen any minute. That's the life of an een. Shit happens. The last half year looking after you was actually a pleasant paid vacation for me compared to before. Anko retorted with a wave of her hand. Certainly didn't feel that way for me. Naruto muttered, remembering his harrowing training at the hands of the crazy purple-haired woman next to him. Want me to pull that arm back out of its socket? Anko asked sweetly with an ominous aura. No thanks. After a few minutes of banter, they were just about to leave the training area. Naruto thought back to what Ino suggested about him at least elevating this relationship between him and Anko a bit more. He thought it couldn't hurt to at least try. Anko-sensei. He called out a little uncertainly. This got his female companion to glance over at him. I'm thinking about getting some dinner at the barbecue restaurant. It'd be nice to have company, so would you like to go with me? Anko stared into his nervous eye for a moment, before finally smiling. Naruto was almost about to let out a relieved sigh. Then her expression became regretful. I'd love to go, but I've already made plans tonight. Kurenai-chan begged me to go on a double date with her. It'll be with Asuma and a friend of his. Naruto felt like he had actually been speared in the stomach by one of Sakura's recently discovered super punches. Oh, that's too bad. Miraculously, he managed to get that out calmly. Though Anko apparently caught something in his tone anyway as her light brown eyes seemed to dart around nervously. It's nothing serious, though. Just spending time with some friends at a bar, nothing more, and I promised Nai-chan. Otherwise, I would have gone with you. She muttered as she fiddled with her hands. She couldn't help but feel like something was going wrong here. Don't worry. I got it. I guess I'll head on home instead. Why? You could at least get one of your girlfriends to go with you, though. It's not like you need me, dash. I asked you because it's you. He cut her off a little sharply, making her flinch slightly. He sighed. Sorry for bringing this up out of the blues. I'm just gonna heat up some leftovers, and we can go get barbecue some other day. Deal? Anko stared at him for a long moment, before slowly nodding her head. Deal. Have fun and take care, Anko-sensei. I'll catch you later. Anko stopped and stood in silence, still staring at him with an unreadable expression, before nodding again. She then waved her goodbye as she split off upon entering the village. After Naruto was sure he was out of her earshot, he let out a frustrated growl and stopped to press his forehead against a random alley's wall, and began to lazily hammer against it repeatedly with his right hand. Naruto. If it's any consolation, she was absolutely regretful and kicking herself the entire time she had to turn you down. She really was just keeping a promise, and nothing else. Kurama tried to say helpfully, using what she sensed from the purple-haired woman. She didn't want to see her container like this, and the emotions he was feeling made her chest tighten a little uncomfortably. It wasn't much comfort to hear that from his tenant, but he'd have to take it as he struggled to keep a certain green-eyed monster contained within his chest. Just the thought of Anko enjoying her time with another male made what literally felt like hot pain shoot through him, so he had to push that out of his mind for now. What right did he have to be selfish about how Anko spent her time when they still had yet to tell each other how they felt? Even though it was clear they liked each other. Just why was it so hard to bring their relationship out of its platonic stage now? It had been so difficult for the two of them to keep up this facade right after they got assigned together, but now it was beginning to feel like he was stuck on a slippery slope when it came to pursuing any romance with Anko, even though he felt he was ready to move on. With a low groan, he turned and leaned his back against the wall to stare up at the night sky. Damn it! Is that you, Naruto? A new voice cut into his introspection. Naruto jumped and twirled around to find a certain panda-haired brunette standing at the entrance to the alley he slipped into. Tenten-chan? What are you doing here? Tenten arched an eyebrow with an amused grin. Considering that a certain someone was banging a fist against the exterior wall of the shop where I work in, I felt I had a right to check out what's going on here. Or am I wrong to think that? Naruto gave a start at the revelation that he inadvertently had his little jealous outburst right next to his favorite weapon shop, the broken dagger. He then blushed heavily with a sheepish expression. No, you're right. I'm sorry for dragging you out here just because I was dealing with a personal problem. Tenten waved his apology off with an easy smile and stepped closer with a concerned expression. Naruto. Are you okay? You know I'd be happy to hear you out if you feel up to it. Naruto smiled gratefully, happy that he made yet another good friend in Tenten over the last half year. With his visits to the weapon shop to buy supplies, he found himself chatting with the cute tomboy often, and they got along well. Thanks. I'll be fine, though. Tenten shrugged, then put on a mischievous smirk. So you're gonna run from this? Just like you ran away like a bitch from my team the other day on that escort mission? I didn't want to run away. Ask Asuma-sensei and Anko-sensei instead. They were the one who made the decision. Tenten let out a guffaw. I bet you didn't argue against that order at all, though. And here I was looking forward to running into you out on the field when Niji-san spied your team with his Byakugan. It kinda hurt my feelings to hear you and your team ran off so quickly after Gai-sensei and Lee-san started screaming about youth and demolishing those bandits. She said in a mock-hurt tone that showed she completely understood Naruto's fear at that time. Figures he'd be the one who ousted us. Naruto grumbled, making the cute brunette chuckle. Well, I can tell there's no love lost between you two, obviously. Anyway, how about we have dinner together? I just closed the store and Dad's out with friends, so I'm free for the evening. She offered warmly. She knew Naruto wasn't up to talking about whatever was bothering him, but it didn't mean she wasn't going to try to cheer him up. An upset Naruto just felt so wrong, and she knew that much even after speaking to each other for only a short while. Naruto's expression brightening a little showed her it was worth asking him. Thanks, Tenten-chan. I think I'll take you up on that offer. Some time later at a certain bar, Anko had to hold in another sigh as she sat next to Kurenai in a booth. Across from them were Sarutobi Asuma and Yamashiro Aoba. Kurenai and Asuma were talking animatedly, apparently lost in their own world, while she and Aoba were making pleasant small talk in the meantime. Apparently this young black-haired man with dark glasses sitting across from her was one of Asuma's kohai from before he left to be one of the 12 guardians, and she knew he was a nice and good man from the couple hours she spent with him. Any other woman would have found him genuinely attractive, in all aspects. However, Anko felt like there was something preventing this from being a truly memorable date, and she knew it was the fact a certain blonde-haired and whiskered man wasn't sitting in front of her. She felt bad for Aoba. He deserved more than a woman who wouldn't stop thinking of another male, while they should have been at least getting to know each other by this point. She had a feeling Aoba did not really want to be here either, but it would have been rude to ask him that in front of Asuma. It was the first time Kurenai finally went out with Asuma in a personal setting, and the young Sarutobi thought she would be more comfortable with this if there were at least another couple along on a double date, so he pulled Aoba into this. Kurenai then pulled her in as a result. Damn it. She should have been with Naruto now. Excuse me? I'm afraid I have an early shift tomorrow, so I'll have to go now, Asuma-senpai. Aoba suddenly spoke up as he adjusted his dark glasses, surprising Anko as he seemed to have had the same thought. Oh, sorry to hear that. What about you, Anko-san? Asuma said distractedly as he continued to stare at Kurenai's goofily smiling expression. It was apparent they wouldn't mind being left alone together at this point. Anko rolled her eyes. Yeah, I'm gonna turn in early too. Come on, Aoba-san, I'll walk with you part of the way, she offered with a smile. Aoba smiled as he nodded his acceptance, and they said their goodbyes. A few minutes later, they were out on the streets, and they walked side by side in somewhat tense silence. Finally, it was Anko who stopped them on a deserted street and spoke first. Aoba-san, you've been quite a gentleman, and I have to say you're better company than what I was expecting. That's why it's not fair to you that I haven't been paying this double date much mind tonight. You deserve more than that, and I'm sorry this was a waste of your time. To her surprise, Aoba smiled easily. I developed an empathic ability that allows me to sense strong emotions off people to a degree enough that I could actually almost see images in my head. So I had a good hunch that was the case. To be honest, my heart definitely wasn't into this either, and I was wondering how I would let my companion down at the end without offending her. Imagine my relief when I noticed you shared the same idea. Anko nodded in understanding, not at all bothered that he sensed her emotions. She was the type that wore her emotions on her sleeve whenever she wanted anyway. I'm surprised I haven't seen you in my department. Your ability would be a huge help. Aoba grimaced. I can't exactly turn off this ability, so being able to feel the prisoner's negative emotions all the time didn't sound like my cup of tea. Anko smirked. Yeah, it ain't for everyone. So why come along on this double date then? I let Asuma-senpai drag me along mostly because he needed a reason to ask Yuhi-san out tonight, and I owed him a favor. Imagine my surprise when my date turned out to be Mitarashi Anko, however. Even though we knew it wasn't going to go beyond tonight, I'm glad I had such a beautiful and pleasant company to chat with about light topics for a couple hours. So it wasn't a waste of time in my opinion. Anko blushed and grinned as she punched him lightly on the shoulder. Flattery will get you everywhere. At least when you find that one special woman eventually, she teased. Aoba chuckled as he adjusted his glasses. He's a very lucky man. The one who has your undivided attention. I can almost sense that he's blonde, eye-patched, and has whiskers. Something tells me he's quite familiar. Aoba teased slightly, making the purple-haired woman stammer a bit. He truly is very fortunate, and I wish you good luck with earning his affection. Anko cleared her throat and blushed slightly, before smiling. Thanks, and I'm sorry again about tonight. I'll be sure to see you around, and I hope we'll be on friendly terms at least. It's rare to find someone who'd look past my so-called reputation. Indeed. Have a good evening and take care. Aoba replied with a wave, before he split off down another street. Anko let out a sigh and stretched her arms overhead. Maybe Naruto's at home now. I could surprise him. She thought to herself, a little happy at that notion. She hated the way they left things off the last time they saw each other, and wanted to see if she could repair that awkwardness as quickly as possible. As she was walking home and making plans on how to talk this over with a certain blonde, a flash of yellow caught her eyes. She stopped in her track, and glanced over to find Ichiraku Ramen. That wasn't what caught her attention though. It was who were sitting at the counter alone together at this moment, and her stomach dropped like a ton of bricks. Naruto and a cute brown-haired girl with her hair done up in twin buns like a panda were sitting at the counter, talking and laughing together animatedly as they ate out of their ramen bowls. It felt like Arctic ice was spreading slowly through Anko's chest at the sight. What? Why was he here? Who was that girl? Why were they laughing together like that? Didn't Naruto say he was just going to have leftovers at home? Why was he here with another girl that wasn't Ino, Hinata, or her? Those were the thoughts that raced through Anko's mind as she watched the brunette laugh sweetly and playfully slap Naruto's arm as he was doing his sheepish pose. Apparently he had told her a funny story just now. She seriously wanted to rip that girl's arm off as white-hot fire quickly replaced the ice in her chest. It took all Anko had to take control of her raging emotions, and she finally squashed down the rampart jealousy she was dealing with at the sight of a new girl next to Naruto. Now that she had regained a somewhat level-headed thought process, she realized the brunette was that girl from the weapon shop that she and Naruto frequented. If she remembered correctly, she was part of Team Guy, and her name was Tenten. Anko forced herself to rationalize that this outing was more likely friendly than romantic. She correctly deduced that he probably ran across her, and it somehow led to them going out to dinner for company. There was no reason to worry about any romance developing between the blonde and that brown-haired girl, right? Damn it! Unfortunately, the raging green-eyed monster in her chest was doing its best to dispute that thought. It still didn't change the fact that she apparently pushed Naruto right into another girl's arms. She had her chance for his company tonight, and she blew it because of a stupid promise she had to keep. Swallowing hard as if she was forcing down some imaginary bile, she forced herself to turn away from this overtly friendly display, and walked away silently toward her apartment without alerting Naruto to her presence. She could only hope her surrogate sister was home. Damn it all! Omake, you wouldn't like it when I'm angry. Kaganezawa Horiuchi let out a disgruntled groan after he slammed back his sixth shot at the bar in his town's local pub. He had been in a lousy mood since he got scared off by that freaky blonde woman earlier today. He couldn't believe he let himself be fooled by her innocent facade. No normal and weak woman was supposed to be able to punch a hole through a wall like that. It terrified him to wonder what else she was hiding underneath that pretty exterior of hers, so he just wanted to drown it all away and forget about the fact he tried to woo a freak like her. In fact, she was perfect for that uncouth eye-patched barbarian, and they both could go screw themselves for all he cared. Yo! Having problems? A man greeted in a cheerful voice as he sat at the bar right next to him. Horiuchi grunted in response, hoping he'd be left alone. No such luck. Yeah, you look like you're drowning in them. He remained silent, figuring this annoying man would leave after a while. That's okay. I'm having a problem of my own too. You see, earlier today, a stupid asshole screamed something at a certain someone who's very important to me, and it hurt her feelings. I didn't like that just a small bit, so I've been looking for the prick and biding my time until I could return the favor. Look, I don't see why you're telling me this. I just want to be left alone. Horiuchi slurred as he took one more shot, and his vision was becoming blurry at this point. Oh, I'm telling you this because you have quite a large part in this story. The apprentice merchant snapped his gaze to the side to find a very familiar eye-patched barbarian smirking at him in a menacing way. You. Me. You shouldn't be here. Horiuchi mumbled fearfully as he leaned back from the blonde, his eyes darting around for a way to escape this. To his growing fear, this entire pub had been somehow completely emptied without him noticing. Even the bartender was nowhere to be found. You're right. I'm not actually here. I'm already back in my home village with many witnesses to vouch for my presence there. Right now, I'm just a ghost that you're not going to be able to prove existed beyond this night. That's impossible. A shinobi can easily do the impossible. You can't do anything to me. Don't worry. I'm not going to hurt you. I'll just teach you a lesson in watching what you say. Maybe this'll make you at least a slightly better person in the future. We can only hope so much, though. What? Horiuchi was about to make an empty threat when he suddenly began to feel sluggish. What did you do? Oh, not much. Just a basic reminder to never trust your drink when in a shinobi's presence. I'll tell you this before you go under. I generally make sure I don't let any of my pranks go too far and or get too malicious, but you're one of the few people I'd gladly make an exception for in my self-imposed rules. How lucky of you. Or unlucky, I guess. Have a good night's sleep. That was the last thing the apprentice heard before his forehead thumped loudly against the bar counter. Next morning some shrieks of disgust and loud laughters greeted Horiuchi as he opened his bleary eyes. His head was pounding with a nasty hangover. It took him a long moment to tune out that annoying noise, before he finally noticed he was unable to move. What happened? The last thing he remembered was stopping by the local pub to drink and forget. And then, a blonde man. Wait. That man did something. He tried to move once more, but found himself completely stuck. He blinked his still blurry eyes rapidly to try to regain focus. The first thing he noticed was that it was morning and he was outside. The second thing after that was that it was chilly as he felt a crisp morning wind cut right through him as if he wasn't wearing anything. Finally, he regained his mental faculties enough to realize he wasn't alone as he stared out over a large crowd gathering in front of him, pointing and laughing at him. That pissed him off. No one laughed at a Kaganezawa in this town. Just as he was about to shout threats at the crowd, another cold wind cut through him once again. That wasn't right. He finally glanced down at his own body, and had no qualm about trying to scream in the most girlish way possible. It turned out he had been stripped completely naked and chains spread-eagled to the large wrought iron gate barring entry to his family's large estate. His body had been painted all over with various graffiti and insults, with the most prominent one written on his chest that red magnifying glass required for viewing, with a swoopy arrow at the end that went down his stomach to point at his equipment. It obviously shrank itself in the cold morning air, and he was going to stick with that defense until the day he died. Back to the situation at hand, Horiuchi was now screaming unintelligibly in rage at what had been done to him, that it took him a long while to finally notice that he was actually unable to form words and he sounded somewhat muffled. That was due to a ball gag stuck in his mouth. More unintelligible screaming and the crowd's laughter filled the morning air. Chapter 27, Interlude, What Dreams May Come. Somewhere in a forest it caught them completely by surprise. Come on! We gotta hurry! A male voice spoke urgently. All they could do now was to endure this relentless ambush until they found a way past it. Byakugan, there! I found something! A female voice exclaimed. Let's go! You lead the way! A blinding flash of lightning flooded a small and empty cave as torrential rain raged unendingly outside the entrance, seemingly forming a curtain of water. An instant later, the loud rumble of thunder crashed through the area. Two silhouettes came into existence through the curtain for an instant before two completely soaked humans burst through into the cave's interior. The indigo-haired female of the duo stumbled deeper into the natural shelter toward the back, before bracing herself against the rocky wall to catch her breath. Meanwhile, the blonde male stopped at the entrance to lean against one side, also catching his breath. Damn it! This storm came out of nowhere! Naruto exclaimed in disbelief as he glanced back outside to observe the torrential rainfall continuing unendingly with no sign of ever letting up for the time being. He couldn't even see more than a meter outside now. It's a good thing we found this cave then, Naruto-kun. Hinata panted out as she steadied herself and allowed her Byakugan to deactivate, returning the bulging veins around her pale eyes to normal. Naruto grinned lopsidedly at her. No. You found this place, Hinata-chan. I'd be still running around like a chicken with its head cut off without you. Hinata smiled beautifully at his praise. She loved it when he complimented her on anything, since she knew he was completely sincere. She then shivered violently since it was cold in her soaked clothes, and the cool gusts from the rainstorm outside were blowing into the cave occasionally. Naruto noticed this and frowned. You're freezing. It's all okay. It's not to be bad. Hinata's teeth was chattering even as she said this. She had the decency to blush under her beloved's disbelieving gaze. The hell it's not. I'm gonna fire these up, he retorted as he removed a small scroll from his utility belt to unroll it, unveiling many different storage seals along its length. He put chakra into one of them, revealing a pile of heating coals and a poof of smoke. He then rolled the scroll closed with a snap of his wrist and put it back, before shifting the coals around into a neat pile in preparation. Why you certainly seem ready for anything, Naruto-kun, Hinata remarked with a smile, giving up all pretense of acting tough as she hugged herself tightly and huddled close to her boyfriend for any lingering body heat she could get. Enko-sensei would kill me if I ever leave home without every possible item that could be used for survival. I actually think there's a kitchen sink in one of these seals. Naruto joked with that grin that made her feel warm, despite the cold and soaked clothes on her. A moment later, his preparation was done, so he stood up and gently pushed Hinata behind him in order to safely do this jutsu. Katon Karyudan, Fire Dragon Bullet, he whispered as he went through several hand seals and used as little chakra as he could. A small stream of fire came out of his mouth, quickly heating up the whole cave as he concentrated the stream on the pile of coals. Hinata moaned lowly in relief as she began to warm up just from the sight. A moment later, the fire stream stopped, leaving behind a pile of red-hot coals radiating comfortable heat and dim lighting throughout the dark cave now. Naruto sighed as he sat down on his rear end to lean his back against the cave wall near the heat source, and glared in annoyance at the unending rain outside. Hinata quickly sat next to him and cuddled up against him tightly, prompting him to wrap an arm around her almost automatically. Despite the fact they were still in wet clothes, they felt nothing but warmth from each other and the coals. Naruto-kun, thank you, she spoke after a long moment of comfortable silence between them. It's no problem. I just wish it didn't rain on our first real date in months. Now it's all screwed up. Naruto grumbled with another glare outside at the torrential rain. They hadn't been able to go on an official date since their training and missions began to pick up lately. While they did see each other often enough and he still visited the Hyuga clan compound at least a couple times per month, today was their first shot at being truly alone together away from others in a while. Although she and Ino did go out together with Naruto often and had plenty of fun, there were times when the girls each wanted to be alone with their blonde jinchuriki for at least a short while. Hinata felt today was that day for her, and she had suggested a long hike into the forest just outside Konohagakure, intent on finding an out-of-the-way spot for a picnic when the powerful storm ambushed them a few minutes ago. Hinata smiled as she rose a hand to brush back some wet hair sticking to her face, and gazed up at him in a way that made him take notice. Who said this date is over? The way I see it, we still have our sealed picnic food with us that we can eat here, and we're still alone. In fact, I admit I'm pleased that the rain has truly cut us off from the rest of the world for the time being. There should be no interruption. She finished with an impish smirk that sent pleasant chills down Naruto's spine. We're still soaked. He wasn't going to admit he stuttered here. That can be easily remedied, my love. Hinata's reply came in an almost sultry whisper. She then pushed off him gently to rise to her feet and stand over him with a shy smile and half-lidded eyes. Naruto couldn't help but stare up at her in awe. Reaching up with her right hand, she then unzipped her lavender and cream hooded jacket slowly from her collar all the way down, the sound being somehow heard in the cave over the rain beating down just outside. As if on command, when the zipper reached its bottom, the jacket fell wide open to reveal a tight black sleeveless training shirt underneath that did little to hide her mature curves. While her slender waist and wide hips were truly mouth-watering sights to behold, it was her perky pear-shaped high C-cup breasts that immediately captured his gaze completely. They, and the lacy bra enclosing them, were clearly defined even through the damp shirt clinging to every inch of her, and the only bit of information the blonde didn't know about her beautiful mounds at this point was the color of their surely tantalizing tips. Naruto's mouth went dry as his eyes remained locked on to this wondrous sight, especially when he saw her hardening nipples trying their best to poke all the way through her bra and shirt. He had a good hunch it wasn't because of the cold at this point. Hinata licked her lips hungrily as she watched her beloved drink all of her in as if he was a thirsty man at a cold oasis in the middle of a large desert. While she had quiet but strong confidence in her appearance now thanks to the man in front of her, she loved getting any physical confirmation that he did in fact truly believe she was one of the most desirable women in the world to him. She had to allow a needful whimper as she squeezed her thighs together when Naruto finally tore his intense gaze from her chest with great difficulty to lock with her flushed and half-lidded expression. She could easily tell he was barely pushing back his desires out of some gentlemanly respect for her. She didn't want him to hold back this day. Shrugging the jacket off her delicate shoulders to drop it to the cave's floor with a wet smack, she then rose her hands to her long hair so she could wring out the rainwater still remaining in it. She knew by raising both her arms high that she was pushing her lovely chest out on purpose. She smiled in satisfaction when she glimpsed his uncovered eye snap back seemingly of its own accord to her breasts, that stuck out, and jiggled slightly as she squeezed her hands down her long length of hair to finally wring out the last of the water. Now only feeling damp but drying quickly in the coal's heat, she hummed happily as she moved to stand over Naruto's legs before sitting down to effectively straddle him. Her blonde boyfriend was too poleaxed by her sexy display a moment ago to even realize her approach until he felt her weight settle comfortably on his lap and his hands automatically moved to grip her hips lightly. She cooed happily at this, fully snapping Naruto out of his shock to lock his intense gaze with her smoldering pale eyes. Hinata-chan, he growled softly, torn between his instincts and respect for her purity. Hinata smiled assuredly, before leaning forward to press her large chest tightly up against his and wrap her arms around his neck. She then kissed the corner of his lip lingeringly, before moving her head to whisper into his right ear. Naruto-kun, I love you and I need you. He let out a passionate exhale against her own ear, and his hands possessively squeezed her hips tightly. Hinata gasped and shuddered blissfully at the hot air blowing over her sensitive earlobe. I love you too, Hinata-chan, he whispered back, his tone dripping with desire. Hinata pulled back to lock her intense gaze with his own. Slowly, she moved her left hand up to run it through his damp hair, turning it into a sexy mess that nearly made her lose all coherent thoughts at the sight. Meanwhile, her right hand moved up to his covered left eye and delicately peeled off his eye patch, revealing the ice blue Sharingan underneath. She gasped in an intake of breath as she watched this beautiful eye, glowing slightly in the dim lighting, scan every inch of her before focusing on her pale eyes unflinchingly. She knew he would forever burn whatever happened now into his memory, never to be forgotten for the rest of his life. She bit her bottom lip sensually at that thought. This visage of perfection was too much for Naruto to take, so he quickly leaned forward to capture her lips in a fiery kiss as he wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her in tightly against him. She moaned loudly while running both hands through his wet hair, and began to uncontrollably grind her pelvis firmly against what felt like a growing steel rod in her lover's pants. He let out a rumbling groan into their lip lock at her movement, turning her on even more with her hands now repeatedly clutching and clawing wildly all over his upper back in sheer bliss while their tongues refamiliarized themselves with each other once more. They had no idea how long the heated lip lock went on, but they had to break apart only because they needed air. Hinata touched her forehead to his, panting heavily as she slowed her rolling pelvis down to a crawl, making for a pleasant torture for both. You're overdressed and still soaked, Naruto-kun, she observed hotly as she leaned back from him to hurriedly undo his jacket's collar clasp, and pulled down the zipper hiding behind it. Inch by glorious inch, Naruto's firm muscles were revealed to her, covered only by a tight muscle shirt and mesh armor. Naruto was smirking as he watched his girlfriend take in all of her treasure with unbridled delight in her lavender-tinted eyes, before gasping slightly upon feeling her delicate fingers sneak in under the hem of his shirt to work their way up his abs. I've been wanting to kiss and rub all over you for so long, Hinata whispered reverently as she continued to feel all over his torso, raising his shirt the higher her hands moved. Naruto decided to help her out by getting out of his jacket and lifting his arms to allow her to pull his shirt and mesh armor all the way off, fully exposing his entire torso to her. She grinned wide as she leaned forward to begin kissing, licking, and rubbing excitedly all over his exposed skin. The blonde leaned back against the wall with a low moan as he allowed her full access to his torso for a few long minutes. The needful whimpers and moans she emitted and the burning lust in her eyes as she licked enticingly around his nipples at one point were almost enough for him to just roll her onto her back and take her now, but he barely held back. The way her frantic ministrations left what felt like trails of tingling heat all over wasn't helping, though. He had to let out a surprised gasp as she seemed to finish her intimate exploration of his torso with a hard nip on his left collarbone that sent jolts of pleasure throughout his entire body. He finally responded by sliding his hands around her hips to grab 2 handfuls of her delectable rear end. She snapped her head up toward the cave ceiling to squeal joyously at the sudden sensation, before her lips immediately slammed against his in a bruising kiss with their tongues battling, with Naruto winning easily and eliciting happy moans from her. Finally, after a few minutes, she stopped and leaned back to stare at him with a completely flushed face as he continued to squeeze and knead her firm globes of flesh. She desperately needed more. "You're not the only one who's been waiting." He finally spoke in a husky voice with a lopsided smirk that would have made Hinata's knees buckle if she wasn't already straddling him. For the first time so far in this session, she blushed heatedly. She was now realizing she had shown so much of herself to him in such a short amount of time, and was more than ready to go even further in a moment. However, she couldn't help but tremble in happiness and anticipation now, instead of nervousness. She reached down to grip the front hem of her tight training shirt with both hands. Naruto's calloused hands leaving her rear end to sneak under her shirt and come to rest on the curves of her waist stopped her for the moment. She couldn't help being blissfully distracted by the 2 sources of heat on her sides. "Here, let me help," he whispered seductively with his gaze burning into her pale eyes. Hinata moaned as her pelvis gave one more uncontrollable lurch against that hot steel rod still stubbornly hiding in his pants, and she squeezed her thighs against his legs even tighter. "Naruto-kun, you're making me feel so good," she cooed, unable to comprehend just how much better she was going to feel in a short while. He gave her that confident foxy smirk that she loved so much, before leaning forward to kiss her lovingly and softly for what seemed like eternity, completely unlike the last 2 passion-filled lip locks. She thought she loved him with all she had before this moment, but she was proven quite wrong as the raw emotions roaring within her reached unbelievable new heights. He then broke off the kiss and nuzzled his whiskered cheek against her own. "You're ready?" he whispered gently into her ear, making her shudder violently with a whimper. She felt like she was going to go over the edge any minute. "Yes, oh God, yes!" she squealed lowly as she began to shakily lift her shirt up with help from her boyfriend's hands. Inch by tantalizing inch, her smooth and toned stomach with its perfectly formed navel came into view, eliciting a sharp exhale from Naruto as he stared down at her beautiful unblemished skin still being unveiled agonizingly slow. Hinata's breathing refused to stop hitching the more Naruto's scorching hot hands moved up her sides with her shirt's rising hem. She was already sweating from the coals and the delicious heat building up inside her entire body, and the damp fabric was clinging desperately to her skin, especially around her breasts. She almost came right there when the very tips of his thumbs brushed lightly against the extremely sensitive undersides of her large mounds. Naruto could now see the bottom of her damp violet-colored lacy bra peeking out from under the shirt, and felt like he was going to drool any second now. At this point, Hinata stopped, not because of hesitation, but because she wanted to make sure her attention was completely focused on Naruto's hungry expression for his reaction. After a brief exchange of eager gazes and 1 second of pause, she closed her eyes, yanked her shirt the rest of the way off, and opened them wide. A loud exhale of surprise was heard. But it didn't belong to Naruto. For she found herself staring up at a wooden ceiling, not a cave's, and her beloved was nowhere to be found. One morning at the Hyuga family home, Hinata's bedroom, a young woman's panting filled her bedroom as she stared up disbelievingly at the familiar ceiling that she had woken up to nearly every morning of her life so far. She had no idea how long she laid still in her bed, desperately wishing for this to not be true. That she was actually back in that cave cuddling up with her Naruto in blissful post-coitus mood, and had merely fallen asleep to find herself dreaming of this dreadful existence. But Hinata knew. This was reality, and she was going to have to once again wait just a while longer for the day she would finally get with her beloved in every single aspect. Slowly, she forced herself to sit up in bed and stare unblinkingly ahead at the wall in front of her for what felt like eternity. She finally noted the hot dampness inside her pajama bottoms, her panties sticking to her like glue, and she was throbbing dully, feeling completely unfulfilled. She bent her head down slightly so her eyes were shadowed by her bangs, and began to tremble as she gripped her blanket tightly in her hands. Her cruel subconscious didn't have the grace to at least let her come even just once before waking up. Flashes of what Naruto was doing to her in the dream went through her mind with total clarity, and the unsatisfied throbbing in her hot core increased. She began to growl, her red-hot rage bubbling within. FFFFFF- in the house's common area. UCK. The demonic shriek of utter fury and frustration from Hinata's room sent both Tomo and Hanabi scrambling under the kitchen table with twin yelps of fear, their breakfast completely forgotten and strewn about. Hayashi was sitting at the head of the table reading a newspaper, seemingly unfazed by his eldest daughter's loud curse. However, closer observation would have revealed that the paper in his hands flickered a slight bit. He cleared his throat. "It might do us well to stay out of her way this morning," he stated calmly as he carefully folded the newspaper and set it down on the table. He then rose to his feet to stride purposefully into his private study, and closed the door behind him. Tomo and Hanabi thought they heard the lock click rather loudly. Meanwhile, the two females rose their heads from under the table to exchange unnerved gazes with each other. I'll just leave some breakfast here for her. How about a long trip to the park today, sweetie?" Tomo asked nervously. Hanabi nodded frantically, happy to find any reason to escape her older sister's ire. Ino's bedroom. Yamanaka Ino gasped loudly and moaned as she was flung onto a large bed, landing sprawled out on her back. She shuddered in pleasure from this slightly rough treatment as she propped herself up on her elbows and stared heatedly up at a shirtless Naruto standing over her with a cocksure grin. Her breath hitched in excitement as she watched both his eyes deliberately search all over her entire body. Only thing preventing her from being completely nude under his exploring gaze was the bandage wrapping up her body from bust to thighs. He had torn the rest of her outfit off while they were making out furiously all the way to her bedroom from the front door, with her legs wrapped tightly around his waist the entire trip. As he stood at the edge of her bed and continued to stare down at her gorgeous sprawled-out body, she whimpered needfully as she reached out with her right foot to rub it up and down against his inner thigh sensually, trying to entice him into further action. He did react when he grabbed her calf suddenly, and yanked her bodily across the bed up to the edge so her pelvis would sit completely flush against his own as he bent forward to hover over her from between her legs, still with that smirk, as if he was going to just take whatever he wanted from her. She licked her lips just as greedily. This was seriously turning her on, having realized she carried some light submissive tendencies and loved it whenever Naruto was assertive with her occasionally. "You're breathtaking, Ino-chan." Naruto's low growl, filled with amazement and desire, was heavenly music to the blonde mindwalker's ears, and she shuddered pleasantly. "God, you have no idea what you're doing to me!" she cried out happily as she squirmed deliciously against his scorching hot body, pressing down on her when he leaned down and began to nibble and lick all over her delicate neck and jawline. She squealed, moaned, and clawed at his back frantically as he kept up his ministrations, especially when he slowly ground his hips against her several times. She thought she was going to pass out from the pleasure overload for a minute there. Finally, he backed off enough to stare at her heaving and flushed face, before suddenly closing in to deliver a soul-searing kiss that made her toes curl, and her legs automatically wrapped tightly around his waist as if they were meant to be there. She secretly cursed the bandage wrapping her hips and the pants still on Naruto for getting in between them. Just when she was going to lose herself completely to the kiss, he broke off long enough to glance down at the bandage still obscuring her beautiful body from his deserving eyes. As the dazed Ino watched, he brought his right index finger up in front of her face, and her pale blue eyes widened as she noted its fingernails sharpening slightly into a short claw. "Oh yes, just take whatever you want, Naruto-kun. All of my body belongs to only you," she squealed as she arched up against his chest, trying to urge him into unwrapping his gift as soon as possible so he could begin making her feel even better than this. Naruto was only too happy to comply as he kept his intense gaze locked with Ino's while slowly bringing his clawed fingertip down to snag against the top of the bandage covering her chest, ready to cut it open. A flick of his wrist, and her perky high B-cup mounds would be completely exposed for him to do whatever he wanted with them. The rest of the bandage covering her most sacred spot that was currently radiating unbearable heat from between her legs would follow soon after. Ino almost orgasmed at that thought, which was why she was utterly befuddled and unsatisfied when she blinked and found herself in the same bedroom, but no Naruto over her. Instead, she had been tightly hugging and humping her body pillow rather amorously. She immediately threw the suspiciously damp pillow across the room with a yell. The Yamanaka family's kitchen. "God damn it!" A sexually frustrated teenage girl's angry shriek ripped through the house, making Inoichi jolt in his chair and drop his toast to the plate with a plop. Kana took a sip of her coffee with a raised eyebrow. The parents sat in silence at the breakfast table for a moment to see if there was going to be any follow-up from Ino. When nothing more came, Inoichi put on a concerned expression as he picked his toast back up to chomp on it. Should we check on her? Kana shook her head in amusement. I know that sound, and it's best to leave her alone for the moment, darling. That was the angry screech of a young woman still unable to get any from her man who's being too excessively respectful to her purity. I should know, since I remember being that frustrated when you've also been too ignorant to pick up on my obvious signals back then. And Noichi groaned with a grimace. I do accept Naruto-kun as our future son-in-law, but I still don't want to know about their sex life, or even the lack of it so far. Kana smirked. I figured you'd be happy to know that our daughter's yell of rage just now seems to prove that they most likely haven't done it. I'm hearing a very loud yet at the end, Heim, her husband muttered, fixing her with a disapproving expression. She grinned wickedly behind her coffee mug. It is implied, yes. In any case, it's hard to be happy when I'm torn between admiring Naruto-kun for his impressive willpower in the face of what Inoheim is apparently deciding to be a foregone conclusion in the near future, or wanting to scramble his mind for eventually deflowering my little princess, even if he'd be dragged into that kicking and screaming. He growled with an annoyed sigh. His lovely wife giggled mischievously. In Anko's bedroom. Son of a bitch! An enraged scream shook the room as a beautiful purple-haired woman shot up in her bed after a long night of deep slumber. Anko's reason for waking up so suddenly and yelling like that became obvious when she growled upon realizing she was back in reality. Damn that panda bitch! Coming out of nowhere and snatching him at the last minute! She sighed and whimpered dejectedly, before dropping her head into her hands as she rubbed her thighs together to deal with an uncomfortably damp feeling at the juncture of her legs. Yugao, in a hastily tied silk robe, slammed the bedroom's door open and barged in, having heard Anko's angry yell. She halted upon seeing her despondent-looking surrogate sister staring back with commiserable tear streaks going down her cheeks. We were so close with the whipped cream and chocolate fondue. And he was feeding me dango like a queen. My perfect dream, it's not fair. Naturally, the still sleepy older woman was utterly baffled. Naruto's apartment, a blonde man shot up into sitting on his bed, blinking his eyes as he slowly glanced around his room to fully understand the fact he was now back in reality. Oh damn it, why did I dream about all of them at the same time? He lifted his blanket and scowled down at the throbbing tent in his boxers. At least it didn't go too far this time. Damn Fox still isn't letting me live down the last time that happened. As if speaking of a devil, a presence made herself known in his mind, and he certainly could feel a sadistic grin forming on Kurama's beautiful face. Oh my, another one of these dreams, huh? Think I'll have a look now. Her gleeful voice spoke in his mind, as if she was ready to pounce on a delicious prey. Now, nothing happened this time, okay? Gimme a break. Naruto exclaimed nervously, not wanting to deal with another round of teasing from his longtime friend. Her evil chuckling got him to groan loudly as he flopped back onto his bed in resignation, awaiting the onslaught. How daring! You dreamt about all of them together this time. Who knew the little snake could make Flower Girl bend that way? And I wonder if Big Tits is actually a voyeur like in this dream? No way anyone could have the Byakugan without some peeping habits to go with it. These are my girlfriends and sensei you're talking about. Naruto thought tiredly, knowing there was no stopping her. That aside, she completely ignored his complaint. These three females I was expecting, but that's quite an interesting twist. Naruto averted his eyes as she finally mentioned the fourth girl involved in his dream. The sand girl is a surprising but understandable addition, but I'm curious as to why you were dreaming about her being wrapped up in a long scarf that she apparently knit herself. Kurama had to chuckle as soon as she mentioned the scarf, and Naruto felt he couldn't blush any deeper than this moment. While I'll admit that part was rather erotic with her looking like she'd been gift-trapped to you, I have to say I'm surprised at how possessive your subconscious apparently is. That phrase property of Uzumaki, Naruto repeating down the entire length of her scarf. Really? I have no idea why it's there. It's just my mind fucking with me, okay? Nothing to take seriously. Now, please drop this? Naruto was desperately trying to get this topic over with. He could feel his tenant smirk from inside, and grimaced. Nothing good ever came of that expression. I suppose I'll drop this and let you off. He blinked at her unusually kind gesture, only for his fledgling hopes to be crushed in the next instant. At least till later tonight. Be ready for some in-depth discussions on the meaning of why each of these females appeared in your erotic dream. Her sinister grin was growing wide across her face as she stated this, much to Naruto's growing despair. I'm a healthy red-blooded teenage male, that's why. He retorted weakly, hoping that was the correct answer to end the topic right there. Nah, I'm going to help analyze every detail of this using teachings from a certain famous psychologist. Sigmund Freud. The unfortunate Jinchuriki had no idea why, but he had a good hunch upon hearing that name that he was in for a lot of mental scarring soon enough. Why the hell did his mother suddenly come to mind out of nowhere just now?